No Angel, My Harrowing Undercover Journey to the Inner Circle of the Hells Angels, by J. Dobbins and Nils Johnson Shelton. Narrated by Mel Foster. Copyright 2009 by J. Dobbins and Nils Johnson Shelton. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Crown Publishers, an imprint of the Crown Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Inc., and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Part 1. The End. Chapter 1. Bird Calls. June 25th and 26th, 2003. Timmy leaned casually against the rear fender of my black Mercury Cougar, a cell phone on his ear and a smile on his face. The bastard was typically calm. 12 months I'd been his partner, in and out of harm's way, both together and alone, and the guy never looked stressed. He was as self-possessed as a rooster in a henhouse, my polar opposite. I paced in front of him, rehearsing what I was going to tell our Hells Angels brothers. I shook the last smoke out of a pack of Newports. Shit. I lit the cigarette, crumpled the pack, and threw it to the ground. It was 10 a.m., and I'd already emptied the first pack of the carton I'd bought that morning. Timmy said into his phone, "I love you too, honeycake. I should be home soon." He'd been saying things like that going on 5 minutes. I stared at him and said, "The fuck, stud? Come on." Timmy put a finger in the air and continued on the phone. "Okay, gotta run. Love you guys. Okay, see you tonight." He snapped his phone closed. "What's the drama, Bird? We got this." "Oh, you know, nothing really." I pointed at the guy lying face down at our feet. "Just that if they don't buy it, then we'll end up like this asshole." There, in a shallow desert ditch, was a gray-haired Caucasian male, his head split to the white meat. A pile of brains had oozed to the ground where Timmy had put Joby's .380. Blood droplets, sprayed into the sand and dirt, made small dark constellations. His blue jeans were splattered with purple quarter-sized splotches. His wrists and ankles were bound with duct tape. His hands were limp. It was already over 100 degrees, and the promise of coagulated blood and exposed matter had begun to attract flies. He wore a black leather jacket whose top rocker, that curved cloth patch that spanned the shoulder blades, read Mongols. I asked, "You think he's dead?" Timmy said, "Dude looks deader'n disco. Shit, those look like his brains in the dirt." Timmy leaned in closer. "Yeah, I'd say he's pretty dead." He spat a stream of phlegm into the brush beyond the grave. "Dude, no fucking around here. We go home and show the boys we killed a Mongol, then we better be dead nut sure it doesn't look like he's coming back." Timmy smiled. "Relax, Bird, we got this. Like Lionel Richie said, we're easy like Sunday morning." And then he started to sing, badly. "Why in the world would anybody put chains on me? I paid my dues to make it. Everybody wants to be me, what they want me to be. I'm not happy when I try to fake it. Oh, that's why I'm easy, yeah. I'm easy like Sunday morning." I smiled and said, "You're right, you're right. And even if you aren't, I don't see how it matters. We've come too far." He thought about that for a second. "Yeah, we have." We threw a couple shovels of dirt on our corpse and took some pictures. We relieved him of his Mongol jacket, stuffing it into a FedEx box. We got in the car and headed home to Phoenix. Timmy drove. I made some phone calls. I lit a cigarette and waited for someone to pick up at the clubhouse. Inhale, hold it in, click. The voice said, "Skull Valley." I said, "Bobby, it's Bird." "Bird, what the fuck? Teddy there?" "Not now, no." Bobby Reinstra's voice was humorless and empty. "We're on our way back." "We? Who?" Inhale, Hold it in. I said, "Me and Timmy." "No Pops?" "No Pops. He stayed down in Mexico." "So Pops is gone." I heard him light a cigarette. He'd only started smoking again since he'd met me. "Yeah, dude." "Wow." Bobby smoked, inhaled, held it in. I said, "We should probably talk about this later, don't you think?" He snapped out of it. Yeah, of course. When'll you be back?" "Soon. I'll call when we're back in the valley." "Okay. Get home safe." "We will. Don't worry. I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay. Later." Later. I flipped my cell shut and turned to Timmy. I said, "He bit it. Pop's death should work to our advantage." Timmy barely nodded. He was probably thinking about his wife and kids. Above all else, Timmy was decent. I looked past him, the asphalt and brown California pines, the late afternoon grid of Phoenix, Arizona, moved beyond him like a sunset movie backdrop. The next afternoon, J.J., Timmy, and I chowed at a Pizza Hut. We hadn't seen Bobby or any of the other boys yet. We wanted their tension to build. J.J.'s phone rang. She looked at the ID, then at me. I shrugged, stuffed a pepperoni slice in my mouth, and nodded. She flipped open. "Hello?" She grinned. "Hi, Bobby." "No, I haven't heard from him. You have? When? What'd he say?" "He said what?" "Bobby, what the fuck do you mean? Pops is dead?" She lowered her voice and choked out the words with a frightened stutter. "Bobby, you're scaring me. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All I know is a FedEx box came to the house this morning. It was sent from Nogales, Mexico." She pulled the phone away from her ear and placed a slice of roasted green pepper in her mouth. She sipped more iced tea. "No way, Bobby. I'm not opening shit. No, forget it. Not until Bird gets back." J.J.'s fear was convincing and effective. Our plan seemed to be working. I leaned into the leather banquette. We weren't your average-looking cops. We weren't even your average-looking undercover cops. And we painted quite a picture. Timmy and I were bald, muscular, and covered in tattoos. J.J. was cute, buxom, and focused. My eyes were blue and always lit up. Timmy's brown and wise. J.J.'s green and eager. Each of my long, bony fingers was armored with silver rings depicting things like skulls and talons and lightning bolts. My long, straggly goatee was haphazardly twisted into a ragged braid. J.J. and I wore white wife-beater tank tops, and Timmy wore a black sleeveless T-shirt that said Skull Valley, Graveyard Crew, over the heart. I wore green camo cargo pants and flip-flops, and they wore jeans and riding boots. We each openly carried at least one firearm. Arizona's open carry, so there you go. J.J. continued, "No way, Bobby. I'm not coming over there with the box. I'm waiting till Bird gets home. All right, bye." She hung up. She turned back to us and asked sarcastically, "So, honey, when can I expect you?" I grinned and said, "Any time now, any time." "Okay, can't wait." We laughed and finished our lunch. We'd been running ragged for months, and were in the home stretch. With any luck, Timmy and I were about to become full-patch Hell's Angels, and J.J. was about to become a real-life H.A. old lady. With any luck. Part 2. The Beginning. Chapter 2. My Sucking Chest Wound. November 18th, 1987. I didn't come from a line of cops. I wasn't raised in the projects, and an alcoholic father didn't beat me. I grew up in white middle-class America, with a bike and a baseball glove and family vacations. I played football, and played it well. I went to college as a wide receiver for the Arizona Wildcats. In that first year, 1982, I showed up at fall camp for two-a-days, in a 100-degree hellhole in Douglas, Arizona. The practice field was smack in the middle of the desert. Turf, sidelines, 1 or 2 feet of desert scrabble, and then cactus. Most wideouts want to outrun the defense for game-winning passes, catch the ball over their shoulder, and screw the prom queen. I wouldn't have minded the prom queen, but I wasn't that kind of receiver. The coaches knew this, and they'd put me at number 6 on the depth chart. That had to change. I jumped in the play rotation whenever a slant over the middle was called, or a crack on a linebacker was needed. I got the dog snot beat out of me down after down. One play, I got an out route, and the ball was overthrown. I ran out of bounds into the desert and dove, grabbing the ball, but landing in a patch of cholla cactus, which are the nastiest of all cacti. I spent the rest of practice with the trainers pulling needles out of my face and arms with pliers. The other players laughed at me because what fool chases an overthrow into a cholla? I checked the depth chart the next day. I'd taken the first spot, and for the rest of my college career I wouldn't give it up to anyone, no matter how fast he was. By the time I graduated, I was all Pac-10. I was lightly scouted, and I went to the NFL Combine. But from the minute I walked onto the field, I realized that my chances were slim to none. One scout put it perfectly. He said, "I can coach these guys to catch like you, but I can't teach you how to run faster." Next to the guys coming up that year, I looked like molasses poured into cement. Guys like Vance Johnson, Al Toon, Andre Reed, Eddie Brown, and Jerry Rice. Maybe you've heard of some of them. I knew I could cobble together a career of 2 or 3 years, but every year I'd have to reprove myself in camp, and at best I'd be a 3rd or 4th string option. My dreams were crushed, and I didn't know what to do. I'd gotten too used to crowds screaming for me, too addicted to adrenaline to just let it go. Eventually, I turned to law enforcement. I was young, and I bought into the Hollywood vision of being a cop. I considered the FBI and the Secret Service, but ultimately I ended up at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF. This was where I'd transformed from star college athlete to hardened undercover cop. It happened on one of my first training missions, and it went down like this. We'd gotten a warrant for one Brent Provostgard, who had just gotten out of prison and was rumored to be in possession of a used .38 Rossi. We were going to bust him on ATF's bread-and-butter violation, felon in possession of a firearm, 18 U.S.C. Section 922 G1. I was assigned outside perimeter cover with my training officer, Lee Meller. We rode in a crappy 1983 Monte Carlo. We interviewed Provostgard's mom at her house, south of the Tucson airport, at the intersection of Krieger Road and Old Nogales Highway. She said he wasn't in, and he'd be back sooner or later. We left and staked out the place. What Mrs. Provostgard declined to tell us was that her son had sworn he'd never go back to prison, and that he was out in the Tucson scrub shooting his .38. He came home on his motorcycle. We swarmed, and he bolted on foot. I took off, passing everyone and disobeying orders to stay back. While a 4.6 in the NFL is nothing special, it's 6 speed for a cop. It was a full-blown foot chase, but he knew the area, and I lost him. I reassembled with my team, and they ribbed me about how I was supposed to be some sort of star athlete, but I couldn't catch a 150-pound junkie in motorcycle boots. No wonder I was in ATF and not the NFL. That kind of thing. As we restaged, a neighbor yelled from her window that she'd just seen Provostgard. We took off. First rookie mistake. No matter how out of breath you are from chasing a perp, never, ever take off your ballistics vest when there's a lull in the action. Which is exactly what I'd done. The team split up. I walked behind our much-loved boss, Larry Thomason, through an overgrown tract between a development and the road. Tall grass and low trees were everywhere. We crept past the hidden Provostgard. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, but before I could react, he was up with his gun on me. "Drop it, motherfucker!" I knew better. I held my gun, a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver, at the ready position, pointed to the ground at a 45-degree angle. He cocked the Rossi's hammer, yelling, "Motherfucker, I will kill you where you stand! Drop the fucking gun!" I holstered my revolver and put my hands in the air. Thomason cocked his hammer. He had Provost Guard in his sights, but he was toting a 2-inch barrel revolver, and he was 30 feet away. Thomason knew that if he fired, there was a good chance he'd hit me. He held. It was the right decision, but one that gravely altered his psyche. He was a committed leader in charge of showing a young man the ropes of a dangerous profession, and he never forgave himself for not taking that shot. I've always told him that the blame was mine, but he never accepted that. The others, searching an adjacent area, responded. When Provost Guard saw the empty Monte Carlo, his eyes, intense, bottomless specks, lit up. He was going to get out of there. Provost Guard's gun was thrust out in front of him. When he got close enough, I planned on pulling his arm and using it as leverage to disarm him. That plan died when he tucked the gun to his side. Before I knew it, he had me in front of him, his arm around my neck, the cold barrel of the Rossi at my temple. I didn't like that. I suddenly realized that it had rained earlier, and the desert brush smelled like a clean backyard, which is what I imagine heaven must smell like. I hoped I wasn't about to find out if my imagining was correct. We moved to the car. Provost Guard shoved me into the driver's seat and squeezed into the back, keeping the gun on my head. ATF agents surrounded us, their weapons drawn and their mouths running. Provost Guard said, "Close the door and drive, motherfucker!" I didn't. The car wasn't running. The keys were in the ignition. He shoved the barrel into the hollow of my neck. I wondered, should I drive, put the belt on, and run into a telephone pole? Or get shot here and let my partners waste him? Or hope one of them gets a clean line on him right this second? Or lie down and try to stay out of the way of everyone's bullets that were sure to puncture the Monte Carlo any second? Or drop the keys. Yeah, drop the keys. If I was going to die, then he was going to die too. I pulled the keys out of the ignition and let them fall into the footwell. I said, "I dropped the keys." Motherfucker! I leaned forward, and Provost Guard did too. Miller, who was closest to the passenger side of the car, stuck his revolver in the rear window gap and emptied it. Others fired. Provost Guard, his body shocked from the bullets cleaning out his heart and lungs, reflexively squeezed the Rossi's trigger. The bullet went in between my shoulder blades, just missed my spine, punctured the top of my left lung, and exited under my collarbone. Provost Guard had the death rattle. I had a hole in my chest. They call it a sucking chest wound because when you inhale, air is sucked through the wound directly into the void of a collapsing lung. Blood gushed out of the hole like water from a garden spigot. We were dragged out of the car. Provost Guard was cuffed — you have to love police procedure in times like this — and laid in the dirt face up. I was shoved into the back seat, in pools of Provost Guard's blood and bile and tears, and Thomason jumped into the front seat and took off. I was in and out of consciousness as Thomason channeled Dale Earnhardt Jr. through the Tucson dusk. I said the Lord's Prayer and apologized to my parents for not being a good enough cop to make them proud. Then I took a little nap. I came to at the hospital. I was on a gurney. The ceiling rushed by in blue and white streaks. The soft but anxious pitter-patter of nurses' and orderlies' feet on linoleum filled my ears. There were 2 black nostrils above me, and above them a tuft of brown hair, and around that a half-moon of white paper. A hat. My nurse. Her gaze was locked on the horizon. I asked, Am I gonna die?" She looked down. She was pretty. Her left hand pushed into my chest. "You're hurt bad. We're not sure yet." I passed back out. I woke back up to a screaming pain in my chest. A boyish resident was inserting a clear tube into a hole he'd scalpeled through my rib cage to prevent me from drowning in my own blood. The tube would also be used to clear blood clots before I went into the operating room. I'd never felt such pain and discomfort. Having an inch-wide tube inserted into a raw hole of flesh was like, well, it was just like that. I was not anesthetized. There hadn't been time. I was dying. I looked at the tube, which was attached to a pump. Stewed tomatoes, a.k.a. my blood and guts, pulsed through it. When he was done with that, the resident directed me to a video screen. He said proudly that they'd put a shunt in my femoral artery that helped guide a medical camera through my torso. He said they were looking for heart and arterial damage caused by bullet frag. I thought, far out. I passed back out. I woke back up, naked and freezing. A nurse leaned over my midsection, holding a thin tube, giggling. I asked her what was so funny. I knew she was laughing at a shriveled dick, whose size would have embarrassed a 12-year-old boy. I gathered all my strength and said, "You could have a little respect for a guy who should be dead. And what exactly's your name?" She straightened up and stuck the catheter in. She covered me up and put her hand on my forehead. I passed back out. I woke back up. I was in a bed. The bed was in a recovery room. There were all the usual machines going beep, beep. There were IV bags and fresh flowers and foil balloons. There was an oversized teddy bear. My feet were elevated. And there was the tube inserted cleanly into my chest, surrounded by white gauze and tape. A beep-beep went off, unlike the beep-beeps monitoring my heart and respiratory rates. A sound like a small servo followed. Not 10 seconds later, I was as high and happy as I could be. I passed back out. I woke up. I passed out. I woke up. Nurses changed my bedpan and sponged me down. I recovered some strength. I got up and walked around, dragging my setup, the IV, the morphine drip, the chest tube detached from its pump, around with me. After a few days, I could walk up and down the hall once. After a week, I could walk around the recovery unit. Being so weakened was a new experience and a definite low point. It's truly humbling to be reminded that ultimately we're just a body. The mind gets a lot of attention, but it is housed, for better or worse, in such a fragile thing. The body goes, and, well, who knows? This is why I believe in God. I prayed. I've always been an imperfect Christian. I prayed for my family and for myself. I prayed I'd get to go back to the streets, to go back to work. As I improved, I began to spend equal amounts of time awake and asleep. I befriended Dr. Richard Carmona, the surgeon who'd operated on me. He was a high school dropout who had enlisted in the Army, joined the Special Forces, became a decorated Vietnam vet, and then returned to civilian life where he took up a career in medicine. He was the head of trauma services in Tucson and moonlighted as a SWAT operator with the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Not 10 days after I came in, he was shot himself while executing a warrant. He made a full recovery, and eventually went on to become the 17th U.S. Surgeon General. Gaining Dr. Carmona as a friend was one of the best things that came from my getting shot. People visited. They stayed too long. My mother cried. My dad, shocked and pale, said he was proud of me, even though I pointed out that I'd been a fool. We agreed that I'd been lucky. Other people came. College buddies, cops, my first wife, whom I'd married out of college. The pump attached to my chest tube ran non-stop. It cleared my wound of clots and errant blood, emptying the stuff into an otherwise white bucket by my bedside. When people stayed too long, I wiggled until the suction caught something, expelling it into the bucket like a tiny abortion. That usually sent them packing. I got deathly bored. You can watch only so much TV, and the flowers die if they're not watered. I didn't do a good job of watering them. the balloons deflated. It's as if these things are brought to give their meager life forces to your recovery, dying along the way. I was reanimated by withering roses and expiring helium. Hell, morphine makes you think funny things. I had developed quite a taste. No doubt I was in excruciating pain, especially the first week, but after that it was more recreational than essential. My morphine bump was self-administered, but limited by a timer. I couldn't hit myself more than once over a 3-hour period, so I secured the switch with some medical tape from my IV, and I'd get a narc bump whenever the timer went off, awake or asleep. I had some wild dreams. It was heaven. The director of ATF called. He called me his golden boy. I didn't like being called a boy. I was 26. He said he'd heard good things about me, and that if I played my cards right, I could have his job one day. He told me to get well soon and get back on the job, that they needed more guys like me in ATF. I thanked him and hung up. At night I'd wake up from time to time. I had a funny feeling. The lights were low, the machines beeped. As I got better, there were fewer and fewer of them in the room. A good sign. The feeling I got was a new one. It was a rush I'd never known. On the football field, I'd been hit 1,000 times by hundreds of guys my size or bigger. I'd taken some real kill shots and always tried to get back up right away. It was a pride thing. When they dragged me out of the car, my chest spurting and gurgling, I actually pulled myself into a sitting position. It was the best I could do. The new feeling was this: I couldn't be stopped. After being shot, I began to feel the first pangs of invincibility. The rush of near death did something dangerous to me, though I couldn't see it at the time. I didn't want to get shot ever again, but I wanted to get as close to that flying bullet as I possibly could. Getting cheered by 80,000 football fans was an incredible feeling, but it didn't even register when compared with the rush of walking the line between life and death when no one was watching. I had taken the prescribed amount of painkillers, but that didn't change the fact that when I left the hospital, I felt like a full-blown junkie. I had black circles under my eyes and puked brown tar for a week. No appetite for anything but the smack I couldn't have. I cleaned up. Shakes, sweats, tears, the whole thing. My wife at the time wanted to know if that was it for me. She wanted me to get out. I couldn't blame her. I said this was why I was in it. She asked, "To get shot?" I said, "No, to go toe-to-toe with these guys. I lost this time, but I won't lose again." Not long after that, we got divorced. The director's words rang in my ears. I could have his job. His job involved a large slab of wood and an executive-style telephone with lots of buttons and lights. Shoot, in that year, 1987, he probably even had his own computer. It didn't appeal to me. The bullet put the rush of the streets in me and through me. It guaranteed I'd never direct anything but myself, and convinced me that large desks were for castrated dummies. I thought, fuck that. I'm going to be an undercover. Chapter 3. You're looking at the loves of my life is what you're looking at. August 2001 to January 2002. If anything, the shooting proved that my job, and therefore my life, was not glamorous in any way. Pathetically, I'd imagined that undercover life would be like Miami Vice, full of cigarette boats, fast cars, expensive clothes, and perfect tens in bikinis sitting in my lap while I negotiated with drug kingpins. Instead, I confronted toothless strippers and disgruntled Vietnam vets, and did deals with jonesing tweakers in trailer parks, while getting shot by a broke-dick ex-con who lived with his mom. Still, I loved the job. After the shooting, I went back to the academy to complete my training. Upon graduation, they sent me to Chicago, where I learned my new job with another young agent, Chris Bayless, a dynamic and intelligent undercover operative who remains one of my best friends. And what a job! In the years between the shooting and the summer of 2001, I'd done and seen things that citizens simply don't do or see. I'd been in another shootout. I'd had an inhuman number of guns shoved in my face. I'd bought and sold tons of drugs, and I'd made hundreds of solid collars. I'd worked African-American gangbangers and Italian mobsters with Chris, the Aryan Brotherhood with Special Agent Luis Quinones, and bikers from Georgia to Colorado with a bunch of different partners, including one of my ATF mentors, Vincent Cefalu. By 2001, I thought I'd seen it all. Yet, after nearly 15 years on the job, I still had something to prove. I still had more to see. In the summer of that year, a young, ambitious case agent named Greg Sugar Bear Cowan called about running some game up in Bullhead City, Arizona. Sugar Bear said that Bullhead was ripe for the picking, and that getting evidence up there would be like shooting fish in a barrel. He said we could take a lot of guns off of the street. I agreed to have a look. One morning I got up, ate breakfast, rustled the hair of my son, Jack, kissed my daughter, Dale, grabbed a plate of cookies that my wife, Gwen, had baked, and hit the road. Bullhead City's near the southern tip of Nevada, 10 hours from where I lived in Tucson. It's a broken-down town full of semi-employed mechanics who've shacked up with women who are, or were, dancers. It's a meth capital teeming with high school dropouts, and it's all set down in a brown and tan valley that looks more like Mars than Earth. Across the brown Colorado River is Laughlin, Nevada, Bullhead's dusty twin sister, with her twinkling Strip and brand-name outfits, Flamingo, Golden Nugget, Harrah's. I met Sugar Bear at the Black Bear Diner on Route 95. We sat in a window booth in the refrigerated air, while the desert sweltered outside at 115 degrees. He slurped coffee and nibbled at dry toast, while I crammed a bacon double cheeseburger into my mouth. He talked about a local gun shop called Mojave Firearms. The owner, Robert Abraham, dealt with a band of regulars who were all gunstrokes. Most of the deals were off the books, and there were significant numbers of modified machine guns going in and out of the shop. A guy named Scott Varville, a former Marine striper and ace bike mechanic, did the machine gun mods in his garage. We drove around town after lunch. I watched the dusty roads and subdivisions skim by from the comfort of our car's air conditioning. Sugar Bear said I'd go undercover as a biker. I said fine, in spite of the heat and the fact that I wasn't a biker expert. He said he knew I'd be fine, that I looked the part, and that bikers were respected in Bullhead. I said I imagined they were. He said that all the guys, especially Abraham and Varville, were Hell's Angels groupies. He said the angels were around, but not everywhere. I didn't think much of it either way. I agreed to come on board. We got started in late August. Cowan continued to run an informant while I staged up in Tucson. I got my bike tuned and checked out an ATF car, a black Mercury Cougar. I took target practice at the field office. I helped Gwen get the kids off to another year at school, making trips to the mall. Jack, a good athlete, got cleats and gym socks and a book bag. With saved allowance, he bought a box of Fleer football cards. He was on the hunt for Drew Brees rookies. He got 3 from that batch. I bought Dale a used guitar, with the promise that if she applied herself I would get her a brand new one down the road. In the early morning of September 11th, I was at home getting ready to leave when Chris Bayless called. He said, "Turn on the TV." The ride to Bullhead was off. Gwen and the kids and I sat mesmerized in front of the TV like everyone else. Jack, who was 7 at the time, is a fun-loving kid who's always smiling. Dale, then 11, is a little moodier, endearingly righteous, and occasionally indignant. Gwen and I sensed fear and confusion in them. We sensed fear and confusion in each other. We watched the gray explosions over and over and over. I told my kids, "Be brave. That's what this is, a chance for you to be brave. Set a good example for other kids who might be scared, and be proud that you're an American, because we're about to kick some ass." I spoke with Sugar Bear later that day. We were pretty sure the bullhead case would be deep-sixed, or at least put on hold, but to our relief this didn't happen. I looked forward to work. I didn't want to sit around and think about how America had just been attacked. By the end of the following week I was holed up in Bullhead at Gretchen's Inn, a contemptible riverside hideaway off Route 95. From the outside it looked harmless, but from the inside it was something else. A flea-bag meth flophouse, busted locks on the doors, and windows that wouldn't close, people screwing all day and night. I slept with my arms folded over my chest, and one of my beloved Glock 19s in my hand. On the night of October 22nd, 2001, as I listened to methed-out tweakers bang away above and below my room, I lay down for the last time as 100% J. Dobbins. The next day our case, codenamed Operation Riverside, would go into full swing. Sugar Bear's informant, Chuck, would take me to Mojave Firearms for some introductions. Chuck would say, "This is J. Davis, good guy to know, good guy to be known by." Here's what I said. "What's up? This is a nice place you got here. Looks like you know your business." "Yeah, Jay's my name, but everyone calls me Bird. Here's my card. Imperial Financial. I do collection work." "Yeah, that kind. You know, a John Doe fucks up at the Bellagio and goes back to Omaha with a line of unpaid credit. They can't send a security detail to beat the gold out of him on his front lawn. Bad publicity. That's where I come in. Yeah, I guess it's pretty cool if I stop to think about it, which I don't. Pays the bills, keeps the lawn green, and doesn't take too much of my time. Yeah, I ride. You see a patch on my back? Well, then I'm not a 1%er, so quit asking. Yeah, that's my bike, the one with the baseball bat strapped to the sissy bars. What's it for? I'm a huge D-backs fan. Luis Gonzalez is my boy." "Oh, man, what do you think?" "That's right, dude, the collections. Baseball bat can come in handy in my line. But listen, I got another business. Maybe you can help me out?" "I need guns. Small ones, big ones, fast ones, slow ones. No papers. Hit-and-run deals I can throw in the river, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate your discretion, dude. You're a class businessman." "Yeah, so what if I already got a couple pieces? My Glocks are my babies, and they're for me and me alone. Right now, I'm looking for 45s. Also, know anyone who can work on my bike? You do?" "Thanks, dude. I owe you one. Any time you want to go down to the Inferno for beers, you let me know. Next night out is on the Birdman." Bob Abraham, the owner of the gun shop, filled in the blanks. He was 47, short, portly, strong, and knowledgeable about every gun under the sun. The intro went well. Abraham ate every scrap and crumb. The next day he sold me 2 45s. No papers, no forms. All cash. It was too easy. Through the years, I was often amused by how quickly suspects decided to trust me. Criminality is a brutal, sometimes comical game of one-upmanship. Bad guys are constantly trying to prove to one another, and themselves, that they're badder and harder than the next guy. This is one reason Abraham wanted to know if I was a 1%er. This phrase originated when rogue bikers ran roughshod over a 1947 motorcycle rally in Hollister, California. These troublemakers were described as the 1% of the American motorcycle riding public that is criminal by the American Motorcyclist Association. The name stuck and was proudly worn by those riders who considered themselves to be outlaws, since law-abiding bike enthusiasts, 99%ers, had ostracized these outlaw riders, and since they were usually societal outcasts to begin with, they formed clubs. These riders were easily identified by their motorcycle vests, leather or denim jackets, usually with the sleeves cut off and therefore known as cuts, which were adorned with the 3-piece patch of the outlaw biker. This patch was really 3 separate patches found on the back of the vest. It consisted of a large center patch depicting the club's logo, the infamous laughing winged skull or death head in the case of the Hells Angels, a curved rocker-shaped top rocker containing the club's name, and a bottom rocker containing the vest wearer's charter affiliation, usually the name of a city, state, or in the case of international clubs, country. The four major American outlaw clubs are the Pagans in the East, the Outlaws in the Midwest, the Bandidos in Texas, and the Hells Angels, who are found throughout the country in at least 20 states. The other three clubs may beg to differ, but the Hells Angels are the premier outlaw club in the United States and the world. Abraham wanted to know if I was a one-percenter, because if I was, I would have had instant credibility. It didn't matter that I wasn't a one-percenter, though, because for small-time guys like Abraham, credibility was cheap. After a couple more sales, Abraham introed me to Scott Varville, John Corr, and Sean McManama, who introed me to Tim Holt, a machinist who ended up making me a bunch of silencers. Each of these men had four things in common. They loved guns, they were white, they were not rich, and they all told me they knew Smitty, the local Hells Angels brass. Smitty belonged to the Arizona Nomad charter of the Hells Angels. Most large one-percenter clubs have Nomad charters. They're divisions within the club that belong to a state but don't have a fixed location. At the time, the Arizona Hells Angels had fixed charters in Tucson, Mesa, Phoenix, Cave Creek, and Skull Valley, while their Nomad charter kept a small clubhouse in Flagstaff. They had the state covered. I'd seen Smitty around. He looked like a hippie granddad, a swirling black and white beard, big old man eyeglasses, a bald crown that topped a curtain of long, stiff hair. When he smiled, which I'd learned was often for a Hells Angel, he looked like a lovable goofball. Varville loved Smitty the most. Varville maintained that the Angels wanted to recruit him, but that they couldn't because of his job, which he refused to give up. He was a school nurse, which was simply not badass enough. Varville was the most interesting of the Mojave firearms bunch. I first got with him on November 7th, 3 short weeks after having met Abraham, when along with Abraham and the informant, Chuck, we paid Varville a visit. I wanted to drop off my '63 Panhead to see if Varville could fix it. He said he could. We admired his Harley Road King for a while, and as Varville gloated over it, Chuck said, "Well, we've seen your scooter. Now where's the guns?" Varville asked Abraham if he trusted us, and Abraham said, "They know about my toys, so if we're going down, I guess we're all going down together. Yeah, I trust them. I trust them with my life." Varville proceeded to let us into his gun vault, a 15 by 20-foot room off the cluttered garage. Every wall of the room was lined with guns of every kind, from damn near every decade of the 20th century, and probably 24 countries. Varville handed me an AR-15 with a 3-position switch and said, "Yep, fully auto. Did the work myself." He stuck a thumb in the direction of a hulking machine mill. "Man, I can trick out these ARs all day." Good for him. After a while, we left. Weeks passed, and we worked. The guys were flush. I did a ruse deal with John Corr. I told him I was selling guns to some Mexican gangsters at a body shop, and I asked him to come along as backup. Before we went to the shop, we stopped at a 7-Eleven for gas and big gulps. After the Cougar filled up, I dumped my soda on the pavement and filled the big gulp cup with gasoline. I said, "Look, these are bad fuckers. We're going to go in there and take care of business. But if shit goes bad, I'm going to throw this on the main dude and flick my cigarette at him and send him up in flames. Got it?" Then we run like hell. The guys we were dealing with were all cops, and this was never going to happen, but Corr thought it was as real as daylight. He was so nervous during the deal that he ashed his cigarettes onto the tops of his shoes so as not to offend the buyers by littering on their floor. After that, I set up some deals with Corr and Sean McManama, and with McManaman's help had Tim Holt custom manufacture the silencers. McManaman also asked me to kill his wife's ex-husband and gave me the gun to do it. This murder-for-hire scenario was one I was familiar with. My M.O. in these situations was to slow-play the request, demanding that if I were to undertake such a serious crime, it had to be on my own terms. Often, in the interim, suspects would come to their senses, and I'd be called off. Murders for hire were usually beneficial. I could gain credibility for being willing to kill for money, and the prosecutors would have a good conspiracy charge to level against the suspect when his or her day came in court. I accepted McManaman's request according to my guidelines, and sure enough, a few weeks down the line, he called me off, while I cultivated the reputation of being a hitman. I stayed on Varville, but he only danced around deals. I went to pick up my bike and found him fiddling at his workbench, wearing baby blue nurse's scrubs. When he saw me, he got up and took a Sig Sauer pistol from the table, stuffing it into his waistband, the grip hanging over the lip of his drawstring pants. We shook hands, and he walked me over to my bike. He straddled it, started it up, and rode the throttle in neutral. He yelled over the engine, "That Spectre pistol Corps selling you? How much he want?" I yelled back, "$1,000." "Ma me, that's too much for a pistol, Bird. It was me, I'd charge you $300. "That's cool of you, dude, but he ain't budgin'. All the same to me, just have to work extra hard." He turned off the engine, and in the sudden silence I was still yelling, "On the next collection." He shrugged, said, "Hey, it's your money." I stuck my chin at the bike. "Sounds good." "Like a motherfucker." He cut the engine and swung his leg over the seat in a fluid motion, the pistol still in his waist. It defied gravity with so little baggy cotton medical nonsense holding it in place. "Hey, come with me. Want to show you something." He led me to the gun room. It was the same as before, gun after gun after gun. Varville opened a large drawer and started rummaging through it, pulling out rags and rifle butts and holsters and bulletproof vests, throwing everything in a heap. He spoke in a stream of words. He sounded like he was tweaking on meth. "Abraham and those guys want me to trick out everything they got. Fuck that. I don't need more automatic shit sitting around to incriminate my ass. These guys don't understand the risk I take doing all their fucking mods. Shit, I already got a PVC garden out back that would make Ted Nugent cream his pants." I assumed this referred to his backyard, where he'd buried his excess firearms in sealed PVC piping. He stopped going through the drawers and put his hands on his hips. "There you are." Varville removed an MP-40 from the drawer. "This is a German Schmeisser. The Nazis used it during the invasion of Poland. It's an open-bolt, blowback, slow-cycle machine gun. And this," he pulled out another gun, "is British, Sten gun. Come by these once in a while." "Cool. Can you get me any of those?" "Sure. I'll keep my ear to the ground. This is an STG-44, Russian, precursor to the AK-47. You can switch this shit on the fly. Better have your clips handy. And this is a snowplow, a flat-top AR-15, but the sighting mechanism is for clearing brush." He lined the machine guns along the blank wall next to the door jamb. He handed me the Sten. I placed it alongside the MP-40, and we stepped back. Varville looked down on his collection, his arms folded. He gave his head a slow, prideful, almost disbelieving shake. He took a deep breath through his nose, filling his lungs, and made a little stab with a short exhale from the back of his throat. He was in awe. "Bird, you're looking at the loves of my life, is what you're looking at." We ran and ran and ran, and I cracked the whip. Sugar Bear had trouble keeping up. Within 12 weeks I'd purchased a grab bag of guns, a Czechoslovakian .32 caliber semi-auto pistol, a Rome .22 caliber revolver, an FIE model A27 .25 caliber pistol, an Intratec Tech 22 9mm pistol with a compatible silencer, a Seitz Spectre HC 9mm semi-auto pistol, a Ruger 22 caliber Model 1022 rifle with a sawed-off 13-inch barrel, and a Colt AR-15 223 caliber machine gun. I bought 40-odd silencers from Holt, with McManama acting as a middleman. The silencers, the machine gun, the sawed-off, and the Tech-22 with the silencer were all banned weapons. I was never asked to fill out any paperwork, as I'd always implied to them that I was using them for kills, or that I was running them south to Mexico to sell at a markup. The guys didn't ask questions. They made quick tabulations with the criminal calculus, and nodded to me like I was their dear old brother. I danced around 4 murder solicitations, delaying or bluffing, never actually killing anyone for money. They all kept me very busy. During that fall and winter, my son Jack kept me busy, too. I made sure to drive down to Tucson twice a week to coach a rabid gang of 7- and 8-year-olds in a T-ball league. During the whole Riverside case, I never missed a single game, even if I had to drive through the night, showing up as the boys took the field. I did this because I felt guilty for not being there, but I also did it because it was a pleasure. For a couple of hours a week, I was around innocents. I could encourage kids to succeed and hug them after they did something fun. It was the highlight of my week. One Saturday in mid-January, Jack reminded me that we didn't have a T-ball game on Tuesday. I asked, "Why not?" "I don't know. Martin Luther King Day's on Monday, so for some reason they canceled the game on Tuesday." "Right. Then next Saturday it is." On Sunday I went back to Bullhead with a trunk full of food made by Gwen. As I left the house, my family stood in the front yard waving. I thought, Jay, you're a lucky man. That night I hung out at the Inferno Lounge with Abraham and Varville. The Inferno was the place to be and be seen in Bullhead City. It was a dark, bland bar in an unremarkable 2-story concrete building, with bikini-clad bartenders keeping the customers coming back. Regular citizens and small-time crooks were the main clientele, but it also attracted a fair number of outlaw bikers. Smitty came through 2 or 3 times a week. Varville and I sat at the bar talking about the Florence prison run. Everyone knew about the Florence run. All the Arizona clubs saddled up and rode out to the Florence prisons to pay tribute to their incarcerated brothers. I said I'd never been, and Varville said it was a sight to behold. I told him I thought I'd go, even if I had to go alone. It sounded too damn cool. Abraham emerged from the John, walked over to us, and climbed onto his stool. He wrapped his hands around his beer and stared at the TV, which showed a Colin Powell interview intercut with images of the Taliban in Afghanistan. Abraham said longingly, "Man, talk about a fucking market." Neither Varville nor I said anything. We weren't sure what he meant. Abraham said, "Man, if I could, I'd build a fucking bridge from Afghanistan to the front door of my store." Varville was shocked. "Bob, what are you talking about?" "I'd sell those Arab boys some guns is what I'm talking about." He pointed the glistening top of his beer bottle at a group of bearded Taliban. Varville nearly choked. "So they could kill Americans with them?" "Hell yeah, I don't give a shit. Money's money, and if a motherfucker needs a gun, I want to be his guy." I said, "Dude, you're fucked up." Varville, the ex-Marine, looked at Abraham like he was a leper and went back to drinking. Abraham changed the subject. "Say, Bert, you doing anything tomorrow?" "Not that I know of." "I'm going shooting, out in the desert. Want to come?" "What's the occasion?" He took a long swig of beer and said, "It's Nigger Monday. I know those lazy feds always take their holidays to drink beer and sit around. Therefore I know I won't get caught with any of my really fun toys out in the bush." He tapped his temple, indicating his brains, which, had it been acceptable, I would have enjoyed bashing. I said I didn't think I'd make it. finished my drink, and left. I didn't take Martin Luther King Day off. I did paperwork, concentrating on Abraham, and visited Holt at the machine shop to pick up another batch of silencers. The whole time I thought, Abraham, you fat fuck, here is one Fed who's working the long weekend, and one day you are going to go to jail for just a little bit longer because I decided to work on Nigger Monday, 2002. Chapter 4. Hoedown at Harrow's. January through April 2002. I went on the prison run in late January. Florence, Arizona, is a small desert town whose main distinction is that it's home to the state's and the nation's largest correctional facilities. Thousands of bikers stage up and slowly ride out to the prison complex in a massive pack of chrome, steel, leather, and denim to pay their respects to those unfortunate enough to be doing hard time. As the ragged column crawls past the yard, orange jumpsuited inmates caged behind thousands of feet of curly-cued razor wire stand at parade rest while the bikers file past, saluting, hooting, and hollering. To establish some semblance of order, the law comes out in a show of force. Helicopters, anti-personnel vehicles, cruisers, motorcycles, SUVs, paddy wagons, the whole fleet. Varville, who didn't go, was right. It was a sight to behold. I rode with a confidential informant from another case out of Los Angeles. The CI's name was Mike Kramer, a.k.a. Mesa Mike. He was one of the few angels we ever got to flip, but at that time his case agent, ATF Special Agent John Ciccone, didn't know exactly why he'd flipped. At the run, Mesa Mike introed me to some of his closest friends, Mesa Angels Carl Schaefer, Kevin Augustiniak, and Paul Eischeid. He pointed out others from a distance, the Mesa president, Bad Bob, and his vice president, Whale. Smitty from Bullhead, who I easily recognized, and a huge guy named Chico out of the Phoenix Charter. Mesa Mike warned me never to tangle with Chico, that he'd kill anyone, cop, woman, child, dog, bunny rabbit, even a Hell's Angels brother if he deserved it, without losing a wink of sleep. After the run, I returned to the Bullhead UC house. It was in a cul-de-sac named Verano Circle. The house was decorated like a bomb shelter for motorheads. I'd boarded the windows with plywood. Every door but the front was barricaded with a 2x4. The living room was a gym, full power rack, dumbbells, free weights, heavy bag, speed bag. There was a red pipe wrench hanging next to the front door, and a bulletproof vest hanging on the living room wall. I kept a machete and a shotgun in the closet. One corner of the house was stacked with sandbags. There was a pantry full of canned food, bottled water, 3 cases of Coors Light, and a large bottle of Jack Daniels. The purpose of all of this was to suggest that if the police came, I was going to hunker down and shoot it out, Butch Cassidy style. I continued to go to Tucson twice a week to coach Jack's games. I took a couple of days in late March to sit around the pool in my backyard and live the good life. In the evenings I played flashlight tag on the golf course with Jack, and then came inside and listened to my daughter Dale practice guitar. She was pretty good for a beginner. Gwen, stylish and forgiving, fawned over me in ways I didn't deserve. April rolled around. I went back to Bullhead. Another motorcycle rally, the River Run in Laughlin, was gearing up. Since it was on my turf, I resolved to meet some of the local Hells Angels when it took place. At the time, ATF had some real interest in the Angels. In addition to Agent Ciccone's investigation, a well-known rock star of a case agent named Joseph Slats Latala was conducting a historical case based in Phoenix. This kind of case is built around existing police reports, warrants, affidavits, arrests, convictions, financial documents, and public records. Slats sought to prove that the Angels were a criminal organization, indictable under RICO, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. Slats knew the Angels had been in Arizona for a little under 5 years. He had learned that before them the state's top 1%ers were the Dirty Dozen. The Dozen had been violent and well-established. They had extorted money and committed violent acts. They had trafficked in weapons and drugs. Their members had included Chico and Bad Bob. The Angels came onto their turf when Ralph Sonny Barger, the iconic godfather of the Hells Angels, retired his 40-year presidency in Oakland, California. He had served a prison term in the Phoenix area and had fallen in love with the climate and the state. Leaving Oakland, he relocated to Cave Creek, Arizona, a suburb north of Phoenix. With him came the Hells Angels, and with them came the intolerance for any club claiming to be their equal. The Dirty Dozen were in a hard spot. They were tough, but they lacked the resources, to say nothing of the international reputation of the Hells Angels. The Dozen's members were given a choice: disappear or patch over to the Angels. Most enthusiastically chose the latter. Others hung up their cuts for good. Others sought Angels membership, but were denied. These facts were significant. For a club to go from non-existent to the main show in town in under 5 years proved to Slats that the Angels were wielding their influence ably and willfully. These are the types of bricks that RICO cases are built with. Historically, 2 main barriers have prevented law enforcement from wholeheartedly investigating the outlaw motorcycle gangs, or OMGs. On the high end, the bosses don't give them much credit as criminals. It's much more fashionable to go after volume dealers of drugs, arms, or explosives. If the bosses are more concerned with making a lot of cases, then it's easier to move against small-timers like the Varvilles and Abrahams of the world. Going after groups like the Hells Angels takes time, commitment, trust, risk, and money, a lethal recipe for a bureaucracy like ATF. On the low end is the fact that some biker investigators assimilate and sympathize with their adversaries. Some even form their own clubs. This has always been a mystery to me. Cops don't mimic mafia dons or dress as Crips and Bloods and form up neighborhood sets. So why would some choose to create their own motorcycle clubs patterned after criminal syndicates? Maybe it's because they're bound by the bikes themselves. One thing that cuts across all of them is the live to ride, ride to live credo. But I wouldn't know, since I don't really love bikes. Go figure. Regardless of the reasons, these forces, a disregard for their legitimacy from above, a wary respect and kinship from below, combined to give the bikers some semblance of a safe haven. Here's what I thought. Yeah, guns and drugs ruin people's lives, but what truly ruins people's lives is violence, and violence was and is the source of the Hells Angels' power. In the coming months, as we'd meet to discuss the Angels, Slats expanded on this notion. He understood that outlaw bikers were easy to misconstrue as white, overweight, middle-aged illiterates who wore dirty bowling vests, drank beer, and sat around telling war stories about toothless hags they picked up on the side of the road. Not all of these guys were killers, rapists, or dopers. Slats knew that the majority of these guys had something in life, a job, a family, that restrained them. But he also knew that every outlaw who wore a 3-piece patch had the potential for some serious ugliness. A small percentage of 1%ers was crazy, violent, and wired enough that all they did was dope, booze, and commit crimes. He also knew that, being brothers, this smaller group had a lot of influence over the larger, less volatile group. When you mixed these guys with alcohol, drugs, guns, hammers, knives, and honor, and added a violent leader, then violence became the probable, even the preferred, outcome of any conflict. They were like a Greek fraternity with guns. We all knew that when these guys felt comfortable, they were capable of horrible things: rat-pack beatings, assaults, stabbings, shootings, rapes. When it got bad, Outlaw bikers fed off each other for each other, because, in their minds, all they had was each other. My thinking as a street cop has always been that I don't care who you are or what club you belong to. If you are being a violent asshole and engaging in illegal activity, then it's my job to try to arrest you. My feeling is that the OMGs are tailor-made for ATF. Guns, explosives, drugs, and violence. These are the cornerstones of our mandate. I also believe that OMGs are America's only truly indigenous form of international organized crime. Mafias come from places like Italy, Russia, and Japan. Drug cartels issue from South America and Southeast Asia. Street gangs are local and not unique to this or any other country. But the bike gangs started here in the 40s and 50s with the Hells Angels at the forefront, and now they can be found on every continent in nearly half of the world's countries. The Hells Angels themselves have charters in 26 countries on 5 continents. Germany alone has more members than the United States, and it all started with the visionary guidance of one Ralph "Sonny" Barger in Oakland, California. For those reasons, I've always believed that investigating biker gangs was a worthwhile endeavor. And on April 27, 2002, my less than convinced colleagues would come to believe this too. The River Run didn't commemorate anything like incarcerated felons. It was merely a large bike rally in a Nevada casino town. It had been going on since 1983. It attracted corporate sponsors and big-time music acts. It featured custom bike contests, Miss Laughlin contests, lots of strippers, shaving cream and baby oil fights between said strippers, gambling, and general partying. The vast majority of the attendees were law-abiding citizens. But no run would be complete without the presence of the OMGs. They were idolized and highly respected, and since everyone loves being idolized and respected, they showed up in force. The Hells Angels were the stars of these events, but there were other gangs there too. Not to be at the same event as your rivals was the most cowardly of retreats, and no club willingly got shown up in this way. So it was that a Hells Angels rival, Southern California's Mongols, were in town too. These clubs had been in a violent feud for 30 years, but it had yet to explode into a full-blown war. In addition to the bikers, Laughlin was flush with cops. State and local guys were supplemented by feds like Saccone and Slats. In support of them were Sugar Bear and me, plus some of my oldest undercover friends and colleagues, guys like John Babyface Carr, Sean Spider-Man Hoover, and Darren Kaz Kozlowski. The support staff also included a young female recruit named Jenna J.J. McGuire. Kaz teamed up with me on the night of April 27th. Kaz was a crazy improvisational UC who always looked scary. He was famous for joking, "If I die on this job, I sure as fuck don't want it to be in a traffic accident or because I had a heart attack at my desk. I don't want to get hit by a bus on my motorcycle. I want to be duct-taped to a chair and shotgunned in the face. I want those motherfuckers to cut my head off. I want the boys to say, 'Did you hear? They cut Caz's head off.'" We went to the Flamingo, which was where all of the Angels were staying. We went to a centrally located bar and took a couple of stools. Everyone eye-fucked us. There were Hells Angels coming and going all around. J.J., in an observational role, sat at the end of the bar and watched while fighting off offers for free drinks and motorcycle rides. The situation in the casino was palpably tense. The Angels knew the Mongols were around. They expected a fight, but they didn't know when or where it would start. The Angels had sent spies to the Mongols' hotel and were convinced that the Mongols had returned the favor. No one seemed approachable, and I hadn't yet seen Smitty, the main guy I wanted to meet. After an hour of nursing beers, Kaz and I concluded that maybe it wasn't our night. That's when Smitty stopped at the bar a few stools down. He was by himself. He ordered a Crown Royal and Coke. I knew I had to mind my P's and Q's. If I screwed up the intro, then Kaz and I would be at the bottom of a pile before we knew it, and any hope of establishing a rapport with the Angels would be nixed. I wasn't exactly scared. We had a cover team and there were cops everywhere, but I still had to look tough while being respectful. As for Kaz, he didn't care. He'd shoot it out like in an old Western, and love every minute of it. Kaz and I approached Smitty. Before we got close enough to make him uncomfortable, I said, "Excuse me, you're Smitty, right?" He turned to us. Something registered. He nodded owlishly and grinned. It was as though the line of his smile had been drawn on his face by a cartoonist. He said, "That's right." "My name's Bird. This is my buddy Kaz." He nodded at Kaz, but talked to me. "Yeah, I know who you are." "Really? That's flattering." He said, "Well, the BHC's a small town," referring to Bullhead City. "Maybe, but the way I see it, you're like the mayor over there, and I'm barely a citizen." He didn't say anything, but it was obvious by the way he turned up the corner of his mouth that he was flattered, too. I continued, "Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself and say that I think you're doing a hell of a job hosting the party." Smitty smiled some more and finished his drink. I got the feeling he thought I wasn't much more than a groupie. He said, "Thanks. Nice to meet you too, Bird. Hope to see you around." And then he walked back into the casino throng, civilians and angels parting for his passing. Not long after he left, another Hell's Angel with a Dago cut, San Diego, sat on the same stool, accompanied by some other Dago Angels. They all ordered beers. The guy who'd taken Smitty's seat was stocky and looked like a young Kris Kringle, wavy hair, a long, wavy, fanned-out beard, beady eyes, and rosy cheeks. I thrust my hand toward him and said, "Hey, I'm Bird from Bullhead City. Can I buy you a shot?" He shook my hand. "Hey, I'm Ramona Pete. No shot tonight, Bird, but thanks." He was very congenial, and we talked about the run for a few minutes while he drank his beer. As he finished, he flashed us a toothy smile and said, "Whenever you're in Dago, come see me at Dumont's Bar. Can't miss it. It's right down the street from our clubhouse." "Cool. I'll do that." He left. We stayed at the bar well into the night. Smitty crossed the floor a couple more times, usually with other angels. One stood out in my memory, not only because of the way he looked, but because he whispered with Smitty on 2 occasions. This man was thin and twitchy. His flash, the small cloth patches stitched onto his front of his cut, identified him as a Skull Valley member, and as one of the filthy few. This meant he'd committed extreme violence on behalf of the club, most likely a murder. He had a mullet of swept-back battleship gray hair. He wore sunglasses and had buck teeth. He reminded me of the Nestle's Quick Rabbit. Smitty and the rabbit disappeared from our radar for a while, but eventually they rejoined us next to a blackjack table not far from where we sat. Smitty looked nervous, and the rabbit sweated visibly. His hands were shoved into his pants pockets, and his elbows were locked. They spoke intently for about 5 minutes, and then broke, the rabbit briskly walking away. Smitty didn't look happy. He rejoined some angels at another blackjack table and nodded to the dealer, who stopped slinging cards. Smitty spoke to them quietly but purposefully. We turned our attention back to our drinks, playing it cool, pretending the angels weren't there and didn't matter to us. When we looked back to the blackjack table, the angels were gone. We looked around. All of the angels were gone. Kaz said, "What the fuck?" I shrugged. Something was up. We just didn't know what it was. We finished our drinks, paid the tab, and went outside. It was almost 2 a.m. As we walked to our bikes, police cruiser after police cruiser screamed down the Laughlin Strip. Some people ran in the direction of the squad cars, but most ran against them. I could almost smell the craziness, as if trouble came with a hint of sulfur. Kaz said, "Well, guess we know where the angels went." There's a long bar at the Harrah's Laughlin Casino and Resort called Rosie's Cantina. It's rectangular, with purple columns at the corners. People huddle around it to play keno and smoke long white cigarettes. It's surrounded by the usual American casino scene, ecstatic slot machines and dozens of video poker and blackjack consoles that play a dinging soundtrack dedicated to elusive cash. Mongols watered themselves around the bar. They were everywhere. They sat on stools and stood in their boots. They were decked in leather and denim. Their chests puffed like those of rare birds. Their backs twitched like those of horses. They acted as they always do, paranoid and defensive and conscious of their ability to intimidate. At the northern end of the bar, a small group of San Francisco Hells Angels tried to drink. Bay Area Angels are as prideful as they come, since their ancestral line is shot directly into the golden days, their inheritance being Sonny Barger himself, the famed Bass Lake Runs, Angel Dust, and Altamont. The Mongols did not want the Angels there. Harrah's was their home turf. The Frisco Angels knew this, so they'd put out a surreptitious distress call, and Smitty answered it. He went to Harrah's as an Angel undercover agent. No H.A. cut, no flash, just another dude surveying the lay of the land, seeing which table was bathed with the aura of Lady Luck. He stepped to the bar for a drink. A group of Mongols stood next to him. He overheard strands of their conversation. I can only imagine the bullshit insults that wafted from their lips, but it's not hard to do that. The Mongols would have called the Angels pinks, faggots, losers, cocksuckers. I'm sure Smitty heard it all, and I'm sure he didn't like it. He forced a broad smile and sipped his beer, wiping the suds from his mustache. He watched the far end of the bar, where his Frisco brothers huddled. A group of Mongols orbited them. Something had to give. He walked away from the bar slowly, and then, once out of sight, raced back to the Flamingo. He grabbed John Cowboy Ward and Rodney Cox, and enlisted the Rabbit to help him muster the troops. He put his cut back on. Angels disappeared and re-emerged a little more flushed, a little redder with rage, a little more armed. 10 minutes passed. The group fired up in the parking lot. The rumble. They rode down the strip, some doubled-up bitch style. They rode down the hill to Harrah's main entrance. They kicked their stands and fired down. Few talked. There were about 30 of them. They ran into the lobby and turned right. Keys and metal clanked on their waistbands. As they passed the restaurant, they broke off and fanned into the machines. A group of 10 moved toward the bar, toward their stranded San Francisco brothers. The Mongols started to act like rats in a flood. Movements became jerky. Adrenaline was so abundant it could have been put on sale. Hank and Mary Citizen were among the faded bikers, playing their games. Some noticed. Some thought, "What the?" Some left quickly. Several Hells Angels sat on stools in front of a bank of slots and slipped items out of their vests and boots. Shiny things, dull things, wooden things, metal things. Some of these things made clicking sounds. Some of them were silent. Words were spoken. Pete Eunice from Dago, the one who'd been so nice and charming to us, tried to broker a truce. He didn't try too hard. The Hells Angels instinctively understand things other clubs don't. They know that action is character. You can stitch all the patches you want and paste your chest high and low with them, telling the world you've killed for your club, you've eaten menstruating pussy, you're a rapist and a gangbanger, you're a sergeant, a president, someone who's taken a bullet or a beating for the club, someone who's been given the opportunity to rat and hasn't, someone who's kicked the shit out of a cop. But those little pieces of rectangular flash don't mean a thing if you don't know how or when to kick, shoot, stab, or swing. The first guy to make a move, an angel named Ray Folks, kicked a Mongol in the chest. A large group of people clung to these two as they fell away from the bar. People moved toward or away from the melee based on their allegiance. To themselves, away. to their brothers, toward. The fanned-out angels converged. Mongols got blindsided by hammers and maglights. The hammers took cheeks and ears. The lights took necks and knees. Knives were pulled and resheathed through the ragged layers of bikers' sides and legs, only to be pulled back out into the recycled casino air, dripping with blood. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Guns were drawn and fired. The place danced. Concerned faces looked in every direction. Some Mongols got truly scared. They inched to the periphery, trying to avoid an angel in waiting, and hunkered by a twinkling slot. Most avoided contact. Once a safe distance was reached, some Mongols turned and ran. Others, fearing a larger assault, stripped their cuts and stuffed them into garbage cans and the spaces in between the game machines. The angels stood their ground. More shots were fired. The gunplay created random spaces around the shooters. Pete Eunice was no longer trying to make truces. He was firing away. Smitty didn't have a gun, but he covered Pete. Another shooter was the angel named Cal Schaefer. No one covered him. When firing, he stabbed the gun into the air as if his target was within arm's reach. The flare lit up the muzzle, and the slug let fly. He twirled around, looking for another target, then twirled around again. The barrel sang. No angel removed his cut, not one, especially not those killed. The Nestle's quick rabbit tried to revive one of his fallen brothers and gave him mouth-to-mouth on the casino floor. It didn't work. He hid his gun under the body of his fallen brother. The riot took less than 2 minutes, and it was there for all to see on video surveillance. Watching it later, I was struck by the hapless choreography of it. People moved together as if attached with invisible strings. Hands moved up at the same time, faces turned to the same spot, shoulders inched in the same direction. There was no sound on the tapes, which made the reactions all the more surreal. Everyone moved like a dumb organism, like a cell drifting through a teeming medium of life and liquid. It was very strange and even beautiful. But it was not beautiful. 3 were killed, 2 angels and 1 Mongol, and dozens were hospitalized. Later that night, another angel was gunned down on a dark desert highway outside town. Average tourists and workers were traumatized but miraculously uninjured. The Laughlin riot remains the worst case of casino violence in Nevada history, a brazen act completely disrespectful of authority or the threat of death or imprisonment. A challenge to us, the people who are supposed to protect the public, a challenge to me, who felt even more compelled to use Bird against some truly violent sons of bitches. Chapter 5. Black Biscuit Barbecue. April to May 2002. At the end of April, I went to Tucson to be with my family for a few days. Jack's t-ball team was doing well and having fun. Gwen was running the house like an easy-going quartermaster, and Dale played her used guitar. She wanted a new one. I told her to keep at it a little longer. I said that when Gwen and I thought she was dedicated, we'd get it for her, a Gibson or whatever was best. She said okay. Daisy, our lazy hound dog, alternated between sleeping on a pad under the veranda and barking into the desert bush, warning rattlers, Gila monsters, and roadrunners to keep their distance. I did yard work, cleaned the pool, and patched a spot on the roof. It was warm enough to be outside at night, and we ate dinner on the back porch. A week later, I headed back to Phoenix to meet with Joseph Slats Slatala. He'd called to ask if I'd be interested in joining him on his Hells Angels case. We had never worked together, but our wives were friends, so we knew each other socially. Where I was regarded as an accomplished undercover, Slats was renowned as a major case guru. He'd worked in Detroit in the 80s and 90s, the Vietnam of federal law enforcement, and Phoenix and Miami after that. He'd recently returned to Phoenix and had been looking for a challenge commensurate with his drive and skills. We met at the Waffle House at Baseline and I-10. We both had pecan waffles with fried eggs and sausage and hot coffee. The place smelled like a tar pit, brimming with bacon drippings, syrup, and industrial-strength cleaners. He said he'd been keeping tabs on Operation Riverside, that Sugar Bear and I were doing good work. I said his case in Phoenix sounded promising. He bit into a juicy sausage. Grease dripped down his fork and chin. Just got a hell of a lot more promising. Those fucks fucked up at Laughlin. I sopped up egg yolks with a wedge of waffle. He drank his coffee and continued, saying the Hells Angels had played their hand, and played it wrong, that they'd practically forced us to step up to the plate and take a swing at the world's baddest, most infamous OMG. I put down my coffee mug. I knew he was right. I said, "So?" "So? So what are we talking about here?" "You're in a unique position." He took a forkful of hash browns and swirled them in a pile of ketchup and Tabasco sauce. "Riverside is on autopilot. You're going to make a good case there. I'd love to have both of you come on. You'd be the lead UC for the whole thing, and Sugar Bear could run the northern end of the op." "I can only speak for myself, but that sounds damn tempting." He stuffed the hash browns into his mouth. He spoke before swallowing. "So you'll do it? You'll come on board with me?" "Dude, say the word, and I'm there." I could hardly believe I was about to be working with Joseph Slatala. I wasn't so much starstruck as I was excited. I knew that if we put in the hours, we'd have a legacy maker of a case. "Good." He signaled to the waitress, who looked like she'd rather be playing pinochle. I asked, "What's the plan?" Before answering, Slats asked the waitress for a Diet Coke with lemon. He watched her walk away. Then he turned to me with a wise smile and said, "Oh, don't worry. You'll love it." Slats put the team together, and we got underway in late May. Working undercover with me would be ATF Special Agent Carlos Canino, an old friend and partner we got on loan from the Miami field office, and veteran Phoenix police detective Billy "Timmy" Long. In addition, two very different informants would work with us. The first was Rudy Kramer, a confidential informant Slats had flipped. The second was a man simply known as Pops, a 50-something paid informant and ex-street hustler who I'd worked with many times. I'd met Pops in 1996 through investigators working with the Air Force's Office of Special Investigations, OSI. Pops worked as a traditional confidential informant in those days, exchanging legal leniency for information. Pops helped the OSI with a home invasion crew, a band of robbers who targeted residential homes that included an Air Force officer. At the time, Pops was heavily involved in meth. He was a tweaker whose life could have easily ended in prison or a ditch. The OSI case went well, and after he took care of his legal problems, never having to serve any time, Pops started doing informant-for-hire work for the Arizona Department of Public Safety. His work was good, but he was inconsistent, and he had trouble staying clean. He was recommended to me, but before we could work together, I had to lay down the law. I told him I wouldn't tolerate drug use, and that if I found out he'd lied to me about anything, I'd cut him loose. He agreed to the terms, and it was the start of a unique relationship. Over the course of several cases, I groomed Pops into a skilled operative. He learned to remember license plates, addresses, gun serial numbers, and names from utility bills. He became an excellent note-taker, emptying his brain of details as soon as the opportunity arose. He was as good at these aspects of the job, if not better, than most agents. He worked entirely for money, and initially money was his sole motivation. But over time, he grew to enjoy working for the good guys. He dug the jazz and rush of running a good scam on bad people. Eventually, I came to trust him as much as I trusted any of the other men or women I worked with. I introduced him around, and he got hired onto other investigations, always coming away with high praise and improved skills. By the time I'd asked him to join me on Black Biscuit, he was making a living working exclusively as a paid informant. When I told Slats I wanted Pops, he asked why. I said, "This guy knows the meth game from the street up. He's not a one-percenter, but he knows these guys in ways we simply can't. He wouldn't be faking. Do you trust him? Enough to let him carry a piece. Yeah, I trust him like he's one of us. I'll have to meet him, but okay. Go talk to him. I did. I went to Pop's place in Tucson. He lived there with his wife and 2 whip-smart girls, and asked him if he wanted to work a big case for me. "Hell yes," he said. I gave him the details. He said he was game to play a big role. I told him I couldn't give him that he'd just be an associate. I didn't make any bones about it. You'll get $500 a week, no overtime, plus expenses. You're going to make runs to Mexico for us. Agents can't go down there. You'll be traveling with another less trusted informant. Make sure he stays in line. As always, you're our drug guy. You know the shit better than we do. And if there ever comes a time when one of us needs to take a bump or a puff, when we got no dodge or escapes left, then you got to come to the rescue and be that guy. All right. Think you can handle that without getting hooked again? Jay, I hook that shit again? I'm telling you now to go ahead and arrest me when it happens. That, or shoot me. It won't happen. Good. In addition to the Undercover crew, Slats put together a stellar task force staff of cops from a broad spectrum of agencies. ATF, the Phoenix, Glendale, and Tempe Police Departments, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and the Drug Enforcement Agency all contributed. Put together, the task force members had over 200 years of law enforcement or military training and experience. Slats couldn't persuade Sugar Bear to come on board. He opted to see the Riverside case to the end. He eventually arrested all of the guys in that case and sent them each away for quite a while. Every case gets a code name. We wanted something mysterious. The Sonny Barger investigation, or the Arizona Hells Angels, doesn't have any pop. We also needed a name that would help keep the case hush-hush. Undercover work cuts both ways. We try to get in on them, and one way or another, they try to get in on us. There are plenty of cops who are buddy-buddy with angels or angel associates, and the angels have plenty of friends, usually wives or girlfriends, who work for state or municipal offices. For those reasons, we needed to keep our case on the down low. Slats was a huge Detroit Red Wings fan, so he decided to call our case Black Biscuit, which is slang for hockey puck. We were ready to go. The Saturday before the day-to-day operations were to commence, Slats had a barbecue at his place. His wife cooked up a feast. Everyone was invited, including wives and kids. Making a weekend of it, Gwen and I checked into a hotel and left the kids with the grandparents. At the party, we laughed and drank beer and sweated in the Slatala's backyard. It was a blissful state of communal denial. At the height of the party, Slats made his way through the crowd asking people to come inside. Gwen and I were chatting with Carlos, who was there alone, when Slats came up to us. We followed him, and on the way he threw out an empty beer can, grabbing a dripping fresh one out of an ice bucket, and snapped it open. Once inside, he took his wife by the arm and climbed a few steps leading to the bedrooms upstairs. He turned around. "Friends, everyone, please. Now, you may think otherwise, but I'm not much for speeches. I just wanted to thank you all for coming. This meal we've made for you is a very small token of appreciation for what you are about to undertake. This is going to be a long haul. It'll take nearly all our time and energy. Make no mistake, no one has done what we're about to do in the way we intend to do it. It's going to take all the brains and balls and heart that each of us has." He paused to take a long swig of beer. "I gotta warn all of you, this is going to be a shit detail." Slat's wife nudged him for cussing with kids around. He continued, "The work will be big and good, but the demand will be high. So I'm here to say now that if you or any of your families have any reservations about being involved, then please, with my blessing and understanding, say so now and walk away." He paused. Silence. I raised my hand. "Fuck it, Joe. I'm out." Everyone laughed. Joe said, "All right then. I'll see you on Monday. Enjoy the last free Sunday of your foreseeable futures." Chapter 6. Rudy wanted to know where I did my time. May 2002. Our CI, Rudy Kramer, was a long-time biker and repeat offender. His rap sheet revolved around meth, which he had cooked, dealt, and used, thereby violating rule number 1 of the Successful Drug Dealer's Handbook. He'd been pinched on a felon in possession of a firearm, which was made worse by the fact that the weapon in question was a machine gun. Given the alternative of turning informant versus going away for a very long time, he wisely chose to cooperate. Rudy was not a Hell's Angel, but he could name an impressive number of them from mugshots, and claimed to be on speaking terms with at least 3 prominent Arizona Hell's Angels: Mesa Charter President Robert Bad Bob Johnston, Cave Creek Charter President Daniel Hoover Siebert, and Sonny Barger himself. He told us Sonny had exchanged alcohol and drugs for the pleasures of Pepsis and ice cream. He also said that Sonny rode with a windshield to protect the tracheostomy hole he'd received as a result of laryngeal cancer. Rudy also knew a guy named Tony Cruz, a greedy drug user who dealt openly in guns and narcotics. Cruz was the president of the Tucson Red Devils, a Hell's Angels support club. Support clubs are distinct from their superiors. They have their own member rolls, clubhouses, and officers, but they operate with the official sanction of their parent clubs and do basically whatever is asked of them. Other Hell's Angels support clubs in Arizona at the time included the Spartans and the Lost Dutchmen, but the Red Devils were the largest and most dangerous. They mainly provided muscle to the Angels for enforcement, collection, and extortion jobs. This was all great, but Rudy had one more box in his checkered past that sealed his importance to us. He was an inactive member of a Mexican OMG called the Solo Angels, based in Tijuana, Mexico. The Solos had about 100 total members, with minor representation in the San Diego, Los Angeles area. We knew the Hell's Angels were paranoid, but we also knew they weren't insecure in the ways the smaller clubs were. If we'd run straight at the Hell's Angels as average Larry bad guys, they would have ignored us, or at the most handled us with extreme caution. We had to be invited into their house. It was an issue of respect. In biker circles this was universally understood, just like it's understood that the sky is blue. The plan was to have Rudy ask the HA permission to set up an Arizona Nomads charter of the Solo Angels, and then we'd tell them we were Rudy's crew. The fact that this club was Mexican dovetailed perfectly with my established claim that I ran guns south of the border. Being Solo Angels Nomads, we wouldn't need affiliation with an established charter, so existing members wouldn't have an opportunity to get in our way. It also set the stage for RICO charges, since it would establish that the Angels controlled the outlaw clubs in Arizona. It was pluses all around. Rudy would be our president. Carlos would be a full patch. My trusted informant, Pops, would be a prospect, as would Billy Timmy Long, and I, J. Bird Dobbins, would be the Solo Nomads vice president. Before we got started, I had to meet Rudy. Slat set up a date at the Embassy Suites near the Sky Harbor International Airport in Phoenix. Rudy knew practically nothing about me. By design, Slats hadn't told him I was a Fed. We wanted his first impression of me to be formed with as little prejudice as possible. I rode my '63 Harley-Davidson Panhead to the hotel. Slats's car was out front. I was dressed in my usual. I wasn't openly armed. I knocked on the door of room 11. Footsteps came to the door, and it opened, streaming sunlight into the otherwise dim room. Slats held the doorknob and waved me in. Seated at a round table to the right of the door was a thick man with close-cropped brown hair who wore wraparound sunglasses. He kept a tidy mustache he was obviously very proud of, and a triangular tuft of brown hair was tucked below his lower lip. He had a deep horizontal worry line on his forehead. He wore a black tank top. His entire upper body, arms and neck included, was covered in tattoos. I turned to him and stuffed an unlit cigarette in my mouth. He pushed his seat back and stood up. A couple of seconds passed while we sized each other up. "I'm Bird." "Rudy." I stuck out my hand, and he took it. It was a knuckler of a handshake. He looked at my shoulders and chest, checking out my ink. He didn't let go of my hand. I didn't let go of his. "Where'd you do your time? What'd they get you for?" I smiled at Slats and turned back to Rudy. "Man, they didn't get me for shit, and I'd never been inside." Neither of our hands buckled, but both must have hurt. Mine sure did. "Then what the fuck are you doing with this guy?" "Hey, dude, I don't know what big boy over here told you about me," even though I did, "but I'm here because Slats and I have a working relationship." I paused. "I'm a Fed." Rudy let go of my hand and drew his head back in a motion of disbelief. Pleasant sensations returned to my knuckles. I wanted to shake it out, but didn't. He said, "Bullshit." "Nope, God's honest truth. They send me a check every 2 weeks to dress like this and hang out with guys like yourself." Rudy laughed, looked at Slats, and pointed at me. "That's not fair. How are we supposed to win against motherfuckers who look like this?" Slats shrugged. "You're not, dude." I motioned for us to sit at the table. "That's why there are guys who look like me, and there are more of us than you can probably imagine." He considered this. Maybe he ran through a file of faces and names, picking out candidates. "Fuck it. No point in me worrying about that now." I sat down and took off my shades and placed them on the table. I put my cigarette behind my ear and laced my fingers together. My rings joined in a tinny little symphony. I projected calm. I said, as kindly as possible, "Look, we got you, it's true. I know Slats has told you this already. You're an old-timer. You play the game as well as we do. This is a good chance for you, dude. A good chance for you to correct past wrongs, if you care to. If not, then you know what's waiting for you." He said, "Look, man, I'm here to work." "Good. Then let's talk." I told him all about Bird and nothing about J. Dobbins. I told him how I'd managed some token intros to a few of the angels he claimed to know. We talked about Smitty and Bad Bob. I told Rudy he'd be an essential component of the next phase of the case. Slats reiterated that we needed him. It's always good to talk up an informant, especially one who's separated from you by a flow of ambivalence. You need to build up trust, or at least the illusion of trust, in a case like Rudy's. He asked what we wanted from him. Slats outlined the plan. Rudy listened carefully, nodding and smiling from time to time. When Slats was through, Rudy said it was risky, especially for him. But he also said it was so crazy it might just work, and that we'd chosen the right guy. I said we couldn't do it with just anyone. We needed him, and only him. I pulled the cigarette from my ear and lit it. We all lit cigarettes. He said, "You don't need to flatter me so much." I said, "Maybe not, but you'll be in charge as far as anyone knows, and you can't forget that you're not. If this works, and we start to roll as a unit with you as our leader, then you have to remember that it's us, and especially me, who's calling the shots on the street. Got it, dude?" He went, I stared at him. He still had his sunglasses on. I knew I wouldn't get to see his eyes that day. Maybe it was the shame of being put in a bad spot, or maybe he was jazzed by the prospect of doing something so ballsy. But whatever the reason, he kept them hidden behind his shades. I couldn't blame him. He was a man with no choices, and you don't want to stare in the face the guy who's taken control of your life, not right after you've met him. I asked, "Well?" He didn't say anything for a minute. Then he pointed at my left arm and said, "That tattoo." "Yeah?" "What is it?" "It's St. Michael." "Oh. You know him?" "Think so. He's the patron saint of cops, right?" "That's right. And Grocers. I looked it up on the internet once. No shit? No shit. He didn't think it was cute. Whatever. He said, "Well, you're going to have to come up with some other story about that if you want to run with these guys." He sat back in his chair and twirled his finger at the ink on my torso. "Shit, dude, you think I got to where I am without a story for my St. Mike? I'm the guy with the sword, the dragon's my addiction to junk, and I'm killing that motherfucker. I've been around the block, Kramer. Don't sweat it." Satisfied, he grunted and parted the drapes. "What about that?" "My bike?" "Yeah." "What about it?" "It looks okay, but it won't keep up with the guys we'll be seeing." "I'll keep up." "Not on a worn-out panhead you won't. You might be king shit undercover, but I'm king shit biker, so watch and learn." "I can't argue with you there, dude. I can't argue with you there." And I didn't. Part 3. The Middle. Chapter 7. Too Broke for Sturgis, where Timmy learned the fine art of fetching sauerkraut. June to July 2002. June and the better part of July were spent getting our Solo Angels story straight. After Rudy got our solo charter official, he and Pops had to make a couple of trips to Tijuana to pay dues and sort it out. He set to work in Arizona. He ran a few meth deals with Tony Cruz and re-established contact with Bad Bob. Rudy had to answer questions of perception and politics. The Angels were curious why, all of a sudden, Rudy had become so hot to set up shop in Arizona. He said it was because of the proximity to Mexico, where his club was based, and where his boys, that is, us, had established some business, alluding to our gun-running ruse. They also wanted to know what we thought of the Mongols. Rudy assured them the Solos didn't have an official position on the Mongols, but that we didn't think much of them at all. He told Bad Bob we'd be happy to watch the Nogales border on behalf of the Angels, letting them know when any Mongols showed up there. Bad Bob thought it over. On July 13th, Bad Bob offered Rudy a deal he guaranteed would be formalized at the next Hells Angels officers' meeting. We'd be allowed to operate freely in Arizona so long as we agreed never to fly an Arizona rocker. This honor was reserved for Hells Angels alone, and so long as we backed up the HA in their struggles with the Mongols. Additionally, we wouldn't be wed to the Angels in the way that the Red Devils or the Spartans were. We'd have their back and pay them their due respect, but we wouldn't be another puppet club. As Rudy secured our standing, we worked on putting together a bona fide bike gang. We got the bikes up and running, and our backstop stories down pat. Christopher Cricket Livingstone, an ATF agent and Slat's right-hand man on the task force, used Rudy's jacket as a template and got his mom to make the patches we'd sew onto our brand-new leather vests. Our club's colors were orange on black, so all of our patches were stitched with pumpkin orange thread. The ones on the front of our jackets, small rectangles and diamonds collectively referred to as Flash, were mostly abbreviations. SFFS, Solos Forever, Forever Solos. IIWIT, It Is What It Is. And FTW, Fuck the World, a biker favorite. On our backs were sewn our three-piece patches, a solo center patch depicting an orange motorcycle, a top rocker that said Solo Angels, and a bottom rocker that said Tijuana. In addition to these, we had a side rocker that said Nomads. We were ready to roll. A committed biker's calendar is filled with rallies and runs, and we Solos wanted to commemorate our coming out on a large run, which, in addition to being ceremonial, would maximize our exposure. We chose an all-clubs rally at Mormon Lake called Too Broke for Sturgis. The afternoon before the run, Slats told me we needed to have a sit-down. We'd been having meeting after meeting, going over details and procedure and backgrounds for weeks, and I felt like we didn't need to have another. Slat's way was methodical. whereas mine was improvisational, a method Slats would later dub smokin' and jokin'. I was eager to get going. My nerves shook. My adrenaline began to flow. I knew Slats must have been nervous too, and I figured this would be the last pre-op meeting he and I would have, so I agreed to see him. He told me to meet him at Jilly's Sports Bar in Tempe. I pulled up in Roll, got off my bike and walked inside, test driving the dick out style I wanted to trademark. I figured a yuppie sports bar was as safe a place as any to let it all hang out. I pushed the door open, guns in my waistband, wife-beater on my back, camos on my legs, flip-flops on my feet, and a belt buckle so big Ty Murray would have been proud. My eyes struggled to adjust from the Phoenix sunshine to a dimly lit bar. As they did, I saw before me a smiling Slats, his family, Carlos, and most important, Gwen, Dale, and Jack. I'd completely forgotten it was my birthday. I let go of my attitude and returned to my old self. We ate cake, opened presents, and talked about everything but work. For 3 hours I made a point of putting as much loving on the kids as possible. It was one of the best birthday celebrations I ever had. Toward the end, Carlos elbowed my ribs and said, "Nice, huh? Slats wanted you to see Gwen and the kids one more time, before we die in the forest tomorrow." I nodded. It was nice. The next morning, the team gathered for breakfast at the Waffle House on I-17 and Bell Road. We finished before Rudy showed up and waited for him. Eventually he pulled into the parking lot with a piggish piece of trailer trash clutching his sissy bars. He got off the bike and ordered her to stay outside. As he sauntered in, Carlos asked, "Who's the beauty queen?" "Can't remember her name. Grabbed her in the parking lot at the Apache Junction Walmart." "Well, get rid of her," Carlos said. "Fuck that. We go bitchless. They'll think we're a bunch of homos. Not cool." "All right, fair enough. But if she becomes a liability, then the gig's off. I think Jay and Timmy will agree." We said we did. Rudy said, "Don't worry about it." Mormon Lake is about 200 miles north of central Phoenix off I-17. Rudy and I rode up front, him on the left, me on the right, the usual positions for the president and vice of an OMG. The members fell in behind us. Behind all of us, keeping their distance, were the 2 vehicles that carried the cover team, a white rental truck and a passenger van. About 100 miles in, we pulled off at Cordis Junction to gas up. We stopped at a mobile and unasked. My legs and shoulders were killing me. I felt as old as the road was long. Rudy slouched on his bike like a vacationer in a hammock. He yelled, "Prospect, go get me a pack of Reds. Make sure you tell the bitch-ass attendant we're filling up. Pay for all of it." He spoke to Timmy. An absent grin faded from the lips of the nameless woman clutching Rudy's waist. She looked like she'd lived the lives of 3 women put together. Rudy slapped her on the thigh, and she slowly draped her arms over his shoulders, like a bored bitch doing a trick for which she no longer got rewarded. Timmy shook his head, but did what was asked. He was an experienced cop who dealt with perps and CIs like Rudy for years. He knew we were on our way to a real-life run, and we were all playing dramas that would make us more like the genuine article. As a prospect, Timmy had to get used to being ordered around. I went inside and bought a pack of Marlboro Lights and 2 packs of Advil. I slammed the pills dry and packed the cigarette box on the heel of my palm. I lit a cigarette as we pulled out. We rode on for another hour and pulled off at Munn's Park. At the bottom of the ramp, Rudy turned to me and said, "That sucked. You better speed the fuck up. My club ain't gonna roll like bitches." "Whose club?" "Slats told me to kick you up. You're supposed to be following me. I'm your P." P meant president. "We ain't at the run yet, and I thought we did pretty good." "Maybe we hit 70. That's too slow. You gonna work the Angels, then kick it up a notch, or 20. "All right, President Kramer. Next time we'll make you prouder, sir." Good. He turned back to the road and gunned it. We followed, but at a distance, just to piss him off. We rode through flatland, toward blue mountains rising up in the east. On either side of the road, broad swaths of green-yellow grazing grass alternated with massive strands of ponderosa pines. It was a nice ride. Rolling into a biker rally wearing a three-piece patch is like walking into a high school cafeteria naked. It was no different at Toobroke. Before we got there, I'd been nervous, but as we rolled in, I got scared. This was a feeling I was used to. A huge part of undercover work is hiding your fear and channeling it into things that bolster you. Everyone we passed looked at us. I decided to take the attention as a compliment and not an accusation. My ego was hungry and ate it up. I accepted the fear, and the attention felt good. Rudy sped up as we approached the entrance gate. We did too. He blew by the attendant, flipped him off, and yelled, "Solos don't pay for shit!" That felt good too. We pulled into a parking area and walked around. Rudy led us to a group of Red Devils and introed us to Tony Cruz. Cruz looked like Jerry Garcia without a smile. He ordered a prospect to get beers. Rudy ordered Timmy to help him. Rudy yelled at Timmy to bring him two, and to make sure they were both like ice. Timmy marched off. Carlos and Pops and I stood behind Rudy as he talked to Cruz. Rudy bitched about setting up the new charter, never missing an opportunity to flatter himself and his ability to sway the angels. Cruz asked if I was the one who did the business down south. I said yes. He said we needed to get together. Rudy said one of us would be in touch. Two women, one short and skinny, one tall and overweight, walked up to Cruz. He grabbed and jiggled the ass of the taller one. She leaned toward him and bit his ear. The smaller one winked at Rudy's gal, who, to her credit, hadn't said anything. The women walked away. The backs of their jackets had single patches that read, "Property of the Red Devils." This referred to both the women and the jackets. Timmy returned, toting a load of silver bullets. I took two. I popped one and wedged the other into a back pocket. I was always an amateur drinker, but knew I'd have to get in shape fast on this job. I took a large gulp. The cold beer sliced through the dust kicked up by bikes and wind. Timmy stepped between Cruz and Rudy to hand his president his beers. "Prospect, I am trying to talk to this guy, and you're getting in my way." Timmy looked over his shoulder. Cruz stared at him, his long curly hair blowing around his face. Cruz's prospect had delivered the beer without interfering. Timmy turned to Rudy and said, "Sorry, Prez, won't happen again." "It better not, or you're going to have the shortest biker career ever." Timmy turned away, took 2 steps, and rolled his shoulders. If he had done it facing Rudy, it would have been an obvious challenge. He played it off like he was stretching. Rudy let it go. We stood around and bullshitted. The Red Devils mingled with a couple other OMGs, most noticeably the Spartan Riders. Their center patch was a vertically oriented battle axe, bisected by a pair of crossed swords on a blood-red background. Looking at that patch, it hit me for a moment that these guys were, for the most part, just as full of it as we were. It's a simple formula. If you look tough, then you are tough. The posturing, by us, but especially by these so-called outlaws, was unbelievable. A big Spartan by the name of Bruno came up to us with a couple of his boys, each carrying a can of beer. 2 women came with them, old, broken-down women. Everyone had been living too hard for too long. Bruno had an extremely short buzz cut. His head looked like a giant lumpy summer gourd. All he wore on his upper body was his cut. He had a jiggly beer gut that parted his vest, and his fat had declared war on his belly button, which had all but disappeared. It was immediately apparent that he didn't like any of us. At one point he turned to Carlos and said, "Holmes, what the fuck with your cuts? They're like brand new." Carlos, Pops, Timmy, and I all wore squeaky clean vests. Rudy's, the genuine article, had been around the block, but ours were fakes, and it showed. Carlos thought fast. Fucking cunt. This bitch we had trim our shit. You know, we came here for Rudy from other charters. This cunt was like a 3-year-old with a pair of garden shears. She cut our old shit up, taking the rockers off, so we had to freshen up. Bruno didn't buy it. Cruz did. He said, "Damn, man, a man's cut's like his skin. What'd you do?" Carlos ignored Bruno. "What can you do? It is what it is." He pointed at the IIWII tab on his chest. Bruno rubbed his belly like it contained his brain. He suggested, "You could have fucked her up." Carlos said sadly, "Yeah, well, we would have, except it was one of our brother's moms." He gunned the rest of his beer and threw the empty into the dirt. Cruz put up his hand and said, "It is what it fucking is, I guess." Carlos belched. I said, "Yep, it is what it is." I asked Rudy if we were going to head over to the Angels' tent. He said, "Oh, yeah," like it wasn't a big deal. He asked Cruz to join us. Bruno said he'd hang back. We left and drifted down the fairway. There was something. The crowd stared and parted for us like we were royalty. Fear tickled over the nape of my neck and down my forearms. This was not like the Flamingo in Laughlin. That had been a venue full of non-bikers and cops. This was a crowded event exclusive to bikers and seriously underrepresented by law enforcement. I was scared, and I was excited. We were going to meet the Hells Angels. Their area was a series of large open-air tents shading them from the sun. There were 2 large Angel prospects standing guard at the entrance. Cruz walked up and exchanged words with them. Rudy greeted them. They invited us in. The Allman Brothers crooned from some far-off speaker. On the left was a T-shirt booth. 2 young, large-breasted women worked it. Stretched across their tight shirts was the phrase, "Support your local red and white." The Angels' colors were red and white, and this was one of their more common nicknames. The women wore high-cut jean shorts. Neither of them smiled, and both smoked cigarettes. I pulled out a smoke and lit up. We passed loitering Angels and their stares. They knew Cruz and the Red Devils, but had never heard of the Solos. They asked out loud, "Who the fuck are these orange motherfuckers?" We didn't say anything. I tried to look casual, but my insides were knotted up. We approached the 2 ranking members at the rear of the last tent. Cruz said, "Boss?" The larger one, who weighed upwards of 250 pounds and had a rosy complexion and white hair, bellowed, "Cruz, what's up?" "Got some guys want to meet you." The smaller one stepped forward. He had a squeaky, impatient voice. His eyes were hollow and distracted. He whined quickly, "Hey, you're Rudy, right?" Rudy stepped forward and extended his hand. "Yeah, you must be Dennis." "Yep," answered Dennis. He jerked his head to the larger one. "This is Turtle." "Good to meet you." Rudy waved at us. "These are my solo angeles." Dennis's head was almost completely encased in a swarm of ratty, off-blonde hair. His beard went to his chest. His ears were covered. His quick voice and worn eyes said it all. Meth-head tweaker. I placed them both from the files we had on convicted Angels. Dennis's last name was Denbeston, and he was a drug felon recently out of prison. Turtle's name was Warren Kuntz, and he was a convicted sex offender. Dennis was an Arizona nomad and close to Smitty. Dennis squeaked, "Turtle and I are glad to have you. Bad Bob told us you might drop in." His weary eyes paused on each of us. Turtle offered hot dogs and beer. Dennis insisted the Angels feed us. "You're here as guests of Bad Bob," he said, waving to a prospect standing nearby. He said this in a kinder, gentler tone. I liked Dennis from the start. It was as if, after we'd walked into the cafeteria naked, Dennis had walked up and put his varsity jacket around our shoulders. A prospect appeared at Turtle's side, awaiting orders. Rudy said, This is my VP, Bird, my Sergeant-at-Arms, Carlos, and this is Timmy, and that's Pops, our prospects." "We know," said Dennis. "We've heard of all of you." He smiled. Rudy barked at Timmy. "I'll take that hot dog, prospect. Mustard and kraut. You got kraut?" Turtle smiled. "Yep." "Good. Kraut. Don't forget." Turtle told his prospect to go get beers for everyone. He left. Timmy turned to follow, and I grabbed his arm. "I'll take mine with equal amounts of mustard and ketchup. Mustard down one side, ketchup down the other. Get it right." "Right," answered Timmy. Carlos said, "Onions if they got 'em, otherwise plain." Timmy said, "Right," and turned again. Pops didn't say anything. As a prospect, he didn't have the clout to place an order. Timmy stalked away angrily. I asked where the John was, and they pointed to some porta-potties beyond the blackened, halved oil drum that served as a grill. I caught up with Timmy before he got to the grill, grabbed him, and turned him around. No one else was in earshot. "What the fuck, dude?" I jabbed my finger at the ground. "Fuck that guy." "Shut up and suck it up. What are you, a rookie? You're a fucking fighter ace. We all know you can kick Rudy's ass, but if you do it now, the show's over before it started. Choke this bullshit down and wear your big boy pants today. Dude, you're Serpico and Beretta in one. You're a fucking master. Come on, play your role." He straightened up. All right. But fuck you, for the record. I ain't a step and fetch it for you, Rudy, or anyone else." I raised my eyebrows, and we parted. I knew it took a lot to piss off Timmy, and if we pushed him far enough, he'd have no problem whipping any of our asses. Back at the tent, Dennis asked me what that was about, and I said I was standing up for my P and for my club, that a prospect couldn't act angry when he was ordered to do something he didn't want to do. Dennis said, "That's good. Shows your head's not fucked." The Hells Angels prospect came back with an armload of opened beer cans. He passed them out. Turtle nodded to him, and he stepped back into a ready position. Then Timmy came back with 4 hot dogs. He handed one to Carlos, who dug in. He handed me mine and Rudy his, this time careful not to step between him and Dennis or Turtle. I took a bite. It was juicy and crunchy. There was mustard on one side and ketchup on the other. "What the fuck is this?" Rudy barked. He threw the hot dog on the ground and mashed it with his boot. "Motherfuck! You got grease for brains? I said sauerkraut. I repeated sauerkraut, fucknut. Get me another. If you can get this one right, then I'll bump you up to burgers." Timmy spun around and headed back to the grill. I yelled over my shoulder, "You got mine right." "Mine too," added Carlos. When Timmy gave him his second franc, Rudy held it up and inspected it like it was a model airplane. He nodded. He took one bite and said, "Good job. You and Pops can go get some food now if you want." Timmy and Pops walked toward the grill. We ate our lunch and drank our beer and talked about Bad Bob and how happy we were to have received the blessing of the Hells Angels. I said it was an honor I'd never thought I'd know. Dennis said he'd heard good things about me. Rudy said Bad Bob was a good man. Pops and Carlos and Timmy stood back, eating hot dogs and drinking beer. Cruz excused himself. Dennis said Bob wanted to meet us. We spoke generally about Laughlin and the brawl. Then we said we had to get going, and thanks for the food and letting us pay our respects. Catching a little break, Turtle asked me to sign a guest banner they had strung across the back of the tent. It read, "Hells Angels Nomads," and had a 5-foot-wide death head in the center. The request made me smile and relax. Would an Angel vet like Turtle ask someone he didn't like or respect to autograph club property? No, he wouldn't. I signed it, "Love and Respect, Bird, Solo Angels Nomads." I felt pretty good as I rejoined the group. That's when Turtle asked, "Hey, guys, what the fuck with your cuts?" And that's when Carlos, with some embellishments from Pops, told them our bullshit story about Cricket's mom again. We owed her a roomful of roses. The ride back to Phoenix was a joke. Rudy's bike took a dump, and we paid some guy to haul him, his gal, and his bike home. Mine coughed and wheezed and wouldn't go faster than 50, since, bike genius that I am, I'd only opened the fuel petcock halfway, and Timmy, exhausted and dehydrated, continually retched the day's food and drink over his shoulder onto the road. He fought through it, never complaining, but by the time we got back, his right side was covered in dried-up chunks of hot dog. We regrouped at Task Force Headquarters, a place we called the Pumpkin Patch, or just the Patch, on account of the Solo Angel's pumpkin orange colors. It was a one-story warehouse in a Metro Phoenix industrial park. The surrounding businesses included furniture companies and small software firms. We had an office up front that never had a secretary in it, and behind that, through a nondescript door, was operations. A dozen desks, twice as many computer terminals, a couple offices, a conference room, and a loading bay were where we'd end up spending a lot of time tinkering with our lame-ass ATF bikes. An overused kitchenette and bathroom, posters of pin-up girls, and a whole wall devoted to my college football career, which the other agents made endless fun of. We had a space for a suspect matrix, basically a wall of photos and names, and stations for evidence processing, and a safe. Over the course of the following year, the Patch would become the closest thing to home many of us had. Timmy cleaned up, Slats made coffee, and then we debriefed. Two main things came up. First, we had to put some mileage on our cuts. We took them to the loading area, poured water and beer and handfuls of dirt on them, and ran the van over them. We held them up, and they looked fantastic. Mine was a little too dirty for my liking. I like clean, orderly things, but I knew the now worn-looking cut wouldn't draw any undue attention. Second was Timmy. He took Slats aside and demanded to be made a full patch solo on the spot. Slats, chewing a wad of Copenhagen, said no dice. He said in order to come off real, we needed to run him and Pops as prospects for a couple of months. Timmy said if that was the case, then he'd end up beating Rudy into the hospital. Slats told him to suck it up, just like I had. Slats said he'd tell Rudy to chill out, that he'd remind him this was a big game. Timmy said that wasn't good enough. Slats spat on the ground and said too bad. We broke and went home. Our Phoenix Undercover house wasn't set up yet, so Carlos and I crashed at hotels. Slats, Timmy, and Pops went home, to wives, kids, dogs, and everything. Before he left, Timmy secretly grabbed a center patch, a top rocker, and a Nomad's side rocker from the flash stash. He didn't tell anyone. He got home at 3 a.m., snuck up to his bedroom, and nudged his wife awake. Timmy would not be a prospect. He'd paid his dues through years of undercover work on gangbangers, sex offenders, and street dealers. He had more property crime experience, robberies, larcenies, home invasions, than all of us put together. He knew that the Angels prospected their guys for no less than a full half year, and that to keep up appearances, he was probably expected to prospect for Rudy for at least 3 months, the lesser standard that most other clubs demanded. As far as he was concerned, this was unacceptable. He knew he could serve Black Biscuit better and faster as a full patch, an official member. His wife sat up in bed. He showed her the patches and his vest and begged her to sew them on. She said okay. He made a pot of coffee, and they sat together over the sewing machine in the room off the garage. The next day Timmy showed up at the patch decked out in all his flash. We laughed it off. Rudy fumed. Slats shrugged, said, "All right, let's get to work." I slapped Timmy on the back, glad to have him as a full partner, and said, "I guess that's how us solos roll." Timmy said, "Damn right, fast and right at you." Chapter 8. Jesus Hates a Pussy. August 1st, 2002. 5 days after 2 broke, we got an invitation to meet Bad Bob at the Mesa Clubhouse. Bob expected us at 9 p.m. We decided to meet at a church parking lot in Gilbert, Arizona, a former town that had been engulfed by Phoenix's insatiable sprawl. Pops, Carlos, Timmy, and I were about as close as we could be to shitting our pants. Two Broke felt like it had taken place months ago. Meeting the Angels in a tent outside during the day wasn't the same as riding our bikes into their driveway at 153 South LeBaron, kicking down, unassing, and walking right into their cinder-block stronghold. At night. I felt certain we were setting ourselves up. I thought our game might be too tight, and imagined Rudy was a tweaker dickhead cop-hater who wanted to see us smoked. We knew that it didn't take much for a UC to end up as dead as Elvis. If we'd miscalculated or been too brash, we'd be gone before we could finish saying, "Mr. Hell's Angels, sir, it's an honor to—" Sure, the cover team would storm in a few minutes later, but they'd only be able to even the score, hose our brains off the wall, and snap some tags around our toes. We sat around a picnic table under a mesquite tree, waiting for Rudy. The sun was down, but the desert twilight lingered. Pops and I smoked like twin furies. It was August in Arizona, and the sweat sealed our solo cuts to our torsos like second skins. I had my Glocks, and Carlos and Timmy each carried Beretta 380s. Pops had a Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver. It's basically forbidden to arm an informant, even a paid one like Pops, but I trusted him and was unwilling to put him in harm's way without a means of defending himself. I flipped, closed my Zippo. Carlos popped gum. Pops talked to his wife on his cell. Timmy just sat there, calm as a lizard on a rock. Bastard. Rudy pulled in. He revved his engine, fired down, and jumped off. He didn't have a gun. Pops was a friend. Rudy was a means to an end. He was still a convicted felon with revoked gun rights. "Sorry I'm late." He didn't sound sorry. I didn't care. I said, "No worries. We got time." Timmy said, "It's only 7, Prez." "All right." Rudy unwrapped the new soft pack of Reds, bit off the foil, and shook out a smoke. I lit it for him. We didn't say anything. Then Rudy said, "Okay, I'm in charge when we're inside. Don't forget it. You step on my toes, and the show's over. The Angels operate by the book, and they expect us to also. I don't want to lose the stature I built up for you snouts. I need to see the pride you got for your colors. Also, we might ride with these guys tonight. Hate to break you off so fast, but you got to know a couple things. We'll be at the back, keeping up. We got to keep up. They blow a light, we blow a light. They get traffic stopped, we get traffic stopped. Mesa rides like the Blue Angels on Memorial Day. Other charters hate riding with them because they're such fucking road Nazis. Stay 18 inches off the wheel in front of you, and stay back. Never, ever cross the line of a full patch's front wheel. You pass one of these guys, and there will be hell to pay." No one said anything. Rudy said, "The fuck? You guys ready?" We looked at each other in silence. Even grizzly old Pops, who on most days couldn't have given a shit if someone put a bullet in his head, stayed quiet. Rudy was disgusted. "Listen, if we're gonna do this, then let's roll over as fast and hard as we can. We're gonna get off our motorcycles and walk up to these guys like we're the baddest pricks on earth. We're gonna look 'em in the eye and tell 'em who we are. What comes next, comes next. We'll handle it." Rudy looked directly at me. "If you don't have it in you, if you want to go home right now and tell your neighbor's wife what a badass you are, then let's call this bullshit off and close the case, because it has to start right here and right now." Our silence continued, born more of shame than of fear. "Jesus hates a pussy." I blurted it out. The guys looked at me with "what the fuck" looks. I said, "It's my old partner, Chris Bayless's mantra for this kind of situation. He were here, he'd say, 'So your stomach's in knots and you want to go home. Well, strap your nuts up and go to work. Jesus hates a pussy. You're a fucking undercover. You gotta do what you gotta do. Come on, guys. I'm nervous as hell, but Jesus hates a pussy, all right?" Timmy repeated it quietly. "Jesus hates a pussy." Carlos and Pop said it together. Rudy said, "All right then. Jesus hates a pussy. Now let's get the fuck out of here." It worked. We rode out. To call what followed white knuckle would be like calling a severed leg a scratch. Rudy put Pops and Timmy, both fearless hard riders, at the back and told them to choke it up. Carlos and I held on for dear life. We stayed within 2 feet of the bike in front of us and rode like a chain through a jumbled crankbox. Cars flew past at obscene angles as we banked our massive Harleys over the Phoenix freeways. Twilight gave way to nighttime. The lights coagulated in smears of orange, red, and white. The sound ate into our legs and asses and chests, and before we knew it, the machines clicked like they were breathing. It was my first real ride. There was no question about it. We pulled into a Circle K south of Mesa proper. Timmy and Pops went in to buy Red Bulls and cigarettes. Carlos said to no one in particular, "Mother lover, we're gonna die on these fucking things. You know that, right?" It certainly felt that way. The hogs were exhilarating death traps, period. Rudy said, "That was better." He patted my thigh. Slats called and also said, "That was better." I told him thanks, and that we were getting ready to head over. He said the wire was running and the cover team was already in place. They could be at the clubhouse, Ithaca pump-action shotguns blazing, inside of 45 seconds. I said cool, and hung up. Civilians looked at us from the corners of their eyes. I smiled at one woman and her 10-year-old. She turned the boys' shoulders away from the group of scary-looking men I was a part of, hustling them toward their car. For the first time in days, I thought of my son, Jack. I'd missed a lot of my kids' milestones. The worst was when I was working a casino bombing case in Vegas, and I missed Jack's first steps. Gwen called and left a message as soon as it happened. I couldn't pick up the phone because I was in a piece-of-shit undercover car with our suspect and my partner, Vincent Cefalu, cruising around the Las Vegas fringe, looking for a place to have tacos, while we talked about a plastic explosives deal. That's the kind of thing I've habitually traded the most precious moments of my life for. The woman with the little boy put her car in gear and pulled out in a quick, sharp arc, her axle whining. We hung around the parking lot a little while longer, and Rudy said, "Let's go." We all said, "Jesus hates a pussy," and we went. Chapter 9. First Night in Mesa. August 1st and 2nd, 2002. The Mesa Clubhouse was in a residential neighborhood, a single-level ranch with a carport on the west side, fronted by a shoulder-high cinder-block wall painted white and topped with red roofing tiles. A large Palo Verde tree shot up from behind the wall. An open chain-link fence with red plastic strips woven into the links could be closed to seal the driveway. Twin death heads faced each other over the porch, engaged in a non-stop stare-down. Painted between them in the flared Hell's Angels typeface was the red word Mesa. 5 Hell's Angels came out to greet us. Rudy called them Ghost, Trigger, Big Head, Stroker Dave, and Rockham, who was a prospect. All were armed with guns, and each carried a favorite fighting tool, a buck-knife, hammer, sap, or set of brass knuckles. They led us to a side entrance. Rudy entered with Trigger, and I followed Ghost, who wore a ballistic vest. When he reached the door, he turned, put a hand on my chest, and said, "Sorry, Bird, these gotta stay outside." He pointed at my Glocks. We had to keep our guns. If the Angels wouldn't allow us the freedom to carry, then the case simply could not progress. Our thinking was that if we relinquished our guns, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice. If we said, "Okay, we'll leave 'em behind, but just this once," then they might have wondered if we were the badasses we claimed to be. That couldn't happen. Every word and action had to be devoted to gaining credibility. We decided we'd insist on staying armed. The alternative wouldn't just be foolish, it would look weak. It's a cliché, but it's especially true for undercover operators. You can only make one first impression. I said, "Ghost, no disrespect, man, but I don't take my guns off for anyone, not even H.A. It's nothing personal. It's just that we're just like you." Ghost looked over my shoulder. "My boys'll say the same thing." Carlos, Timmy, and Pops nodded solemnly. Ghost frowned and cocked his head. I couldn't get a bead on his eyes because, even though it was nighttime, he wore dark wraparound shades. I had on a pair of clear prescription wraparounds that were good for night riding. He took his hand off my chest and grunted. "Uh-huh." I continued. "Hell's Angels ain't the only ones with enemies, dude. We got 'em, too. If you insist we disarm, then we'll gladly wait for our pee out here. You know Rudy can't carry, and if you guys were to get ambushed by those Mongol faggots, then we need to be with him to protect him." Ghost said, "Okay, Bird, I hear you, but I don't make the rules." The voice slithered from behind the threshold. It was Bad Bob. Robert Johnston, Jr., at 6'5" and 230 pounds, took up the entire doorway. I recalled his rap sheet: arrests for extortion, assault, reckless endangerment, narcotics distribution, and felon in possession of a firearm. Felony convictions for criminal enterprise, RICO, and, of course, felon in possession of a firearm. His appearance said something else. He had a neat, round, brown and yellow goatee, and long, healthy brown hair that fell onto his shoulders in waves. You could tell he took pride in his grooming. He looked like Barry Gibbs's badass long-lost brother. He had a barrel chest and catcher's mitts for hands. His leather vest, which was tastefully adorned by dozens of patches, parted around his round torso. He looked down on us, beaming. He repeated, "I make the rules." His drooping brown eyes looked like they'd seen enough. I sometimes thought I'd seen enough, too, but I didn't have drooping brown eyes. Mine were blue and lit up. With Bad Bob, I figured, he's a Hell's Angel. How many times has he really feared for his life? Not as many times as I had. Bad Bob said, "It's okay, Ghost. These guys are okay. They're our guests." He opened his long arms, and we all moved up the stairs. As we walked into the main room, Trigger latched a series of deadbolts behind us. It didn't feel so much like we were being locked in, but that the rest of the world was being locked out. We had taken steps that we'd never be able to take back. The sense of the unknown was almost crippling. Almost. Sure, we'd kept our guns, but all that guaranteed was that we could fight back. I lit a cigarette to cloak my fear. I told myself that this was it. I didn't know how yet, or who would do it, or if it would happen then or later, but I was suddenly convinced I'd die in a Hell's Angels clubhouse. We were inside. There was a bar on one side with a small triangular stage wedged next to it, a 12-foot-long death head painted on one wall, an adjacent wall covered with trophies and memorabilia, a jukebox, 2 TVs, and a red neon sign that buzzed Hell's Angels. The windows were either boarded or covered by red and white vertical blinds. The place smelled like a bar. Steppenwolf played on the juke. At least one person had already been killed on the floor of the Mesa clubhouse. In the following month, ATF would finally learn why Mesa Mike had decided to turn on his brothers. On October 25, 2001, a 40-something woman named Cynthia Garcia was partying with the boys at Mesa. During the course of that night, she had the drunken balls to insult the Angels on their home turf, a major no-no. She was beaten unconscious by patched members Mesa Mike and Kevin Augustiniak, and a prospect, Paul Eyeshide. She lay sprawled out on the clubhouse floor while her assailants got drunker and higher. When she came to, she had the temerity to disrespect them again for beating up an unarmed woman. They lit into her, this time with steel-toed vigor. It was a textbook case of them feeding off each other for each other, as Slats so accurately put it. Mesa Mike, Augustiniak, and Eyeshide hauled the body, which was still technically alive, into the carport and dumped it in the trunk of a car. They drove Garcia out to the desert. They did some off-roading. They dragged her into the brush. She grabbed a cuff of Mike's pants. Eyeshide had an old buck knife. It wasn't sharp. They stabbed her repeatedly. They took turns trying to cut off her head, which they wanted to leave on a fence post for the vultures. Her spine gave them trouble. They hacked and wedged the knife's point into the vertebra, but it remained stubborn. Cynthia Garcia, a mother of two, had made a bad decision, and she was dead for it. Unable to take the guilt, Mesa Mike flipped. I looked at the floor as we walked in. At the time, I knew that Mesa Mike had a secret, but I didn't know what it was. The floor was clean and white. I told Bad Bob that I liked their place, and that I liked that he kept it trim. He smoothed the front of his vest, thanked me, and directed us to the bar and told Rockham to serve drinks, bud bottles and shots of Jack. We all did the shots, and the glasses got refilled. Bad Bob gave Rudy a piece of paper. Bad Bob went behind the bar and rummaged through the shoebox. He found what he was looking for, and closed the box and put it back under the bar. He fanned out a handful of HAMC support stickers and patches. "I want you guys to take these. Put them on your bikes, your vests." We took them and said thank you. Carlos asked Rockham why they called him that. He said, "I got a brother called Sock'em." Carlos asked, "So you're Rock'em and Sock'em?" Rockham said, "Yeah." He said we like to fight. Carlos said, "I like to fight too." Bad Bob said Rockham was an America West pilot, a dude with a warped mind devoted to free pussy. Bad Bob lamented that we hadn't been there the night before. Rockham, whose name was Ralph, had brought a female flight crew to the clubhouse so they could put on a show. He said they rolled in with their pencil skirts and bad stockings, and before anyone knew it they were all the way drunk and twirling around in their underwear. Pop said he would have liked to have seen that. Bad Bob said, "Stick around and you will." He said one of the girls did a lot more than work the floor. Ghost and Trigger giggled like schoolboys. Trigger pumped his fist in the air, as if he were pulling the cord that sounded the horn of a big rig. That is the universal biker sign for gangbang. My phone rang. I had the ringtone set to Nellie's EI, which confused the angels. To put it lightly, Hell's Angels don't like black people, or rap music. The only Nellie they know is Willie Nelson. I ignored them. I flipped open as Nellie spat, "Somebody probably got jealous 'cause they bitch got hit." "Yeah, Bird." I answered the phone the same way every time. It was Jack. "Hi, Daddy." I said, "What's up, Big Lou there?" That was our code for "Put your mother on the phone." Jack said, "Hold on." "Cool, dude. Let me talk to him." Gwen got on the line. I heard Jack running away, yelling something to the dog. Gwen said, "You're busy?" "Hello. What's shaking?" I mashed out my smoke in a glass ashtray and lit another. I got a perverse enjoyment from talking to Gwen when I shouldn't have been. Like the bullet that had once punctured my chest, Gwen's voice gave me a feeling of invincibility. Gwen said, "You're smoking." I didn't say anything. I took another pull and exhaled into the mouthpiece. "I wish you wouldn't do that. It's disgusting." Her dad had succumbed to smoke-induced emphysema. She was serious. "I know. What's up?" "Nothing. Jack and Dale just wanted to make sure you were coming home this weekend." I paused to make it seem like I was getting instructions. I nodded and said, "Right." On the other end, Gwen hummed the Jeopardy tune. Then I said, "You got it, Big Lou. Nothing I'd rather do more. Nothing at all. You can count on me." "Good. See you then. I love you." "Right. Me too." Gwen made a kissing noise and hung up. Right, they won't know what hit 'em. I'll contact you when the gig is up. Right, later. I flipped shut and put the phone on the bar. As I turned back to the boys, Trigger passed me a joint. I took it, but didn't put it to my lips. My cigarette was still going. Trigger asked, "Who was that?" I told them about Big Lou, and went into my imperial financial debt-collecting spiel. As I talked, I pulled hits from my cigarette and waved my arms around so much they mostly forgot about the joint. We were all various degrees of drunk anyway. I stuffed the joint in my mouth, not inhaling, and drew out a business card. I handed it to Rudy, who handed it to Bad Bob. He looked at it and slid it into an inside pocket. Pop's eyes craved the weed. He said, "Bird, you gonna bogart that roach all night, or you gonna share?" I pulled the joint from my mouth, exhaled the remainder of some Marlboro smoke, and passed it to Pops, who covered me by coolly taking a long pull. Real cops can't do drugs unless our lives depend on it. If, down the line, a defense attorney got wind of any drug use, or any sexual misconduct, or a short temper, or anything that might make us look like assholes, then they could discredit us as witnesses. We were, after all, professional liars who constantly misrepresented ourselves, a fact every half-witted defense attorney never let a jury forget. But Pops, our paid informant, who was in no way a bona fide law enforcement officer, was our narcotic exception. He was in a gray area, and he partook sparingly to serve our purposes. Bad Bob said, "Sounds like a good job, Bird." "Yeah, well, pays the bills, keeps the lawn green and all of that." "Good stuff. I got a good job, too." We knew Bad Bob worked at a car dealership. Trigger passed Bad Bob the joint, and he inhaled sharply. He looked bored. Out of the blue he said, "Hey, let's hit spirits." We went outside, assed up, and started our engines. Rudy wasn't lying. The Mesa boys rode like fearless banshees on crack. Jesus Christ himself could not have ridden a motorcycle better, faster, or tighter than Mesa. True to Rudy's warning, they kept no more than 18 inches off the wheel in front of them, and they were often closer than that. By the time the lead riders had banked into a turn, the guy 3 bikes back had already leaned his shoulder into the thin air. They moved like a snake chasing a rabbit through its burrow. They blew lights and ignored traffic. The rabbits, everyone who wasn't on a chromed-out Harley-Davidson, everyone who was ensconced in the cage of a car or truck, everyone unfortunate enough to be a pedestrian, everyone who was not a Hell's Angel, ran scared. We rode like no one's business but our own mattered, which is the way the Hell's Angels always ride, because no one else's business does matter. Spirits, in northern Gilbert, was Mesa's spot. There were parking spots permanently reserved for the boys, right near the entrance, where the bouncers, 2 lumps built like ice cream trucks, could keep an eye on them. Bad Bob let us in. I wasn't quite inside, but I could hear the music come to an abrupt halt. Then a bad Michael Buffer impersonator boomed over the PA. "This is Good Time Charlie, the outlaw DJ, here to tell you we got more Hell's Angels in the house." Spotlights hit the entrance as we walked in. "Bad Bob and his angels brothers." The crowd, which was respectable but not enormous, parted like the Red Sea for Moses. As we solos walked in, the DJ added, "And guests." The music, Enter Sandman by Metallica, fired back up. It was like stage night, and I thought, all that's missing is the smoke pots. Even for a guy who'd played to stadiums full of screaming football fans, I had to admit that this ceremony felt good. It must have felt incredible to the Angels. These were guys who, if they didn't have the death head stitched to their backs, would be broke-dick drifters sitting alone at the end of the bar, counting quarters to see if they could afford another can of Bud. Instead, the drinks were free and the women lined up. This goes a long way toward explaining the appeal of joining the Hells Angels. It's where guys of a certain stripe go to feel good about themselves. Once members, they are offered universal respect, which they undoubtedly deserve since they are, as a group, a fearsome bunch. They get treated like kings because in their world they are the kings. And since they are instantly recognizable wherever they go, they get this respect everywhere. Their world travels with them and for them, a bubble made of leather and motorcycles. We were led to a VIP area that was occupied by a few other angels and a snarl of scantily clad women. Some were attractive, some looked like mud flaps on a snowy day in March. We were introduced. After the intros, we broke up. Timmy periodically checked on our bikes and talked with the bouncers. Pops hung with Ghost, and I huddled with Rudy and Bad Bob. "I know you've been doing business with Cruz down in Tucson," said Bad Bob. Rudy said, "I'm glad you do. If you didn't, it'd mean he wasn't on the level, and that'd mean I'd have to stop working with him." "It's my business to know these things." I said, "It sure as shit is." Bad Bob puffed up. "That's right." He turned to me. "I want you to know you can do your thing with Cruz, and whoever else, with my permission. So long's I know about it, it's cool. Man's got to put bread on the table." An unknown prospect brought each of us a brown bottle of beer. The bottles were sweating, their labels peeling. Bad Bob swigged his beer. He was reading from the script. We all were. He said, "I hear good things about you, Bird. Only good things." A little ball formed in my stomach, but Bad Bob smiled and it went away. He appeared to trust us. A more astute criminal might have caught the implication of those words. Sometimes the personas we undercover cops create are too good. I hoped this wasn't the case. I hoped we weren't moving too quickly. Bad Bob said, "I gave Rudy a list of phone numbers. We can help you. You can help us." "You're talking about the Mongols." "I am, but we prefer girls." "Okay, I got your back on those bitches. Me or my boys see any of them, down in Nogales, on some dirty cactus road, in a fucking Mexicali saloon, wherever, you'll be the first to know." "Thank you, Bird." "Don't mention it." He didn't. We went back to the clubhouse around 1 a.m. In spite of being drunk, the boys still rode tight and fast. Stroker Dave was in front of us, and at one point he spread-eagled his arms and legs. He looked like a four-pointed star doing 90 miles per hour down the Superstition Freeway. Timmy looked at me and shook his head. I knew what he meant. I was exhausted, and we still had to write reports and get up the next day and do it all over again. And it wasn't even that late. We were still warming up. Rockham served another round of Jacks and Buds at the clubhouse. I poured back the shot and nursed the beer. Then I said we had to go. Bad Bob, ever the host, asked, "You sure you're good to get home?" I thought he was going to offer a ride with a designated driver. Instead, he removed a plastic Ziploc filled with white powder from behind the bar. "'Cause I can offer you each a little road bump if you need to fly right." Pop said he was reformed. Rudy said he'd already had some. I said that Timmy and Carlos and I had a job early in the morning, and that I'd had enough of that stuff for 3 lifetimes. Bad Bob shrugged. "Suit yourselves. I'll see you soon." Yeah, soon. Chapter 10. I Want a What? August 2002. Hell's Angels live for their club and their brothers. One of their credos is, "Step down or aside for no man, no law, no God." They are free men unto themselves. At the root of this liberty is the experience of riding a bike. Their Harley-Davidsons are the vehicles of their emancipation from society's rules and expectations, from a life of work and obligations, from other men, wives, girlfriends, and family. Of course, they have jobs and wives and girlfriends, but these things are secondary to their status as Hell's Angels. The things that the rest of us depend on for safety and consistency were never there for these men. They're outcasts. The way they see it is, why should they return any favors? For these men, it is the smallest of steps from outcast to outlaw. The irony is that while their appearance and lifestyle are clearly set up in opposition to those of us who live straight lives, they are hardly distinguishable from one another. Their individuality is confined by a rigid conformity. All wear the same kind of clothing, ride the same brand of bike, and adhere to the same set of club rules. All must report once a week to church meetings, and all must make monthly dues. The cuts forever remain the property of the club, as do the skin patches, the tattoos that each new member must receive. If for whatever reason a brother quits the club, then the Hells Angels are bound to go to his residence and remove every article of clothing, furniture, and memorabilia that contain any reference to the Hells Angels, not merely to punish and divest him, but because the stuff simply is not his. If the man in question leaves on good terms, his skin patch gets an out date. If he leaves on bad terms, then those tattoos are carved off, in some cases taken back with a cheese grater, or with a clothes iron on the linen setting. I eventually learned from Skull Valley Angels Teddy Toth and Bobby Reinstra, whom I had not yet met in August of 2002, that the Hells Angels rules were legion and covered damn near everything. They made a D1 football playbook look like a pamphlet on buying a jacuzzi. The Hells Angels have rules that govern their bikes, their appearance, their behavior, their old ladies, their engagement in criminal activity, their handling of rivals. If you become a Hells Angel, everything else about you becomes moot. You're no longer John J. Johnson. You're a brother, a soldier, a unit of fear, a spoke on a wheel of violence. Drinks become free, and pussy is never more than a dick's length away. You're the rock star and both of his bodyguards rolled into one. You're suddenly capital R respected. If you're done wrong by someone, the whole club is duty-bound to do wrong back to that person. For example, see Cynthia Garcia, God rest her soul. In spite of all this, they apparently lacked a rule that prevented us from gaining easy access. That or Bad Bob was gullible or desperate enough to vouch for us statewide within a week of our meeting Mesa that first night, which is exactly what he did. We were exploiting one of the Angels' few weaknesses. In the wake of Laughlin, they needed allies and potential recruits. They looked at us and saw kindred spirits, guys who were tough, cautious, business-minded, and willing to use violence. The Mongols' situation was real, and the Angels, while prepared for their adversaries, could never be prepared enough. The bottom line was that the Hells Angels knew a good thing when they saw it, and we were a good thing. The day after our first Mesa visit, I made sure to call home ASAP. The next morning I rolled over in bed, opened my phone, and dialed home. I told my kids I was sorry I couldn't have been with them the night before. I told them they were the most important things to me in the entire world, and that I'd never cut them short if my life hadn't depended on it. I told them I loved them. Then I told them I loved them again. I told them that I was their father before I was anything else. I wasn't naive enough to tell them what I was doing for them, but I was naive enough to believe my own lies. I apologized to Gwen for having to pretend she was a mobster. "No worries, honey. It's not the first time it's happened. I know it won't be the last. Besides, like I said, it gives me some kind of a rush. I like hearing your voice, too, when I'm around guys like that. It's the closest I ever get to visiting you at work." She laughed. Gwen has a way of laughing at jokes she makes for her own benefit, whether they're funny or not. It's something I've always loved about her. Fair or not, I've always kept her out of my work. I needed to know that my family was distinct from my job, that the two would never cross into one another. I didn't have the heart to tell them the ugly secrets the world had shown me, and I needed to believe that decent families like mine were what I was fighting for. I needed sanctuary, which is exactly what they'd been for me. I wanted to go back to them, but first we had to do a gun deal that Rudy'd set up. It was in no way associated with the Angels, but it was all part of the show, so we saddled up. The deal was in Apache Junction. The neighborhood was a blank, garbage-strewn expanse of neglected suburbia, which is too kind a term for it. Not a lawn in sight, dotted with dilapidated trailers, rubble and litter and dust everywhere. Vast, worthless, vacant lots. One of those broken places on the fringe of what we think of as America, but which is every bit American. Carlos, Timmy, Rudy, and I pulled up to a white trailer around 5 in the afternoon. Carlos brought up the rear. He lost control of his bike a little and skidded to a stop, nearly bowling me and my bike over. No harm done. We laughed. Rudy put his head in his hand. He still couldn't believe how lame his crew members were at handling their bikes. I couldn't half blame him. There was a white late-model BMW 325i with filthy, illegible license plates in the driveway, along with 3 cars on blocks. On the porch of the trailer was a ratty, stained love seat. Sprawled across the love seat was a shirtless man with tattoos of a pentagram around his bulging belly button, a hand with its middle finger extended over his heart, and a necklace of satanic-looking letters. He was passed out. Around his right wrist was a hospital outpatient band. Rudy said, "That's Nathan." A woman opened the door. "Hey, Rudy." "Hey, sweetie." Sweetie was the last word that came to mind as I gazed on a classic meth tramp. Lined face, shattered teeth, sunken eyes, bleach blonde hair, her waist bulging over her cut-offs. "Hey, this your crew, huh? I'm Iwana." All I could think was, I wanna what? I lit a cigarette. I should have had sympathy for people like Iwana, but the simple truth was that I didn't. After a certain age, after so many miles, after so much drugs, and after I'd seen so many people like her in my work, it was easier to think of people like her as lost causes. I knew this was a convenient lie I told myself. I wouldn't hesitate for a second to use a person like Iwana as a snitch if I thought she could be useful. Rudy was a prime example of just this kind of arrangement. What we dangled in front of him was not merely a pass on jail, but a final way out. Often the opportunity to flip and be remade in relocation was the ultimate chance in a life of repeated disappointments. All involved silently agreed that these changes were unlikely. Cops held them out as fantasies, and perps clung to the hope that there was something pure left in their hearts. We knew that even with the best intentions, the odds were stacked against the Iwanas and Rudys of the world. Habits die hard, money is tough to come by, and temptation is a bitch. A kid appeared at Iwana's bare thigh and tugged at her shirt. It was a boy, maybe 5 years old. He looked as though he hadn't bathed in days. Iwana swiped at him and said, "Not now, Dale. We have guests." He ran away. He shared my daughter's name. My heart sank as he hung his head and scampered off. We went inside. There were 2 others. Rudy introed them as Mark and Sharon. Sharon said, "I'm Nathan's old lady." She added, "He OD'd last night." No shit. Timmy asked, "He need anything?" "Nah, they already gave him some stuff." Rudy said, "Mark's your guy." And we went with him. He led us to a dark one-room apartment that could only be accessed from the backyard, where little Dale rolled a tire around. As Carlos and Timmy followed Mark, I went up to the kid. I said, "What you got there?" He stopped. The tire twirled to the ground. Dale said, "You want to see the new toy Nathan got me?" "Sure, kiddo. Where's it at?" I expected him to tug me around the side of the house to show me a big wheel or a slip and slide or a super soaker. Instead, he walked up to the tire, knelt, tilted it up, and pushed it toward the side of the trailer. It hit the wall and twirled to the ground once again. Dale turned to me, smiling genuinely. "Pretty cool, huh?" I smiled. It hurt. "Yeah, that's great, kiddo. I gotta go talk to Mark." "Okay. Later, mister." Later, I thought. I added myself to the long list of people who had abandoned him. Inside the apartment, Mark was handing Timmy an H&R 410 sawed-off shotgun. He told us Rudy had already given him $50 for it. I looked for Rudy and asked Timmy where he was. He shrugged. Timmy cracked the gun to confirm it was unloaded, then snapped it shut. "I got this, too." Mark faced a low counter, and his back blocked what was on it. He wheeled around, brandishing an AK-47. Carlos, who was off to Mark's side, said, "Whoa!" and grabbed the rifle's wooden grip. I put a hand on the rubber stock of one of my Glocks, but didn't draw. Mark said, "Chill. It ain't loaded." Carlos pointed the barrel up. "Yeah, heard that before. It's all fun and games until someone puts an eye out." I released my pistol. Mark said, "I thought you guys might be interested in this. Damn, that's what you do, right? Buy guns?" I said, "We buy certain guns, dude. Let's have a look." Mark handed it to Carlos, who exited the apartment to inspect it in the remaining sunlight. It was Chinese, no serial number, no magazine, nothing in the chamber. It was in bad shape, and probably hadn't been fired since before it left Beijing on a cargo boat. "I'll give it to you for $100. That's a hell of a deal." "We know what's a deal and what ain't," said Carlos. "This is shit, a relic. Mount it on your wall and tell people your dad was in Korea or something." I said, "There you have it. We'll stick with the shotgun. Anything else? I wanted to get out of there." Mark said, "I don't think so. Let's go ask Nathan." We humored him. All of a sudden, I wanted a taco. Good taco stands in Apache Junction. When we got back to the trailer's living room, Sharon and Nathan were on the floor. Nathan moaned, and Sharon appeared to be trying to help him. Rudy and Awana were nowhere to be seen. Timmy asked what happened. Sharon looked over her shoulder. Her eyes were wide and desperate, like she'd just flung herself off a balcony. "He fell down." Nathan said, "Fuck that." From a back room, a woman screamed, "Yes, fuck, ooh, yes, 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 yes." The kid wandered into the room and stopped in front of me. No one said anything to him. He was bored. He'd seen it all before. I felt filthy. I moved out of the boy's way. He passed, leaving the room. Nathan still lay on the ground. I pointed at the pentagram on his stomach. "What's with the tattoo?" He sat up. "This?" He grabbed his belly with both hands and shook it like a jello ring. "I'm the fucking devil, man." "Really?" asked Carlos. Timmy huffed. "Well, you got any guns you want to sell us, Beelzebub?" "I got a pistol in the car. Shit, I'll give it to you." Mark said, "Fuck that, Nathan. These guys deal." He turned to us. "I'll go get it." He left. Timmy took a knee next to Nathan and asked if he had to go back to the hospital. Nathan said fuck no. I asked him if he was hungry. He said, "You got a line for me?" I didn't say anything to that. Mark came back holding a greasy rag. He unwrapped it. careful not to let his fingers come in contact with the pistol, which was a very small battleship-gray .22 Derringer. Carlos took it, unloaded, and inspected it. Carlos said, "This isn't a gun. It's a paperweight." Timmy looked at it and laughed. "How much you want for that?" I asked. It wasn't worth more than $10. Nathan said, "20." Sharon said, "Fuck that. Just take it." Nathan said, "No, Mark said these guys deal." He looked at me. $20. Sharon got up and pleaded, "Please, take it." Apparently she didn't want the devil to be armed. Timmy helped Nathan to his feet. He took 2 steps toward Sharon and slapped her hard across the face. "I'm selling that fucking gun if they want it, okay?" Sharon started hitting Nathan on his shoulders and chest with both hands. He reeled back a little, but was otherwise unfazed. Timmy got between them. They calmed down just as quickly as they'd started up. I lit another cigarette and took a deep pull. The thought drifted through my mind of my blue pool in my shady backyard, with my great kids playing in it before they ate the dinner their mom had cooked for them. This was bullshit. I started to leave. I didn't see Carlos give Nathan $20 in exchange for the Derringer. I addressed Mark. "Well, that about takes care of everything. We're going to wait outside for Rudy. Nice doing business with you, dude." "You too." As we were leaving, 2 small girls appeared in the adjacent kitchen. Neither one was older than 4. They both looked scared and hungry. The younger one clung to the older, who clung to a naked, hairless plastic doll. I wanted to take the kids outside, call social services, come back inside, and beat all of these people to a pulp. As I stood staring at these little creatures, Nathan and Sharon started to get into it again. Apparently Sharon didn't want Nathan accepting any money for the gun. I asked Carlos if he'd paid for it, unaware that he had. Carlos said, "Sure, I gave him the money. It's only $20. I said, "Fuck that. If she wants us to have it, then we're just going to take it." I took the $20 that clung to Nathan's fingertips. I didn't want to give these assholes any money to blow up their noses so they could not feed their children. I pointed at the 2 girls whom Carlos hadn't noticed. He looked at them, looked at Nathan, looked at Sharon, and said, "Let's get the fuck out of here." Timmy was already opening the door. We went to the bikes. When we were out of earshot, I said, "Jesus Christ." "Motherfuckers." Carlos rubbed his cheek. Timmy leaned against his bike. We were all pissed. We weren't here to stand by while Rudy fucked a meth whore. Minutes passed. Timmy said, "Sun's still strong." It was almost 6, but it didn't matter. He took out a tube of sunscreen and placed it on his handlebars. He took off his T-shirt, squeezed some cream into his hand, and started rubbing it into his chest. "Got aloe in it. Cools you off." Carlos asked, "Really?" and peeled off his shirt, too. I took off mine. We all started to rub it in. Carlos asked if I'd do his back. We laughed uneasily. We'd seen it all before, too, but that didn't make it any easier. We still wanted to forget. I did his back. He did mine. We laughed a little harder, a little easier. Rudy walked out of the house, buckling his belt. Awana stood on the porch, waving like a wife whose husband was off to work. He walked up to us, 3 bikers rubbing sunscreen into each other on a hot Phoenix night. "What the fuck?" I asked. "What the fuck with you?" "Had to get a piece. You know how it is. These hens can't get enough of this old rooster." I didn't like Rudy's behavior, but I couldn't call him out on the spot. I had to maintain the appearance that he was the president of my club. I wanted to tell him he had to stop acting the way he was acting. I wanted to push him out of the way, march back into the trailer, and arrest the losers we'd just dealt with. But I couldn't. An undercover constantly trades his or her ethics for the greater good of a case. I knew this kind of thing wouldn't stop on its own, though. Barely 2 months on the job, and Rudy needed to be reined in. Old dog, old tricks. New problem. Chapter 11. Why'd Jack give me that rock? August 2002. The next day was Saturday. I went home. I needed to. When I pulled into the driveway, my job was jammed inside me like a kidney stone. It dissipated quickly. I was greeted at the door by a postcard. My wife, my children, a dog. Smiles and waves and hugs. The weekend passed in a blissful flash. The kids laughed around the pool. Gwen pointed me to the yard work. I love yard work. Everything is self-evident and rewarding. The lawn needed a trim. I trimmed it. There were flowers on the verge of the backyard that needed pruning. I pruned them. I put some of the clippings in a Southwest-style vase, red desert pottery painted royal blue with yellow sun discs, and put them in the middle of our heavy oaken table. I played flashlight tag with Jack and Dale on the golf course. We went to the movies. We played chicken in the pool. That weekend, the heavyweight burdens of the job succumbed to the featherweight joys of home life. Gwen's birthday was coming up, and we knew I wasn't going to make it. I had to go to San Diego for an ATF training session. So one night, all the grandparents came over for dinner. Gwen broiled shrimp, and I grilled T-bones. We talked about Jack starting slow-pitch baseball that fall. No more T-ball. My dad said I'd teach him all about getting it going under pressure. I said, hell yeah, I would. We talked about what I'd do in San Diego, and I said aside from listening to lectures and hanging out with my partners, I was going to surf. At night, in bed, I'd run through the case in my mind. We'd made good progress, but I was still insecure. The fear I'd felt as we rolled up to Mesa was subsiding and beginning to congeal into confidence. But I still wanted to take it pretty slow. We'd go full bore later, once we knew that we had a reasonable chance of getting away with riskier questions and activities. If you don't wait until you have enough credibility, then cases can go bad fast. My most recent bad experience was on a Sons of Silence case. The Sons were a minor biker gang in Colorado Springs. We were running around as a made-up club called the Unforgiven. All the members were cops. Our center patch was St. Michael. And we wanted to further demonstrate that the Sons used intimidation and the threat of violence to maintain their turf. If we could do this, we could roll it into the RICO case being built against them. We wanted to do it that night by putting the screws to them, by hanging out in their place and showing them up. They were small time, and my confidence was high. My partners, John Babyface Carr and Chris Crisser Bayless, accompanied me to their bar. We sat in their place and drank and waited. We didn't have to wait long. A guy asked me who I was, and I told him I was the Unforgiven. Who the fuck are you? He said he was the warlord for the Sons of Silence. I lied and told him I'd never heard of them. He knew I was full of shit. He said we needed to take off our cuts, sit tight, and wait for the ass-beating that was on its way from his brothers. I told him, fuck you, we stay or leave when I feel like it, not when ordered. That was stupid. The place was suddenly pin-drop quiet. The only sound was the deadbolts turning on the front door. Most of the time, after taking a beating, a man will bullshit about how big the other guy was, how he didn't have a chance in hell. I'm no small fry, but this guy was legitimately huge. According to the marshal's processing, he was 6'6" and a shade under 300 pounds. He reeled back and hit me with a no-shit-for-real knockout punch. My head whipped like a rag doll's. Babyface later told me that as the guy hit me, he watched my eyes roll into the back of my head. I fell, and the only thing that kept me on my feet was a column in the middle of the bar. Not 5 seconds later, Babyface was chicken-winged, while Crisser and I fought for our lives as the whole bar wailed on us. Guys, chicks, everyone. Pool cues, shot glasses, steel-toed boots, flashlights. We had a couple guys locked outside who eventually came in and helped put a stop to it, but we took a licking. We'd made such an impression that when the Sun's president learned of the fight, he said, "I don't know who these dudes are, but they should be in our club." The only price I had to pay for that kind of respect was pissing grape juice for about a week. That's why I love yard work, and I had plenty of it that August weekend. But the weekend had to end, and as I loaded the Merc, Jack ran up to me. He looked up and held out his hand, giving me a small, smooth rock from the backyard. He placed it in my palm and folded my fingers over it. He held my fist in his hands. It was a mature gesture for an 8-year-old. I wondered what exactly the rock was for as I smiled at Jack, but I didn't ask. I pocketed it and kissed his hair and left. The trip to San Diego was a week away, and before we left, I had to see Smitty. Throughout the Riverside case I'd run with Sugar Bear, I'd maintained that I was not a one-percenter. As far as Smitty knew, I was a freelance roughneck. I was afraid he'd be suspicious when I revised my line and told him that I'd been a solo Angels nomad all along. I knew Bad Bob had called Smitty and told him that the Solos were a new club with permission to fly their colors in Arizona. When Smitty told Bad Bob he knew who I was and that I was no one-percenter as far as he knew, Bad Bob assured him I was on the level. He agreed with Smitty that I should have told the truth from the beginning, but he vouched for me in the same breath, saying that my dishonesty would be compensated for by my loyalty. Smitty told him fine, but he still wanted to talk to me. On August 9th, Carlos, Timmy, Pops, and I met Smitty, his wife Lydia, and Dennis at the Inferno in Bullhead. We were led upstairs to a private room that had been set up with empty glasses and a few bottles of Crown Royal. I apologized quickly and said I'd lied out of necessity and respect. I said, "I held out so long because the last thing I wanted to do was challenge the Hells Angels. I'm sorry I wasn't honest, but hindsight being 20/20, I think it was best for everyone." Smitty mulled this over. Lydia and Dennis sat off to the side whispering to each other. After a minute or so, Smitty cracked the seal of a bottle of Crown and poured out 6 shots. When he was finished, he looked at each of us with hard eyes. He lifted his glass and indicated we should do the same. We did. He took a sip. As he removed the glass from his lips, he cracked that mile-long grin of his. Even his beard got happy. Smitty put a hand on my shoulder. He wagged his finger at all of us like we'd been bad, bad boys. Then he said, "You did all right, Bird. Not right, mind you, but all right. From now on, you be on the up and up with the 8-1s, and all is forgiven." 8-1s was another one of their nicknames, referring to the 8th and 1st letters of the alphabet, H-A. I choked back my Crown and said, "No sweat, Smitty." Smitty then launched into his welcome to Bullhead speech. He said, "Do your thing." He said, "I have guns if you want them." Said, "I got guys all over the state with guns for you." Said, "I got chicks with guns." To that, Carlos cupped his hands and jiggled them in front of his chest and said, "I hope so." Smitty laughed, his grin never breaking stride, and said, "Not just those kind, but the kind that go pop, too." Carlos said that he'd once had a pair of titties go pop on him. Said it wasn't pretty. We all laughed. Lydia laughed the hardest. Then, unprompted, Smitty offered up that he had fled California for Arizona after he'd committed an arson. He said he'd torched a bar, an adjacent business, and a motorcycle garage. "It was just too hot, you know." No one pointed out the bad pun. He went on, "Hey, man, Arizona's good stuff. Good stuff. Sonny's here, Johnny and Hoover and Bad Bob, too. Teddy's here, Crow's here. Lots of old-school headbangers. We got this state locked down. Arizona's red and white through and through. Bad Bob did right. We're thin up here, and we're happy to have you. You guys are good fucking stuff. Now let's go eat dinner." As we left the bar, Smitty flashed the butt of a gun at me with a wink and handed it to Dennis, a convicted felon. Dennis took it and stuffed it in his pants. We consummated our friendship with burgers, beer, and milkshakes at the Mad Dog Tavern. Everything was delicious. Things were going well, which meant we were due to hit our first speed bump. Chapter 12. Teaching Teacher. Mid-August 2002. "The fuck do you mean we're not official?" It was Slats. He had Rudy in the crosshairs. Rudy was strung out. His eyes were as beady and black as a teddy bear's. We were getting ready to go through one of our gauntlet sessions at the Patch. At these get-togethers, undercovers and informants sat at one end of the room, while Slats and the support agents grilled us as mock Hell's Angels. It was role-playing designed to keep us sharp and in character. Rudy shuffled and looked down. "I mean, you know, I haven't paid my membership dues." Slats was livid. "We gave you money. Why didn't you pay them? Pops, weren't you down in Tijuana with Rudy?" Pop said, "Yep." "And so? Didn't you pay up?" Pop said calmly, "I thought we did. Rudy handled it." Slats turned on Rudy. "You get on the level right now, or I'm calling the paddy wagon, and someone other than Iwana is going to be soaping up your ass tonight." Rudy spoke into his chest. "It wasn't enough. I owed 3 years of back dues. They wanted more for the startup in Arizona. It wasn't enough," he repeated. Slats stepped close to him, took out a tin of Copenhagen, loaded his mouth, and spoke very quietly. "You unfuck this ASAP, understand?" Rudy watched the ground, like he expected it to open up and swallow him whole. Slats continued. "I find out you're blowing the money we give you on crank and trailer trash pussy, I swear to God Almighty, I'll bump you faster than you can say recidivist. Got it?" I leaned into Pops and reminded him quietly, "Dude, don't fuck with Slats on this case." He nodded reassuringly. Rudy said, "Yeah, but I might need help." Slats said, "What the fuck?" That's when Rudy told us that not only were we not official at Solo Angels World Headquarters in Tijuana, Mexico, but that we weren't even supposed to be organized in Arizona. He said it wasn't like they said he couldn't do it. It's just that they said he didn't have permission on account of the money he owed. We had to get creative, fast. First stop, Los Angeles, Solo Angels U.S. Headquarters, to meet President Dave Teacher Rodarte. Rudy, Carlos, and I went to Rodarte's house and sat down in his living room. At first, Teacher wasn't too happy. He called some of his friends over, and we punked them down. He had them wait outside while we told him how it was. We basically cross-arm eye-fucked the guy into submission. We told him Arizona was already set up, and we were sorry we weren't on the level, but we'd promptly take care of whatever Rudy was short on. We said we were doing good, and we wouldn't miss another payment ever. We told him we'd followed local protocols and gotten the blessings of the Hell's Angels. Strong-arming the U.S. President was a risky tactic, but we had to do it that way. We didn't have time to screw around, because if the Angels caught wind that we weren't official with our own damn club, it was going to look fatally suspicious. We also could use it to gain more credibility. The last thing a criminal, even a half-assed biker like Teacher, expects of an undercover cop is to be out-toughed by him. The logic was, yeah, maybe we messed up, but look at us. We're more real deal than you are, so shut up and give us what we want. He did. As a token of our appreciation and commitment, we gave him $500 in cash. He told us the only catch was we had to go to Tijuana immediately to meet with the head solo, a wiry Mexican-Japanese cat called Suzuki. Fair enough. We sent Rudy and Pops down once again. Only God could give us special agents permission to leave Terra Americana, and we didn't want to bother God. Our bosses could have also done it, but then they'd probably shut us down for lack of due diligence with Rudy, so that was out too. Before they left, I told Pops not to let Rudy screw the pooch. We gave Pops an extra $1,000 that Rudy didn't know about, just in case. Carlos and I went back to Phoenix and waited. Pops told us about it afterward. He said they were all happy to see Rudy again, all of them except for a solo named Alberto, who kept to himself and shunned Rudy and Pops. They paid Rudy's back dues and were told that from then on at least one of us would have to come down for their monthly church meetings. We were also ordered to purchase genuine solo cuts with the Nomad's rocker in Spanish, Nomada. Lastly, Suzuki demanded that we bring him a Harley Evolution Sportster on our next trip. Rudy and Pops agreed to their demands, but we never bothered to heed them since they couldn't reasonably enforce them. Instead, to maintain our Solo Angels membership, we kept throwing token amounts of cash at them and never missed another dues payment. By the time the case ended, they'd collected something to the tune of $3,000 from us. Credibility can literally be bought from minor clubs like the Solos. Pops and Rudy spent the night in a Solo safe house with security cameras and high walls and a methamphetamine lab on the second floor. Pops couldn't understand a lot of the conversations because they were in Spanish. Before they left, I'd taught him all the Spanish I knew. Tiro el gringo en la cabeza. Shoot the white boy in the head. That wasn't very useful, so Pops settled down with a few SoCal members and bullshitted with them. They told him something interesting. They'd heard that there was an undercover cop or informant running with the Red Devils in Tucson, or maybe with the Phoenix Metro Charter of the Hells Angels. This was a hard-to-crack charter that consisted almost entirely of former Dirty Dozen members, including the dangerous Robert Chico Mora, whom Mike Mesa had warned me of at the Florence prison run. Pops said thanks, and he'd pass it on. Which is exactly what he did as soon as he got home. Chapter 13. Feeding Smitty His Cake. Late August, 2002. This intelligence could have referred to Rudy himself, or any of us, or Mesa Mike. It could also have simply been an inconvenient, baseless rumor. Bikers always think they're being infiltrated by someone. It confirms that they're big shots who need to be checked. They don't want to be investigated. That'd be a real pain in the ass. But they always want to believe they're being investigated. It's a strange psychology. The task force discussed the issue at our headquarters, the Patch. Since we couldn't come up with a way to make it work to our advantage, we decided to let it play out. In the meantime, we were off to San Diego for our annual Undercover Operators Conference. ATF training sessions are not known for their entertainment value, but this one was a blast. The speaker that weekend was Michael Durant, the Black Hawk helicopter pilot who got shot down over Mogadishu, Somalia. His lecture was truly inspirational. The specifics of his ordeal were more harrowing than I could imagine. He spoke at length about the generalities of perseverance in the face of lethal odds, a thing the UCs at the conference understood completely. His words sent a charge through the crowd. After Durant spoke, I decided to clear my head and hit the surf. I rented a longboard and headed down to a popular Mission Beach break. The beach was lined with bars looking over the water. I zipped up my wetsuit and paddled out. I waded with the local kids on the line and caught a few waves. The ocean did its rejuvenating thing. The salty air erased a carton of cigarettes from my lungs, and the water scrubbed my nicotine-stained fingertips clean. When I was done, I trotted up the beach to the boardwalk and turned south to where I'd parked my car. As I passed the Lahaina Beach Club bar, I heard shouts of, "Baldy! Hey, Baldy!" I turned to the bar's patio. Sitting in the best seats in the house, in a bar that is notoriously difficult to get good seats at, were Smitty, his wife Lydia, and Pete Eunice, the Dago angel we'd met at the Laughlin Flamingo, who'd been a shooter that night at Harris. I walked onto the patio and joined them, leaning my board against the wooden rail of the terrace. Smitty asked what brought me to Dago, and I said I was in the area on a collection, and after that I was going down to Tijuana on Solo Angels business. After we had talked for a while, Pete barked, "What the fuck, Bird? You surf?" He said the words as if he were confirming that I'd been to the moon. Things like surfing, especially for the old-school guys like Pete and Smitty, were basically off-limits for Hell's Angels. I said, "Fuck yeah, dude." "Where'd you learn?" "I know these crazy Mexican cats down in Puerto Vallarta. Drug dealers. They like to do half a dozen lines and dive in the ocean with their longboards. They get so jacked up that half the time they're just falling into the drink, but they have a hell of a time. They taught me. I'd actually learned while in college." Pete said, "Crazy wetbacks." "Yeah, well, they helped me out. I helped them out. We have a good time. So you guys here on pleasure?" "Business and pleasure," answered Smitty. "I got your call. Was going to get back to you later." He pointed his beer at Pete. "We got some serious club shit to go over, and Lydia came out too so we could celebrate my birthday." I recalled the Laughlin surveillance tapes showing how Smitty had backed up Pete while Pete plugged away with his pistol. I assumed they were getting their story straight for when they got served by the grand jury, which hadn't happened yet. I mentioned that a bunch of friends and I were planning on having dinner later on. I insisted that I treat them to surf and turf at Jose's up in La Jolla. Smitty and Lydia accepted. Pete said he wouldn't be able to make it, but told me to stop by his bar, Dumont's, if I had the time. I grabbed my board and decided to head back into the water to show them what I could do. I paddled out and turned around. I could see them as I bobbed up and down, my feet dangling below me in the Pacific. Lydia waved. I couldn't tell if Smitty or Pete did anything, but they were clearly looking in my direction. I waved back, a big, goofy kid's wave. I was having fun sticking it in their faces. I couldn't see the point of being a Hell's Angel if it meant you couldn't enjoy things like surfing. I dropped into a lazy 4-foot wave and glided along its face. Before it petered out, I threw the board over the edge of the wave and grabbed the rail and fell into the water. I came up and looked at the bar. Lydia was waving again. I could even see Smitty's cocky, big-ass granddad smile from all the way out there. As soon as they left the bar, I got out of the water and headed to the Holiday Inn where the conference attendees were staying. I grabbed Carlos and we gathered a bunch of agents, including the young female operative who'd been at Laughlin, Jenna J.J. McGuire. J.J. would be my girlfriend for the night. I knew I'd eventually need a full-time girlfriend on the case. Whoever this woman was, she'd need a take-no-shit mentality in order to survive and thrive in the biker world. There aren't too many female street agents. The ratio of men to women is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20-1. So we were lucky to meet J.J. when we did. J.J.'s main drawback was that she was a complete greenhorn, but she had a ton of things going for her. She had brains, ambition, a positive and sunny attitude, fearlessness, and self-control. She was also very attractive, which couldn't be overlooked, since it was the first thing any Hell's Angel was going to notice about her. I spoke with her a few hours before dinner. I didn't want to pop into the restaurant with her on my arm. I wanted her introduction to look spontaneous. We decided to station her at the bar, where I'd notice her as a one-time flame, and I'd send her a drink and invite her over. This chance encounter would give her an out whenever she wanted it. If she got uncomfortable, or if I thought she was in over her head, she'd simply excuse herself for having made other plans. It also gave me a good out if Smitty or Lydia decided they didn't like her. That didn't happen. Smitty took right to her, first because of her looks, and then because of her personality. J.J. was all smiles and kept Lydia occupied. I think if she could have, Lydia would have taken her back to Bullhead that night. Carlos and I introed everyone as Solo's associates of one kind or another. The team was practiced and professional. They deflected all attention to Smitty and Lydia. All of them told Smitty how honored they were to have the chance to sit down and hang out with a senior Hell's Angel, and for his birthday, no less. Smitty happily accepted the attention. He told us he'd been in Vietnam, had killed lots of gooks, and had extensive military training. He made it sound like he was a Ranger, Marine, and SEAL all wrapped into one lethal package. I thought of Scott Varville, and for a moment it seemed like Smitty was no different from that broke-dick school nurse with the gun and bike fetishes. But once he got rolling, He talked about Laughlin, and whispered about how much he hated the Mongols. He told us everything we already knew, that he'd been arrested at Laughlin, and was likely to face a murder rap, and that he was still without his dear old cut, which had been impounded. We gasped at this, as if impounding a Hell's Angels cut was not only unreasonable, but downright un-American. He appreciated our outrage. At the end of the night I took the waitress aside and told her to bring cake for everyone, and to put a candle in the slice for the Hell's Angel. The cake was vanilla with white icing. The candle was red. By that point in the evening, J.J. sat between me and Smitty. Lydia had gone home relatively early. Smitty smiled and blew out his candle. J.J. interrupted his hand and grabbed his fork. She cut into the cake and held a chunk to Smitty's mouth. Smitty took the bite and chewed, smiling all the way. J.J. fed him a few more bites. Smitty said, "Shit, my wish just came true." It was a good performance, one I didn't expect from such a young and inexperienced agent. J.J. was a natural. After dessert, Smitty leaned into my shoulder and asked if I'd do a collection for him in Bullhead. I said sure, no sweat. Smitty also said he had some shit for me when we got home, pulling his finger like he was firing a gun. I said, "Cool, dude, you know me." I said it was too bad we didn't hook up before Dago, since Carlos and I'd be running to Mexico in a couple days. I said he could have had a little extra birthday cash to throw around. He lamented, saying, "Well, next year, next year." I doubted that. We got back to Bullhead, refreshed and ready to roll. Slats and I agreed that Smitty's collection was a gift, a perfect opportunity to gain more credibility. In fact, it was ideal since we'd be protecting the guy from an otherwise certain ass-whooping. We decided to slow play it to see if we could get any more information out of Smitty. We were professionals. I wanted it to look like we knew how deep the pool was before we dove in. A few days after getting back from Dago, Timmy and I met up with Smitty one evening in the parking lot of the Sandbar Tavern. We shook hands, and Smitty told us to follow his white pickup over to his house. The Smiths lived in a nice working-class neighborhood of double-wides and simple ranches. Their street was named Swan Road. I liked that. We pulled up to the house around 8:30 in the evening. It had been another scorcher, 115, 120 degrees. Light still hung in the sky, as if trapped by the heat, and Lydia watered her plants in the front yard. It was a nice yard. Sea-glass wind chimes, eccentric whirligigs, painted stones, and garden gnomes. There was a large neon red, white, and blue peace sign propped against the side of the house. None of the decorations was expensive-looking. Lydia waved as we kicked the bikes down. Timmy and I waved back. She looked happy, not strung out or hung over. She had on dark denim shorts, and a light denim shirt knotted below her sternum. Her black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. It was her gardening uniform. I said, "Hey, Lydia, yard looks good. Love the gnomes." "Thanks, Bird. Hey, Timmy." Timmy said hey, and we walked up the wooden steps to the doorway, which was occupied by a beckoning Smitty. The inside of the trailer was neat and orderly. Angels' memorabilia were strewn across the walls and coffee tables, plaques, trophies, framed newspaper clippings and obits, drawings, and in the living area, next to the television, was a single black-and-white monitor whose image was split into quads. 3 of the quads had images of the outside of the Smith residence. The 4th was black. Lydia busied herself in the yard in the lower left section. Smitty directed us to the dining table while lifting 2 Coors Lights from the fridge. He passed them out, and we each popped one open. He then mixed himself a Crown and Coke. Smitty sat down with us. Lydia walked in and did stuff in the kitchen. Smitty complained about an argument he'd gotten into at work about a co-worker's son who had died on a motorcycle Smitty had sold him. He looked into his Crown and Coke like it was an oracle and said, "Man, I've been around too much death lately. Laughlin, a brother's son, got killed recently. This kid, too much, man, too much." We didn't say much. We were tough guys, used to death and death's senselessness. As far as Smitty knew, we were hitmen. What did we care about a few random deaths? He caught on to our indifference, straightened up in his chair, and said, "I don't like death, you know, unless I'm the cause of it, you know." He changed the subject, and told us about the collection. It was over a disputed $8 grand a guy named Porter owed to a woman Smitty kept calling Crazy Carol. The dispute was currently in court, with Carol as the plaintiff and Porter defending. He gave us a docket number and the guy's home address. Suddenly, Dennis whisked in without knocking. No one seemed surprised. Maybe Smitty had caught sight of him on the surveillance system. Dennis moved into the kitchen, got a beer, and settled down. Smitty asked him if he knew this Porter guy, and Dennis said he didn't. Dennis was sweating and on edge. He took his beer, opened the front door, looked outside in 3 directions, and walked down the steps. With Dennis gone, Lydia asked, "Bird, you know what they call Dennis?" "Nope." Smitty said, "They call him Chef Boyardee." Lydia asked, "You know why they call him that?" "No, why?" "Because he cooks the best rock you can find, the absolute best," said Smitty. Lydia said, "Make Jesus jealous, his shit's so good." Dennis came back in. No one asked him anything, but he trilled, "Nah, I don't know no Porter. Why the fuck would I know some Porter guy?" Smitty said he messed around in the drug game. Dennis ignored him and started to bitch about $7 grand he owed the county. Apparently his residence had incurred some taxes while he was in lockup. Smitty went to the kitchen for another drink. When he returned, he said, "You know, I got another thing for you. Bail Bond's place has about $300 grand out, and they need it back. They wanted me to help 'em, but I just can't do it now, not with all this heat from Laughlin. You should take that action, Bird. It could really help set you up." I lit a cigarette and pretended to think it over. No way could I, a federal agent, start collecting debts from lowlifes for some broke-dick bail bondsman. On the other hand, I couldn't say no right away. I said I'd think about it. I was still pretty busy with my Vegas work and the guns, but the percentage on $300 grand was nothing to shake a finger at. I also said I'd do the Porter thing, but that I needed to do it my way, which was methodically and by the numbers. I said I needed to case him a little, and that it might take a few weeks. He said he didn't care, as long as it got done. I squashed out my smoke, and Timmy and I got ready to leave. Dennis plopped down on the couch and squealed, "Later." Lydia gave both Timmy and me a kiss on the cheek as we passed the kitchen. She told me to say hi to Carlos. Smitty said, "You know, Bird, I was thinking, you ought to move that little blonde number out to Bullhead." I told him I'd been thinking that too. I really had. Chapter 14. Fuck Your Guns. September 2002. The next week was busy as hell. Flew to New York on September 9 to be part of an ATF peer support team and to go to some 9/11 memorial events. While I was there, I hit a local biker bar named Hogs and Heifers to throw back drinks with other agents, including Karen, a female special agent based in New York. I was extra cocky that night. I put in a call to Bad Bob saying I was in New York on a collection. I asked if I could visit the boys at the 3rd Street Clubhouse. He told me he had to make some calls. He called back 15 minutes later. He said I should call Brandon, the New York City P, at such and such a number. I did, and Brandon said, "Fuck yeah, come over." I was dumbstruck. The New York P was a guy known around the biker world. He didn't owe me, a nobody from a nothing club, a damn thing. Bob's willingness to vouch for me opened that door. As I left, Karen implored me not to go, saying it was stupid to go without any cover. I asked, "Go where?" She said, "You're going to meet the Hells Angels, Jay." I don't know where you got that from. And besides, fuck the Hells Angels. I'm not worried about what they're going to do to me. They should be worried about what I'm going to do to them. She looked me dead in the eye and said,
I'm glad I'm not working with you. You're out of your mind. If you leave, I'm going home." This was probably the first time during Black Biscuit that my desire to succeed overcame my common sense. I flagged a cab and said, "Take me to the Hells Angels, dude." He didn't know where that was. I said 3rd Street, between 1st and 2nd Avenues. I was scared. I'd been scared a lot lately, and I was getting kind of used to it. Jesus hates a pussy. But I couldn't believe what I was doing. As the cab crossed town, I told myself I couldn't chicken out. I thought of the time I went bungee jumping, of how terrified I was at the thought of jumping off a bridge only to be saved by a glorified rubber band. I remembered how every nerve in my body told me not to jump, while my mind screamed, "You need to man up and just do it, dude." I threw myself off that bridge. It was almost more than I could handle, but it was exhilarating and worth the fear. That's what it came down to. Were the risks taken worth the fear? Would I be able to live with myself if I'd given up? No. I'd have no self-respect. How could I expect people, my family, my partners, even the people I investigated, to respect me if it was obvious I didn't respect myself? We pulled up. I paid. I got out and lit a cigarette. I crossed the street. The New York Hells Angels lived on arguably the safest block in New York City. They owned an entire tenement building. It was painted black. The sidewalk in front of their building was cordoned off with barrels and bikes. There were plenty of cameras trained on the front door and street. The sidewalk was so clean it looked like someone had polished it. I knocked. A small shade slid open. A pair of black eyes. A voice asked, "Who is it?" I said, "I'm Bird. Brandon's expecting me." The door opened. A big dude, like 5 bushels of wheat big, blocked the opening. He said he was lumpy. I held my smart-ass tongue, shook his hand, and went inside for the nickel tour. The place was a museum. HA paraphernalia everywhere, going way back. Pictures, plaques, flags, framed in memoriam cuts and tabs, old guns, a battle axe, helmets, knives, newspaper clippings, even decommissioned bikes. It was Hell's Angels heaven. I was zooming. I'd fallen under my own spell. I didn't stay long. I only wanted to pay my respects. I bought some T-shirts to show the boys out west. I met a few guys, one of whom was among the scariest dudes I'd ever laid eyes on. He was only 5'11", but he weighed about 300 pounds and didn't have an ounce of fat on him. He was an Illinois angel named Mel Chansey. The scariest thing about him wasn't his size. It was his smile and easy laugh. It looked and sounded kind, but what it said underneath was, "Hey, man, nice to meet you. I'd love to bash your head in on the curb. Want to go outside?" I steered clear of him. Brandon asked if I wanted a sausage from a fair on 1st Avenue. Said they made them real nice, Italian style, with peppers and onions on soft bread. I declined. I left not 20 minutes after having arrived. I decided to check out Ground Zero. I wanted to do a right thing for the right reasons. Something in me had to push back against the impulsiveness and recklessness of Bird. I got there around 10 at night. The streets were quiet. There was the pit, still in disarray, flooded with lights. High fencing cordoned off the area, with pieces of paper and photos and posters laced into the lattice of the fence. A small group of people huddled at the corner of Church and Vesey. They looked like Mennonites, the men bearded, the women in bonnets, and wearing dresses that looked like 19th-century kitchen aprons. The previous night, 2 columns of blue light had shot up from a huge array of spotlights, reaching for the heavens, honoring the souls lost that day and the ghosts of buildings gone. Everything felt respectful. I forgot who I was, and who I was pretending to be, who the angels were, and who they were pretending to be. I was in the biggest, busiest city in the country, and it was almost entirely silent. I stared at a fluttering American flag. For a few minutes I put everything aside. Then I got on the train and went back to my hotel in Brooklyn. I flew home on September 13th. I landed in Tucson, got in my car, and drove home. I never settled in. The things I did around the house, I did poorly. I mowed the lawn, neglecting whole tracts, leaving mohawks in the grass. Gwen scolded me. I knew something wasn't right. The old me, the real me, would have been correcting mistakes. My current incarnation didn't care. All I wanted was to go back to work. The afternoon before I left, Dale had some friends over for a pool party. I watched them in their bathing suits, 12- and 13-year-old girls on the verge of growing up, and all I could think about were the women the bikers hung out with. The old ladies, the daughters, the whores. I could confidently guess how the lives of women like these had differed from Dale's and her friends, how it was that some women ended up in a Hells Angels clubhouse as drug mules and dealers, waiting for their old man to come around so he could demand and get a blow-job or whatever else he wanted. I knew with dead certainty that these women had fathers who were never there for them, who never showed them any love, or showed them too much of the wrong kind of love, who never told them they were valuable in any way. It hurt to watch my daughter play with her girlfriends as these specters hung over me. It hurt to think that, given some bad breaks and poor decisions, it was possible, though unlikely, that any of these girls splashing in my pool could be in similar circumstances in only a few years. I called Dale over, interrupting her fun. She had to get out of the pool and wasn't happy about having to do something for her dad. She pleaded, "What is it, Daddy?" As she stopped in front of me, I said, "This is important, Shuey. When Jack was a baby, he pronounced sister as Sheshu, which Gwen and I changed to Shuey, and which stuck. So listen carefully, okay?" She threw out an impatient hip and rolled her eyes. "Just hear me out, okay? I need to tell you this." "Right now? Is this about boys?" "It's not about boys, not really. It's more about you. Just listen. Never, ever do anything that you don't want to, just because someone else says so. If someone wants something from you that you don't want to give, then you don't give it. Understand?" She didn't say anything. It was too awkward. Even as the words came out of my mouth, I knew Gwen would have to clarify the message later. "What I'm saying is, you're the most important person in the world to yourself. If you carry yourself with respect and determination, you'll be fine. Other people won't respect you unless you respect yourself first. Understand?" "I guess so, Daddy." "Just don't forget, you have only one reputation, so guard it and protect it. Don't let anyone tell you what to do." She straightened up with a quirky smile. "But you're telling me what to do right now." "Smart ass. Listen to your old man on this one, okay?" "Okay." She turned and ran back to her friends, her wet feet slapping the patio. "I love you, Shuey." She stopped, turned around, and shot daggers at me, and ran off that much faster. Her friends giggled. The rest of the day and night dragged on. I couldn't stop thinking about the case. That evening I played catch with Jack, and actually dropped a couple of soft, high-arcing pop-ups. Later that night, Gwen and I didn't have sex, which wouldn't have been that unusual, except that she had to point it out to me. Sex hadn't even crossed my mind. As I got in the Undercover car the next morning, Jack handed me 2 more of his rocks. He smiled and repeated the gesture of folding my fingers around them. I kissed his head, put them on my dashboard, told him I loved him, and left. I met Carlos to do some Tucson gun deals that Timmy and Pops had set up. It was going to be our first big day of dealing, which was good, because Slats was getting anxious. He'd been putting the screws to us to procure some evidence. We knew that all that protocol stuff we'd gone through, all the approvals and permissions, were good background for the Ricos, but none of it meant anything if we couldn't demonstrate that the Hells Angels engaged in criminal enterprise. Carlos and I met at one of the solo clubhouses, a Waffle House at Grant Street and I-10. We chowed on the Solo Angels special, pecan waffles with fried eggs and bacon. We waited for our contact, Doug Dam, a Tucson Hells Angel, to give us a call and get things rolling. We ran recording devices that day, but they weren't transmitting wires. In order for the cover team to follow us, we'd have to call and let them know where we were headed. Doug called Carlos. He told us to meet him at his place. We paid the waitress, who, no joke, was named Flo, and who had a flowery platinum explosion of a hairdo, and left. We met Doug in his front yard. He was 6 feet tall and a shade under 200 pounds. His eyes looked like windows into the soul of a very intense or very stupid individual. He sported the standard Hells Angels facial hair, and wore a thin silver chain and cross around his neck. His rep was that of an unstoppable street fighter. He routinely traveled the country to resolve Angels' problems with his fists. He shook our hands. He said we had a lot of running around to do, and he needed to eat first. Carlos suggested Waffle House number 2, this one at 22nd Street and I-10. Ah, the Waffle House. A finer undercover cop restaurant there never was. Bad coffee, below-average service, good waffles, easy on the wallet, and hard on the digestive tract. Smells familiar, just like the funk under your big toenail does. Has practicality written all over it, especially since, for some bizarre reason, they always have open parking lots with views in 3 directions, the 4th being blocked by the Waffle House itself. Good for surveillance and a lack of surprises. Yeah, when I or any of my law enforcement brothers are cruising down the road and see those 11 yellow squares containing those 11 black letters, there's little we can do but be drawn to them. Like moths to a porch light, except that we crave a cup of coffee in a questionably clean mug. We told Doug we'd pay, and Carlos and I had seconds of pecan waffles. Doug actually finished his meal with ice cream. Spooning scoops of vanilla into his goateed mouth, he said, "Here's the deal. I got a .38 and a .40 semi-auto back at my place. The .40 cal isn't clean, so don't get caught with it. I got another gun, too, but can't sell it." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing white cream into his mustache. He leaned in and whispered, "It was used in a serious crime, and it has to go in the river. So." I whispered back, "We understand. Occupational hazard." Right. Doug was a talkative son of a bitch. Getting info out of him was like fishing with dynamite. "Thanks for moving this stuff today. I really need the dough." Carlos stepped in. "Hey, we thought you guys were doing pretty good down here." We knew they weren't. "Not really. I had a nice bulk pot thing going, but since I got picked up on it last year, it's been pretty dead. But man, those were the days. I could get shit down here for about $400 a pound, drive it to Maine, where I used to live, and sell it for 3 times as much. Used to move shit for a supplier, 500 pounds a trip. But I got wise and started taking smaller loads of my own stuff, so I wouldn't have to pay anyone else. But like I said, that's stopped for now." I said, "Sounds like our thing with the iron. We got those Mexican boys by the balls with one hand and the throat with the other." "How do you mean?" "Man, I'm the source and the distributor. No middleman. The Alpha and the Omega, baby. I show up with a load of pistols, and I set the price. Supply and motherfucking demand. Econ 101. "Sounds just like my pot thing," he said longingly. Then he added, "'Cept I didn't have no border patrol to fuck with me." I said, "Yeah, well, occupational hazard." Doug laughed as he souped up the melted ice cream. "Nah, we don't got it as good as Mesa, I'll tell you that. Tucson's had some tough times. First, we only got 6 members, not counting the couple guys in prison on some ATF bullshit. Then we got one member, our tattoo guy, Mac, who's got a non-association clause as part of his probation. And we got Jojo, who just got out of the joint and whose leg is all fucked up. We got me, who just got my bike's license plates revoked for lack of insurance, and who barely beat out a third-strike felony for the pot thing last year. I acted as my own lawyer, I tell you that? He hadn't. Carlos said, wow. And then we got Fang, who did a 16-year murder lick, and who doesn't want to go back to prison, but who still doesn't give a fuck. You'll meet him later. He's got some goods, too. Anyway, I'm telling you, man, if the fucking feds wanted to throw a RICO our way, it wouldn't take much but some scotch tape to make it stick. Sweet. Slats would like the sound of that. Carlos looked at Doug, nodding seriously. In the meantime, he played a subtle game of footsie with me under the table, like we were teenagers macking on the same girl. Carlos got off on making light of any situation. I told Doug about our cash contributions to Mesa, and said if things worked out, then we'd throw them some proceeds from the Mexican markup, that it was the only decent thing to do. Doug said he and all the boys, who he insisted never did anything without group approval, an important point for our records, would really appreciate that. And so we began to deal. Before we left the second Waffle House, I called Slats from the bathroom and gave him Doug's address. Slats said he'd parked the van 4 blocks away and could be there in a flash. I said good, but I didn't think there was much to worry about. I said, sit back and pound the Diet Cokes. Shut up, he coughed. We went to Doug's, and he gave us a .38 Taurus blue steel 5-shot revolver and showed us the dirty gun, a 9mm of unknown make, that he couldn't sell. He said the .40 caliber was at Fang's, and that we'd have to go over there to get it, but that he would take the money now. Carlos gave him $800 for the 2 pistols, plus a $50 commission. Doug put the $800 in his back pocket and the $50 in his wallet. He told us that was all he was going to make for the day's work. I thought, dude, one day you're going to go to prison for a long time on a third strike because you were jonesing for $50. Pathetic. Doug got in his car, and we followed him to Fang's. Carlos called Slats and told him where we were headed. He told him we'd have these guys all prosecutable by 3 in the afternoon, that things were going easy, which they were. We were veteran ATF agents doing our thing. Over the years, Carlos and I had bought so many guns between us, it was like picking up milk on the way home. We pulled into Craig Fang Kelly's driveway at 1501 South Winmore around 1 in the afternoon. He offered us beer, and we took him up on it. I asked him where the .40 cal was, and Fang said it wasn't here, that he'd had trouble getting it, and that we'd likely have to pick it up at the house of Tucson Angel Mark McPherson, but that he and Doug had to make some calls first. He said we could wait outside if we wanted. Carlos pulled the shade aside. In the backyard was a metal table and a basketball hoop. Carlos and I looked at each other and nodded. Okay, we'd wait outside. As we walked toward the table, Carlos said, I got $50 says you can't dunk any more, Bird. And you can? You know it. Carlos was a Division II All-American defensive back and punt returner. Dude, no way you dunk and I don't. All right, let's find out. All right, then. We looked for a ball. No surprise that there wasn't one. Can't imagine the Hells Angels squaring off for a game of shirts and skins. The hoop must have been left by the last tenant. I held up my car keys. We'll use these. All right, who goes first? You do, Shorty. Bet. I'm on it. Carlos stripped to his undershirt. I didn't have to, since that was all I was wearing, but I did put my shoulder holster on the table. We both had on jeans and motorcycle boots. I threw Carlos my keys. He walked under the hoop, held up his arm to measure the distance, which was about 3 feet from his fingertips, and then stepped back several paces. He got in a ready position and rocked back and forth, jangling the keys in his right hand. I was glad Slats wasn't on the wire. He would have been calling us right then to tell us to stop. But we couldn't. That was a big reason I loved working with Carlos. He kept me light on my feet. He jumped and was well short. His boots skidded on the ground. He said, "Best of 3," and tried 2 more times, never getting closer. I said, "Gimme those, and let me show you how it's done." In my day, I could throw down with both hands. I didn't bother measuring the distance. Either I'd make it or I wouldn't. I took a running start from the side of the rim. When I got to about 3 feet, I leapt, my left arm extended. I touched the rear of the rim, but I couldn't get above the cylinder. I came down in a graceless thud, my boots also skidding along the ground. My back shot through with pain. Nothing serious, just a reminder that I was old and no longer cut out for things like dunking. The keys, however, stayed put, wedged between the rim and the backboard. Carlos laughed his ass off. He said he'd give me 25 for my efforts. I said that I didn't think I could get back up there. He said, "Well, we'll just give the Merc to Doug for payment. He can scrap it and turn it into Hell's Angels T-shirts or an 8-ball or whatever." I said, "Shut up." Carlos laughed some more. I tried to jump and retrieve the keys, but my bounce was all gone. I couldn't touch the rim. I was glad Jack wasn't there to see me. Carlos took 4 running jumps, but was still a mile away. I said, "All right, get on my shoulders." "Fuck that." "Fuck nothing. Get on my shoulders. I'll pay you $25 to do it. We'll be even." "Fine." I took a knee. Carlos got behind me and straddled my shoulders. I stood up, legs creaking, and we teetered back and forth before Carlos grabbed the rim and went to work on the keys. "Damn it, Bird, you really jammed these things good." "Just like Shaq." We faced the house. As Carlos said, "Got him," we both caught Doug on the phone watching us from behind the shade. Presumably he was talking to McPherson. He was probably saying that he had a couple of clowns who wanted to do business, that maybe they'd heard of us, the badass solo angels, J. Bird Davis and Carlos Jimenez, who at that moment happened to be playing chicken with an old basketball rim. Not exactly respectable biker behavior, which is exactly why we laughed so hard about it later. Carlos grabbed the rim, did a pull-up and swung over my head, let go, and landed hard on the pavement. We walked back to the table and picked up our beers. I put my guns back on. We went inside, and no one said anything about it. Doug said we'd have to go see Mark for the .40 cal, but that he'd make it worth our trouble. I said, "No trouble." We left Fangs and didn't bother to call Slats. Everything was under control, and the day was almost done. As promised, the .40 caliber pistol was at Mark's, as were 2 other guns, a Chinese Model 213 blue steel 9mm semi-auto, and a high-standard Model A22 long-round semi-auto target pistol. Mark said the 213 was legit, but that he was unsure of the 22, so be careful with it. As we inspected the guns, I noticed 2 Silver Star medals mounted on the wall of McPherson's living room. I asked who they belonged to. Mark said they were his. I asked, "Vietnam?" He said, "Yep." I had to hit an ATM to get enough cash to finish the deal. Doug accompanied me to a nearby Safeway, asking if I had any meth hookups, because his stupid wife had done his last rail the night before, and Tucson was drier than Death Valley. He also said the Tucson boys had ordered him to not cook or sell meth anymore, even though he still needed half an 8-ball to get by every couple of weeks. I said I'd let him know if I heard anything, that maybe Rudy could help him out. I took out $600. It'd be fun explaining that to Gwen later on. Doug and I went back to finalize everything. Dealing with McPherson gave me a bad feeling. He owned a legitimate bike repair shop that we never got any dirt on, and he was a decorated Vietnam vet. I later discovered that one of the stars was given to him for jumping out of a departing chopper to grab a fellow platoon member who'd been shot right before he made the helicopter. Mark had defied a direct order from his CO, who wanted to take off right away since they were taking fire. Mark grabbed the guy and got back on while the pilot waited for them. He came up for both a court-martial and a Silver Star, and the brass had the good sense to give him the latter. I was not into busting guys like McPherson. It wasn't what I was on the job to do. Regardless, it was a good day for Black Biscuit. Carlos and I pulled out of McPherson's $1,500 poorer, but that much richer in the way of small arms and evidence. Carlos called Slats. We decided to meet at a shopping center about 3 miles away. After he hung up, Carlos said, "Slats sounds steamed." "Well, we got a trunk full of guns. He'll be okay." "I don't know. He sounds pretty steamed." We got there first. We parked by a dumpster. Carlos opened the trunk and arranged the firearms to show the boys that we'd had a good day at the office. Slats pulled up, jumped out, and slammed the door. He was with 2 other task force agents, but they got out of the van more slowly. As Slats walked toward us, he picked up an empty green beer bottle that lay on the ground. He threw it hard at our feet, and it shattered into 1,000 pieces. I yelled, "What the fuck?" "What do you mean, what the fuck? Where were you?" "Buying guns, dude." "Oh, really? Where were you buying these guns?" "At bad guys' houses. Lighten up. We did good." "Fuck you, lighten up. You were off the map half the day. You don't know what that does to my heart?" He pounded his chest. "Jay, anything happens to you, it's my ass. You hear me?" Carlos and I held our tongues, not pointing out that if something happened to us, we were pretty sure it was our asses. I said, "But we got a trunk full of guns." "Fuck your guns." A young black guy wearing a straight-brimmed Phoenix Suns cap and a leather shearling bomber coat that was way too hot for the southern Arizona climate suddenly walked into our circle from behind the dumpster. He surprised Slats, who jumped back. Carlos and I couldn't help but chuckle. Slats didn't like that. He turned on the guy. "What are you looking at?" Slats pulled his jacket aside, unsnapped his holster, and pulled his revolver half out. "I repeat, what are you looking at?" Who knows what went through the poor guy's head? He probably thought we were doing a deal. He sure as shit didn't think we were cops. I begged him silently, "Don't say anything, dude. Just keep going. Just keep going." It must have worked. He turned on his heel and disappeared just as quickly as he'd shown up. Jesus! Slats looked like he was about to suffer a coronary. Carlos said, "Take a breath, Joe. Come see what we got." Slats mumbled, "Fuck your guns." Then he walked up to the open trunk and looked inside. He nodded. He spat out a strand of brown chaw and stared absently into the trunk. "All right, good work. Try not to go off the map again. It really kills me. I need to know you're safe." In spite of his anger, I knew he'd been really worried about us. He said quietly, "Jay, you know me and the guys in the van are responsible for you. I know you think you can climb Everest without help, but I won't let anything shitty happen on my watch." Slats looked hard at me. "I'm not pulling into your driveway to tell Gwen you're not coming home because I couldn't keep track of you." Carlos and I said, "Okay." I added, "We won't go off the map again." I knew I was lying. Our ditching Slats wasn't conscious. It was just that we had too much experience and were too used to running our own games. It was bound to happen again. Besides, I really didn't like being minded all the time. Slats turned and walked back to his car. "Drive the stuff to the patch for processing." He got in. As he was about to close his door, he leaned out and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Carlos, as of next week, you're off the case. The Miami SAC wants you back." He closed his door and backed out of the lot, while Carlos and I stood there staring at each other. Chapter 15. Goodbye, Carlos. September 2002. Well, that sucked. We knew that Carlos was on loan to us, but we'd hoped that our early successes would convince the special agents in charge that we needed Carlos more than anyone else did. No dice. He was headed back home, and he wasn't excited about it. None of us were. We were convinced we were being screwed in the usual way that certain ATF bosses screw street agents. Carlos was being reassigned simply because someone had the power to reassign him. The truth wasn't far away. Slats, having worked in Miami, was on good terms with the SAC there, but our assistant special agent in charge wasn't. Our ASAC penned the request for Carlos's extension in a terse email that rubbed the Miami boss the wrong way. Carlos's extension was turned down, and his reassignment to his home district was expedited, effective October 1, 2002. His imminent removal presented an imminent challenge: how to extract him from the case without it seeming rash or out of character. The task force had a brainstorming session at the patch. Carlos could have a motorcycle accident. Everyone knew he wasn't much on a bike, just like me. But putting him in the hospital would require a bunch of makeup and effort, and it wasn't likely to justify his disappearance from Arizona. We could arrest him, but we couldn't figure out a way to do that without arresting any other solos. We could say he was ordered to relocate to Tijuana by the solo brass, but since we knew that there already existed murky channels of communication between the Mexican solos and the larger biker world, that would be too risky. For a few days, we were at an impasse. To distract ourselves, Carlos and I decided to do Smitty's Porter collection. Slat suggested we do it at Porter's job, so as to maximize exposure and lessen the risk of it going bad, which we could not let happen. As an undercover, you have to do your best to control situations while giving the other party the impression they're the one in control. We decided to show up in numbers. That way we'd be intimidating and deterring. We recruited two of the larger task force agents to join us, Nicholas Buddha Susurrus, who had neck rolls that recalled loaves of white bread, and Chris Elvis Hoffman, a hulking Tempe cop. Porter worked in residential construction. As we approached him, he drew his framing hammer from its belt loop and flipped it so the claw would be on the offending side of a power swing. Gotta love that. We were all openly packing, and Carlos carried my Louisville Slugger. Porter and I spoke. He repeated what Smitty had told me, and that the matter was in the courts. He didn't understand why he should be collected for money that he didn't technically owe, not yet anyway. He also called the woman we were ostensibly collecting for Crazy Carol. He was calm and tough, especially considering that, as far as he knew, he was explaining his way out of a beating, or worse. I found him believable, and I told him I'd have to ask my boss whether or not we'd be paying him another visit. He said he understood, then thanked me, and we actually shook hands. If I could have, I'd have bought him a beer. I called Smitty later that night from the Verano Circle Undercover house, and told him what Porter had told us, and that he didn't back down or act pussy. I said I believed him, and we let him off the hook. I told Smitty no problem paying him another visit if he wanted me to. Smitty said, "Nah, I trust you, Bird. That Carol's a crazy old bitch anyway." We never heard about Porter again. Smitty's words echoed in my head. I trust you, Bird. The next morning, as Slats sat over his cup of coffee reading the Arizona Republic, he came across a story about a Phoenix landscaper who'd been arrested in Chicago for large-scale cocaine trafficking. His last name was Jimenez. As far as the Angels knew, Carlos's last name was Jimenez, too. On September 26th, we arranged to meet Smitty at the Inferno for drinks. He sat at the bar with Lydia when Carlos, Timmy, and I walked in. Lydia had her hand on Smitty's thigh, and her eyes were as big as lily pads. We said hi. She smiled at us like a little girl being given lemon drops. They didn't know what we were there to tell them. Smitty said, "Hey, boys." Smitty pointed at Dennis, who was playing pool. Dennis held up his bottle of beer. We settled in at the bar and bought a round. Crown Royal and a water back for Smitty, Cuervo 1800 and a ginger ale for Lydia, whatever Dennis was having, beers for us solos. Carlos sat next to Smitty, and Timmy and I sat next to Carlos. Smitty asked what we'd been up to. I told him that Timmy and I had been doing a job in Vegas, that it was easy, and we got some good scratch out of it. Timmy said that for a couple of guys who looked like us, doing collections was sometimes too easy. I agreed. Carlos didn't say anything, just stared at his drink. I said, "I caught up with some chick who wants me to do some work for her." This was true. During Operation Riverside, a woman had offered me a murder for hire to knock off her old man. Apparently he'd been beating her and sniffing her powder, and she was tired of him. Her best friend's on the Laughlin grand jury, and I talked to her. She ran down a list of names, and yours came up. This was also true, to a point. Having good knowledge of the Laughlin case, it was safe to assume that he'd been spoken of during the Nevada grand juries. But I really had met this woman's friend, and she really was on the grand jury. Call it fate, though she hadn't told me anything. "And?" Lydia asked impatiently. The grand jury had been taking its sweet time. There were a ton of witnesses, and the marginal quality of the surveillance footage made it difficult to work with. The case seemed as though it would be cut and dried, but the attorneys were taking their time handing down indictments. They wanted airtight federal cases before they went to court. There was also some pressure to see what our investigation could add. At that time, no angels had been formally served. Those involved were waiting for the other shoe to drop and the marshals to show up at their doors with warrants and shotguns. I said, "And that's it. She just had names, nothing solid. She mentioned Dago Pete and a couple guys named Calvin Schaefer and George Walters." This was also information I knew as a Fed, but played as if I'd heard it in confidence. Smitty said, "Schaefer's Casino Cal. He shot some of those Mongol bitches. George is Joby, skinny guy, mullet." I remembered him from the Flamingo, the Nestle Quick Rabbit. "Well, I told him to get what he could on you and Pete. I can tell him to listen out for others, too." "Yeah, do that." Lydia asked Smitty, "What do you think, sweetie?" "I think if those bastards bring me up on Rico's, you and I are moving." Still staring at his beer, Carlos asked, "Where to?" They were the first words he'd spoken since we'd arrived. Lydia announced, "Brazil," as if she'd already punched her ticket. Living in Bullhead for as long as she had, I couldn't blame her 1 inch. Smitty looked at me and said, "I'll need some help from your connections in Mexico to make that happen." Then he turned to Carlos and asked, "What's up, Los?" Carlos didn't say anything. "Hey, Carlos, you listening to me?" Carlos asked, "What's that, Smit?" "What's with you, man?" "You read the Republic yesterday?" "Nope. Won't read it tomorrow either." Lydia giggled. "Well, there was a thing in there about a cousin of mine. He got popped a couple days ago." "No shit?" "No shit." Carlos tossed the newspaper clipping down on the table. Smitty looked it over. "I'm sorry to hear that, Carlos. Real sorry." "It don't matter. He was a piece of shit. But he was into some things, and I helped him out from time to time." Carlos pretended to change the subject. "Brazil, huh?" "Yeah." Smitty didn't bite. We didn't want him to. "What are you talking about?" I leaned back and looked at Smitty. "We're losing Carlos, Smit." "What?" Smitty half stood out of his seat. Lydia let out a little gasp. Dennis looked our way. I was a little jealous. Smitty and Lydia really loved Carlos. I didn't think they'd feel so strongly if I was the one leaving. Carlos said, "Yeah, I can't hang around here, Smitty. The cops are going to be looking for me. Just questions, but, you know, there's going to be some heat. If I stay, I'll be putting my solo brothers at risk. I'll be putting you guys at risk. I can't do that." Lydia said, "Oh, honey." Smitty wasn't smiling. He settled back into his chair. He poured back his Crown Royal and signaled for another. He put his hand on Carlos's shoulder. "That's the way it is, then that's the way it is. I'll tell the others." "Thanks, Smitty," I said. Carlos said, "Yeah, thanks, Smit. I'll come back when I can." Smitty said seriously, "You do that. Make sure you do that." But Carlos never would. Chapter 16. We Want You. Late September to October 2002. I sometimes think things would have been different if Carlos had stayed. We had the kind of relationship where we could be fist-fighting in the morning and sharing ice cream by lunch. He had the same size balls I did, but was more easygoing. On off days I fretted about who we could work, and drew up lengthy lists of impossible missions that Superman on crack wouldn't have been able to complete. Carlos, on the other hand, would sit back and watch a MASH marathon on TV. He was a 12-year-old boy in the body of a goateed 5'10", 200-pound ball of muscle. He'd say to me, "You think you're the hardest working man in ATF? You're not, and even if you were, no one would care. So sit down and watch TV with me, and maybe you'll learn something." He balanced me out. If he'd stayed, he would have reminded me to take it easy now and then, something I wouldn't do on my own. October was party month. There was an Arizona Nomads rally on the 5th, a couple of Mesa support parties in the middle of the month, and a party commemorating the Angels' 5th year in the state of Arizona on the 26th. We hoped to go to all of them. Before the partying started, however, Smitty called and said we needed to meet. It was September 27th. I said I'd be right over. When I got to the Smiths, Lydia was in the yard as before. She had on a wide-brimmed hat to protect her from the sun. I said, "Yard looks good." She thanked me and pointed to the house. "Old man's inside," she said. I knocked, and Smitty let me in. He didn't wear his cut. He held a bottle of Bud. He smiled that winged smile of his. The Smiths looked like they were having a nice day at the old homestead. "Having a nice day at the old homestead, huh?" I asked. Smitty smiled some more. His eyes turned to Slivers. "You bet. Beer?" "You bet." We went inside. He ushered me to the table off the kitchen, went to the fridge, got out a beer and popped it with an opener on his keychain. He handed me the bottle and sat down. "This is going to be quick. I got to leave for church in an hour." "No worries. What's up?" I drank. The beer was sweet and cold. I held up my pack of cigarettes and raised my eyebrows, making sure it was okay if I smoked. Smitty said, "Of course." I lit up. "Two things. First, I really need to know what you can tell me about Laughlin from that gal of yours on the grand jury. If Lydia and me need to get out of the country, I got to know ahead of time." I nodded and smoked and said, "I'll keep on her. Soon as I hear anything, you'll know." "Good. The other thing is, I'm this close to getting approval to start a Mojave Valley charter of the 8-1s. It'll be me, Dennis, Joby, a couple other Arizona nomads, a brother from Barstow who's going to open a tattoo shop, and a couple of prospects." I nodded. "That's good news. You need more representation around here. I've been hearing about some Mongols setting up over the hill in Kingman." Kingman was just east of Bullhead. Smitty grimaced. "Joby said the same shit. Ain't good. You tell me anything you hear about those bitches. Got it?" I nodded deeply. This was serious business. Smitty reached for a hard pack of Marlboro Reds. He flipped the top and drew one out. My lighter was lit as he slipped it between his lips. He pulled on the cigarette. The tip flared up. He nodded. I clicked my Zippo shut. He nodded again. "That's what I'm talking about, Bird. You guys know how to act." I nodded again. He smoked with conviction. He inhaled a large blue puff, and it didn't come out. "Here it is, Bird. We need more people like you. I want you, Timmy, and Pops to come in with us at Mojave Valley. I've spoken to Dennis, and he approves." He didn't mention Rudy, because we'd kept him on a short leash, and Smitty hadn't met him. Rudy was too unpredictable to be gumming up the works all over the state. This was a very exciting development, but I couldn't accept for a few reasons. Joining while the case was still in its early stages wasn't feasible, let alone advisable. I knew that as an angel prospect I wouldn't be able to operate with the same freedom I had had as a solo angels nomad, not to mention that Slats, and our bosses, would have to approve such a move. I decided to offer Smitty a non-denial denial, and consult with the rest of the Black Biscuit task force. But I still took comfort from Smitty's overture. The emotional way he'd received the news of Carlos's departure and this sudden recruitment were excellent signs that we were being accepted, even coveted. They were proof we were doing a very good job. As I mulled over his offer, I must have paused for a moment too long, because Smitty demanded, "Did you hear what I just said, Bird?" I lit another cigarette. "Hear you? You kiddin', Smit? You're asking if I want to become a Hell's Angel?" "Timmy and Pops, too. I want the Arizona Solo Angels Nomads to patch over." I drank my beer. It was hot, and the beer was already getting warm. I gave Smitty my considered and technically honest answer. "Look, Smitty, no disrespect, but I got to think about this. I have to talk to my P, Rudy. Bob knows him. I got loyalties to the Solos, and I can't just give up on them." "Loyalty is trump, I understand." He flicked a fragile column of ash into a Hell's Angels ashtray. "Of course, think about it. You have to. I know you have what it takes, but remember, it takes a lot." He tipped back his bottle. I finished mine. "Now I gotta go to church." He stayed seated. Our meeting was over. I stood up. I stuck out my hand. "Thank you, Smitty." He grabbed my hand from his chair, smiling. "I'll see you soon, Bird." October 5th. On the way to the patch, I stopped at a Starbucks. They already had the Halloween seasonal, a pumpkin-flavored latte with brown sugar cinnamon sprinkles. I love the seasonals at Starbucks. I get them with extra foam and low-fat milk. Totally lame, but there you go. As I walked through the Black Biscuit headquarters, Slats asked, "What the fuck is that?" He pointed at my coffee. "A triple venti pumpkin-spiced latte, extra foam, extra sprinkles. What's it look like?" He hung his head and turned around. The agents were getting ready to head to an Angels Nomads rally in Belmont, a town west of Flagstaff. It was an afternoon run, not a ton of partying. We planned on dropping in, paying our respects, and coming right back to Phoenix. We did a mini gauntlet. Slats fired questions at us. "Where you living these days? Solos, huh? Never heard of 'em. Where they from? Where'd you say your business was again? What's that tat for? Where'd you say you used to live? What kind of bike is that? Who's your president? Where is he?" Slats barked at me. "Where's your old lady?" "You're looking at a free bird, dude." "That's so. I got some choice pussy I can hook you up with." Slats played a convincing dickhead biker pimp. "I'll be the judge of that." "Follow me." "That's okay. You want to bring 'em around, do that. I said I was a free bird, not desperate. I do good enough I don't got to follow you around to look up some skirts." Slats spat into a Coke can and broke character. He leaned into a metal folding chair, the hard gray back pressed into his chest. "I don't know about that." "Oh, what am I supposed to say?" "Not that." "Dude, I think that's pretty good. Besides, they're already calling us the gay solo nomads. Something's got to give." "I know, but you got to make a better show than that." "Well, I could always fuck my beer can." I inhaled sharply. "Get me a girlfriend, dude." "Working on it." "Work harder." "Working on it." A little clash of cop egos. I knew Slats had hit a glass ceiling with the brass in securing a female operative. Like it or not, this business takes place in a man's world. I'm of the minority opinion in law enforcement circles that women are as capable and essential as men are in undercover assignments, but the truth is that they have a hard road to walk. Most of the time they play girlfriends, runners, or mules. What I needed was a woman whom the Hells Angels would actually respect. Slats had brought a few women in to assist for short periods, but circumstances had kept them from being able to commit. I wanted Karen from New York, but her boss adamantly refused her participation. I became convinced that Jenna McGuire was the best alternative. Her contact with Smitty and Lydia had been impressive, and her youth, good humor, and attractiveness were solid pluses. The problem was getting her. Her superiors and more experienced co-workers had been warning her not to go with me, who had a reputation for wild impulsiveness into the violent, misogynistic world of the Hells Angels. Her reply was that at least the Angels wore their sexism on their sleeves. JJ's bosses didn't much like that. There was nothing we could do about it before the Angels Nomads rally, so we suited up. I insisted we trailer the bikes to Flagstaff and ride the final few miles to the actual rally. Neither Timmy nor Pops put up much of a fight. Pops was our designated driver. He pulled the truck around to the back of the patch. Timmy and I pushed the bikes into position. Pops got out of the truck and opened the trailer, not paying attention to where his bike was parked. As he dropped the truck's gate, it hit the top of his bike's front wheel, and the bike fell over. Pops said shit. Timmy and I laughed. Pops pulled the truck forward, and we picked his bike up and strapped it in. Timmy went to use the head while Pops and I finished. As we pushed my bike into the back, I turned my ankle slightly and momentarily let go of my side of the bike, suddenly transferring all the weight to Pops, who was not in a good enough position to hold it. The bike rolled back over my other foot and fell into Pops, who managed to keep it upright. I cursed and helped him out. He wasn't amused. We strapped my bike in as Timmy began to roll his bike up the ramp. As I've said, Timmy was a big, strong man, but he had misjudged the weight of his bike on an incline. He got it halfway up the ramp, lost momentum, and held it there. He asked for help. Slats watched the whole thing, chewing chaw like cud. Most of the task force agents stood behind him, shaking their heads. As we walked down the ramp, Slats spat and said, "You guys look like a bunch of zoo monkeys trying to fuck a football." Everyone behind him howled. We did too. From then on, in all of our coded conversations, reports, and correspondences, we were codenamed the Monkeys. For brevity's sake, I was M1, Timmy was M2, and Pops was M4. We reserved M3 for the dear departed Carlos, should he ever return. We rode to Flagstaff, parked the trailer north of town in a Waffle House lot, got out of the truck, rubbed oil on our foreheads, and rolled around in the dirt to make it look like we'd just ridden 150 miles. The rally was at the Belmont Harley dealership and Roadhouse Tavern. The cynic in me couldn't help thinking that a bar and a bike dealership were the perfect combination of symbiotic enterprises, kind of like a jail and a bail bondsman, or a gun shop and a liquor store. Billy Schmidt, a hang-around who wanted to prospect for Dennis, worked the ticket gate with Dolly, Dennis's platinum-blonde, near-toothless fiancée. We said hi to them and started to pay. Dolly told us not to worry about it, but I insisted. We went back and forth. Ultimately, we each paid $5 and got our hands stamped with the number 81 in blue ink. We sauntered into the parking lot where a few barbecues were smoking, a large tent was erected, and Hells Angels posters flapped in the breeze. The Harley dealership had lined up a phalanx of fresh floor models, and the tavern end of the operation had set up several kegs in iced garbage cans. Everyone milled around drinking beer, smoking, and bullshitting. No one was openly armed, us included, as the warning had gone out to be clean for the rally. Smitty greeted us, and led the way to a group that included Dennis and Turtle. Other clubs in attendance were the Red Devils, the Spartans, the Rough Riders, and the Desert Road Riders. Pops went and got as many beers as he could carry, and we commenced drinking and standing around. Traffic whisked by on the adjacent I-40. There was a line of smoke-colored ponderosa pines to the north. I noticed 2 black vultures drawing lazy spirals in the sky. We were living the glorious free life of the Hells Angels. I asked Smitty if there was anyone doing any business that day. He said no. He said this was a public rally, and we couldn't be sure of who was in attendance, the implication being informants, or even, perish the thought, undercover cops. He said the uniforms were parked out on the interstate, waiting for an excuse to pounce. I agreed we shouldn't give it to them. Unsurprisingly, a couple of old buddies were in attendance, too. Varville and Abraham. Sugar Bear hadn't arrested them yet. I thoroughly and completely blew them off. I was hanging out with the Angels, with their local hero Smitty, and they no longer deserved my attention. I could see them eyeing me jealously from across the parking lot, and I fought the urge to fall down laughing. I told Smitty we weren't staying long, that we had a job the next day and wanted to get back to Phoenix. He told us to stick around, spend the night, get a room at the Geronimo Inn. We made a snap decision and stayed. At some point, Steve Helland, an Arizona nomad and close friend of Smitty and Dennis, came over with his wife Cheryl and a couple of girls who looked to be about 16. The girls were attractive. Both wore cut-off jean shorts and HA support T-shirts. They reminded me, as all young women did, of my daughter. Helen said to me, "Hey, Bird, this is my daughter April and her friend Michelle. They've been wanting to meet you." Smitty said, "Yeah, Bird, you should hang out with these girls, get to know them." Cheryl Helen nodded. A smile plastered on her face. I was being offered the flesh of a minor and that of her friend by her own father. I didn't know whether to laugh at or simply assault the Helens. In retrospect, I think they were offered to me because, while I was a biker and a debt collector and a gun runner and a supposed hitman, I had my act together, wasn't a drug addict, and treated myself and others with some measure of respect. In the biker world, I was a catch. Sad. I declined, saying I was plenty capable of getting in trouble without involving a 14-year-old. Everyone chuckled. April said she was 18, which gave me zero pause. She was still a girl. Helen leaned in and growled, "If she's old enough to sit at the table, she's old enough to eat." He smiled at his wife, who shrugged. April and Michelle stood around for a couple minutes, then wandered away. Lydia, who'd heard the whole thing, asked if I'd spoken to J.J. lately. I said I could speak to her right now. I flipped open my phone and dialed her up. She wasn't expecting my call, but I didn't have to speak any code to let her know what the story was. J.J. immediately fell into role. Lydia demanded the phone. They gabbed about the rally, Bullhead, San Diego, and me. I heard Lydia say, "We love Bird." That's damn right. Lydia passed the phone to Smitty, who spoke to J.J. for a few minutes. He mentioned his birthday and the cake she had fed him, how he'd never forget it. Smitty handed me the phone. I said, "Take her easy, sweetheart. I'll be seeing you soon." Chapter 17. Gimme a B, gimme an I, gimme an R, gimme a D. October 2002. I've maintained a good relationship with Slats in the years since the case ended, and he's recently likened my demeanor and intensity during Black Biscuit to that of a fight-trained pit bull, with him as my handler, holding the leash as best he could. Any good dog handler knows that even when holding back, you have to let the dog get an occasional taste of blood in order to keep him fierce. He did a good job. I wanted to bite, bite, bite all the time. I wanted suspects. I wanted all of the Angels to be prosecutable. I wanted better evidence against the people we already had, and I wanted new evidence against those we didn't. We'd gotten a lot of information that could be used against Smitty for both the Laughlin riot and a potential RICO charge. I'd continue to work on him, but I had to spread my wings and branch out. It was time to head south, to Phoenix, to Mesa. These were bigger hunting grounds. Mesa claimed at least 20 full patches with a large contingent of prospects and hang-arounds, and things were going to heat up. We expected to have women pushed on us more often than they had been in Bullhead. Timmy prepped a female Phoenix cop for action, while I waited for Slats to get J.J. Progress on this front was slow. J.J.'s ASAC wanted her to attend an advanced undercover class before he released her. This was fine, except that the class started in January. We couldn't wait that long. A return to Phoenix also meant we had to take a good look at Rudy, who was in the wind and useless. Every now and then we'd hear about him running around Apache Junction with Iwana, strung out or on the hustle. For Rudy, the worst had happened. His demons had resunk their addicted criminal talons deep into the thick of his back. His nature had beaten his better intentions. Slats was figuring out what to do with Rudy, whether to cut him loose or pick him up later, or force the issue and sweep him away. It came down to whether or not we thought Rudy was dangerous to us. We weren't convinced either way. Not yet. Timmy, Pops, and I went with Mesa to a support party on the 17th at Spirit's Lounge. We got the standard welcome, a booming intro over the PA by Good Time Charlie, the DJ, with a special flourish for us solos, who were by then a name-brand local club. That night, Bad Bob offered Timmy a pretty blonde with hoop earrings, saying she liked to blow out-of-town bikers. Timmy said that sounded great, but declined, telling Bob he had a woman, and that she'd be coming to the support party on the 24th. Bob let up. That same night, Mesa Angels Kevin Augustiniak, Casino Cal Schaefer, and Nick Nuzzo nudged a 3 sheets to the wind blonde at me. They'd fed her Boilermakers, tequila, and beer, and decided that I should have the pleasure of taking her home. She tottered up to me and did a little curtsy. I stood with Bad Bob, who was accompanied by a young, attractive blonde wearing glasses and overalls, and who was completely inked from her neck down. The curtsying woman was cute. I never caught her name, but I'll never forget what she did next. She took 3 steps back, shook off the cloud of alcohol that surrounded her, and began to kick and pump her fists in the air. "Gimme a B, gimme an I, gimme an R, gimme a D. What does it spell? Bird, bird, that's my man. If he can't do me, no one can." She was actually pretty good. She jumped high, her toes were always pointed, and her smile had the quality of being attached, like she was a Mrs. Potato Head toy. Casino Cal and Nuzzo nearly fell down laughing. Bad Bob grabbed the tattooed blonde's slender waist and squeezed, toasting the cheerleader with his beer bottle. I smiled and shook my head. I took the cheerleader on. I let her sit on my lap and hang off my arms and shoulders. At one point, I gave her a piggyback ride around the pool table. We all went back to the clubhouse and horsed around some more. The Angels fed her more booze. ATF had recently discovered the secret that Mesa Mike, the informant being run out of L.A., had been keeping. He'd admitted and alleged that he and 2 of his Mesa brothers had beaten Cynthia Garcia on the clubhouse floor and killed her in the desert. We were at the clubhouse for 15 minutes before I realized what I'd potentially done. By allowing this cheerleader to come back to the clubhouse, I had delivered an arguably innocent, if foolish, woman into the mouth of the lion. The beast hadn't bitten yet, but there was nothing saying he wouldn't. I had to get both of us out of there, pronto. I grabbed her and went up to Timmy, Nuzzo, Augustiniak, Bad Bob, and his skinny blonde. The cheerleader tugged at my arm. I said, "I gotta roll this honey out of here right now. She's going to be no good to me in 30 minutes. Bob said, "Shit, Bird, stick around. Looks like the little girl wants to have some fun. The party's just getting started." We had to go. If she passed out, I'd have been responsible for facilitating a gangbang. We turned to leave, and everyone gave us a hearty goodbye. Outside, I squeezed her for her home address, put her on my bike, and took off. She barely held on. I took it slow. When we got to her house, she was asleep on the back of the bike. I hauled her off, fished her keys from her pocket, walked her upstairs, and dumped her into bed. She was very unconscious. My mind raced. Was this chick a set-up? Who knew what else besides liquor was in her system? My paranoia said roofies. I looked at her lying in bed. She looked dead, but her chest rose and fell shallowly. I left her room, convinced I was in a bad spot, that the angels had followed me to make sure that I'd screw this woman and leave. Therefore, I couldn't leave. I had to maintain my cover and play my role. I'd been in similar situations, and they raced through my mind. One stuck out. I was working the Iron Cross MC in Georgia with Vince Cefalu. Vince was one of the few UCs who outshone me in terms of performance and aggression. I learned a lot from him. In addition to being a hell of a UC, he's got a Ph.D. in psychology, which I can only assume has helped him in his undercover work a great deal. The leader of the Iron Cross MC was a guy named Little Rat. He was being badmouthed by a local nobody who owned a tattoo shop. Little Rat wanted us to work over this rival and tell him to shut up. We knew it was a mud check, a test of will to make sure we didn't drop our mud in serious situations, and we knew we had to do it in order to maintain our cover story. We went to the guy's shop. It was dusk, and the guys Little Rat sent to follow us did a poor job of concealing it. We'd had to have big words with the guy, maybe knock him down and rough him up a little. We pulled into the parking lot. The guy's shop looked shut down. Vince walked up to the door and pounded it with the fleshy side of his fist. He dragged hard on a cigarette before pulling it from his mouth to shout, "Open up!" No answer. Another drag as he pounded some more. He yelled, "Open up, get out here and take your ass-whoopin', you chicken-shit cocksucker!" Vince put on a good show for Little Rat's spies. Eyes appeared through some blinds. A voice said, "Give me a minute." Vince turned to me and winked. The door opened, and before either of us could react, the Tat Man had lowered a double-barreled crackback shotgun in Vince's chest. I thought, shit. I also thought, shotguns throw a wide pattern. I better step to the side. I did. I put my hand on my pistol but didn't draw. Later on, Vince told me all he could think was that he should have been a fireman. Tatman was clearly scared and tweaking. All three of us were in a jam. Vince was dead, and so was Tatman, as I was going to kill him right before I stooped to the blasted body of a dear friend in a futile attempt to save his life. Also, the case was as dead as Vince. Then, Vince did one of those things only Vince would do. He took a final drag on his smoke and let the hot, pinched butt drop to the ground. He grabbed the bad end of the shotgun, removed it from his chest, and guided it onto his forehead, keeping his hands on the barrel. As he did this, he turned to me slightly and winked again. The message was clear. If I die tonight, it won't be like a punk. Tell my sons I died like a man, not like some loser begging a drug addict to spare his life. The Tat Man didn't know what to think. Truthfully, neither did I. Vince spoke clearly and calmly. Few things. 1. If you're gonna shoot someone, shoot them in the head. 2. You put a gun on me, you better intend to use it. And 3. Fuck you. Do it now, or I'm gonna beat you with your own gun and fuck you in the ass over the hood of my car. As Vince finished his words, he quickly jacked the gun into the shoulder of the Tat Man. Then he yanked it back. In less than a second, Vince had reversed roles. He was holding the gun, and Tat Man was looking for a place to hide. I thought, how did he do that? Vince broke open the breech and pulled the shells out, putting them in a pocket. Then he did something else only Vince would do. He didn't beat the guy. He handed him back the gun, still open, and said, "You can't badmouth Little Rat any more. He's my friend, and I won't have it. The next time you open your mouth and Little Rat comes out, you better start with 'I'm sorry' or 'forgive me.' You got a pass tonight, but you'll only get one." With that, he turned and left. I followed him like a shocked puppy dog. The Tat Man just stood there, trembling lightly. He was probably pissing himself. The guys Little Rat had sent to see how we handled ourselves had already scurried off to report what they had just witnessed. This episode ran through my mind as I wandered through the cheerleader's apartment. I knew that mud checks came in many forms, and that when given one should always, at minimum, give the impression that one has followed through. The angels still made me insecure. Was this a test because I'd been avoiding women? Was it Cal, Nick, and Kevin's joke on me? Was she the old lady of an enemy, and I a pawn in some payback game? I wandered into her kitchen, not turning on any lights. I phoned Tom Teabag Mangan, a task force member and close friend who was on the cover team that night, and told him the situation. He broke off from the team covering Mesa and cruised over to the cheerleaders' neighborhood. He looked around and gave the all-clear. He asked how she was doing. I said she looked fine. Teabag asked, "That girl got lucky tonight, huh?" "Yeah, real lucky. Instead of one of these assholes fucking her, she gets me pretending to fuck her." Teabag laughed a little. I told him I was going to hang around for a while just in case. He said okay, and hung up. I opened the fridge, made myself a turkey sandwich with some slightly moldy cheese and Brand X ketchup, and settled down in the living room in the dark. I ate quietly, and when I was finished, I closed my eyes. I knew I'd be slammed in the future for my mishandling of the cheerleader. I could see myself in the witness box, questions being fired at me. I'd remind the court that undercover operators like me were consistently thrust into situations that forced us to question our individual ethics and morality, and that in this instance I'd made a poor, on-the-spot decision that I'd tried to fix with limited success. But I'd also remind the court that I didn't have sex with the cheerleader, and that would be the God's honest truth. I knew I'd be held accountable, but being second-guessed and spoken poorly of is a cost of doing business as an undercover. That night, Bad Bob handed Timmy written invitations to the remaining October parties. We'd go to Mesa's support party on the 24th and the anniversary party on the 26th. We rolled up to the Mesa clubhouse around 9:30 on the 24th. As promised, Timmy brought his girlfriend, an undercover Phoenix Metro detective. There were guys there we'd seen and never seen. In addition to the Mesa regulars were John Joni Kalstedt, the Phoenix Charter P, George Joby Walters, the Skull Valley Angel who was at Laughlin, and a couple dozen more members sporting bottom rockers that read Alaska, New York, Connecticut, South Carolina, Colorado, and Belgium. There were California members from San Fernando, Dago, and Purdue, San Bernardino. There were also a few members from other Arizona support clubs. At least 9 of the men, not including us, were openly armed with pistols. One such person was Joby Walters. Bad Bob showed us around. We met everyone. At one point I stood with Bad Bob, Bruno from the Spartans, and Dutchman Keith from the Lost Dutchman. We talked about nothing in particular when I noticed Bob staring at my chest. As good-naturedly as possible, I said, "Why you staring at my tits, Bob?" He barely giggled. Bruno and Keith waited for his reaction before doing the same. I just stood there. Bob said, "I noticed you got some new flash. JHAP?" Jesus hates a pussy, the solo nomad's motto. "Well, I think you guys could use some more. I think you should sport a Hell's Angel support tab like these guys." He pointed at Bruno and Keith, who both looked down at their cuts. You could have run a finger up their noses, they looked so gullible. I didn't smile. I said to Bob firmly but respectfully, "Can't do that, Bob. I'm a solo, and I'll never sew another club's name onto my cut. It's a solo cut, you know what I mean. I meant the cut wasn't mine, it was my club's, just like an H.A. cut belonged to the Angels, not to the guy who wore it. I also meant I wasn't like Bruno or Keith. I wasn't going to roll over for the Angels like they had. It was ludicrous to suggest, but I was trying to cast the solos as the Hells Angels' equals. I was also saying that I was loyal above all else, and, like an angel, I'd never substitute loyalty to my club for allegiance to another. I continued. These guys, no disrespect or nothing, I nodded at them, they chose to support you with those patches. Me, I support you with these. As I said that, I pulled back the front of my cut, revealing my ever-present Glock 19s. Bob smiled, and I did too. I looked at Bruno. He practically blushed. Keith didn't seem to mind, even though I'd punked him bad. Joby walked by as I finished saying this. He nodded in my direction. Apparently he'd overheard everything, and liked it. Good. A few minutes later, Bad Bob announced that we were all going to Spirits. We rolled. It was the largest group of Angels we'd yet ridden with. The Mesa guys rode tight at the front, but down the line things were looser. We, being non-Angels, rode at the back, which suited me fine. We blew traffic lights, ignored laws and courtesies like signaling and yielding right away, and roared into the parking lot at Spirits, 40 strong. It felt damn good. As we walked in, a South Carolina Angel said, "Damn, these Arizona brothers press it hard. Shit, I ride like old people fuck, slow and sloppy." That gave me some comfort. I wasn't the only one who was scared of riding like Mesa. A VIP section was hastily cleared by prospects and bouncers, and free alcohol began to flow. Women popped up like mushrooms. Leonard Skinnard's Freebird played over the system. This has been my song since junior high school, a song I took to heart from the first time I heard it. There are songs you respond to because they tell you something about yourself that you already know, but were maybe unable to articulate. And there are songs you respond to because they help mold your image of yourself. Freebird was both. As practically everyone knows, the lyrics talk about the impossibility of a stable love between a woman and the freebird, who is a restless, wandering soul. This restlessness is what has always spoken to me. It recalls my inability to reach any kind of lasting satisfaction, and reaffirms in a cruel twist that I can only ever remember my failures and never my successes. Looking in on myself, especially since the case has ended, I regard this trait to be one of my weakest. The irony is that satisfaction is all I really want. This is where my restlessness comes from, and where it turns into action, into wandering, into searching, more often than not in the wrong places. I am an undercover cop, after all. Therefore, I'm just like the guy in Freebird, who cannot stay, who cannot change, and whose Lord knows he cannot change. Nothing changed at the bar, either. It was the usual scene. We left around 11 and rode back to the clubhouse, bringing a cache of women with us. The party never stopped. The jukebox was fired up, and the sound system was turned to the front yard. I could only imagine what the neighbors thought. I went to take a piss, and Joby, whom I was yet to formally meet, was standing at the urinal next to me. He nodded to me as we went about our business. He finished before me and went to the sink. Before I zipped up, I let a drop of piss hit each of my boots. When I turned to wash up, he was looking at me quizzically. He said, "You're Bird, right?" "Yep. It's Joby, yeah?" "That's right. What the fuck was that about?" "What, the boots? An old bull rider told me it was good luck." He smiled wide, his buck teeth shining. "I like that." "Hasn't failed me yet." We stepped back into the party and went our separate ways. I stood around the yard with a dozen other guys and half as many women. The Mesa clubhouse had a front house that was for members only. Occasionally its doors would swing wide, and one of us would get a glimpse inside. All we saw was more of the same. Joby came up to us. "Hey, Bird." "Hey, Joby." We shook hands. Timmy and Pops were with me. I introduced them. Joby said, "I heard a lot of good things about you guys. A lot of good things." I said, "Glad to hear it. It means the world to us that you guys think well of us." He nodded. I could see over Joby's shoulder a little commotion breaking out. A drunken woman in high-waisted, too-tight acid-washed jeans pestered two Mesa Angels. Joby glanced over his shoulder and looked back at us. He said, "Smitty and Bob both spoke to me. Dennis, too." Timmy said, "Cool. We love those guys." Pops said nothing. "It sounds like the feeling's mutual." Joby spoke with a quick High Plains twang, but it didn't change the feeling that he was a smooth customer. He sounded smart to boot. The woman in acid-washed jeans had moved on to a group of angels standing next to us. She was begging for a bump of meth. Her voice was shrill and her words were pathetic. Bad Bob emerged from the front house, followed by the tattooed girl. His face was pinched and red. As he walked by, he looked at me and spurted, "Shit, Bird." He sniffed hard, and his eyes were tearing. The tattooed girl was laughing. Bob grabbed each of her butt cheeks. The acid-washed tweaker, instinctively aware of the proximity of some good crank, begged more. Joby cringed, but otherwise ignored her. He said, "The chief moved me out to Kingman a few months ago. We need some more numbers in that area." The chief, I assumed, referred to none other than Ralph Sonny Barger. I said, "Yeah, I've been hearing some shit about Mongols in Kingman." "Heard that, too. Heard there's 4 or 5 of those motherfuckers around there." Timmy said, "Well, there shouldn't be." "Goddamn right," Joby sputtered. He got angry just thinking about them. The tweaker squealed, "I need a rail. Who's got a rail?" Joby said, "I'll kill those motherfuckers on sight. I don't give a fuck. Courthouse steps or out in the desert. I see a Mongol bitch and I'm shooting her off her bike and selling it for scrap. I don't give a solid fuck." I believed him. The tweaker, failing with everyone, turned to us. Joby eyed her peripherally. She bent her knees slightly and bounced, bringing her hands together in a plea. Her face was red and tired-looking. She had shopping-bag eyes and rotten teeth. It looked like she'd been pretty before the crystal. Pops turned to go inside. I could tell he was disgusted. He'd seen this kind of woman one too many times. Timmy and I watched Joby. The woman got out 2 words, "I need." Then, in a fluid motion, Joby turned on her, unholstered a hip-belt .380 semi-auto, and pushed it into her forehead. She stopped talking and went cross-eyed. Joby barked in a sudden deep tenor, "Bitch, I will kill you if you do not leave me and my brothers alone right now." The only sound was music. Time crept. Some nearby angels looked at Joby. Others didn't even bother. The woman had already ceased to exist for all of them. It was like Joby had drawn down on a ghost, or a patch of sunlight in a living room. Joby was serious, and by the look of it, acquainted with homicide. The woman had to leave, or he'd keep his promise. I took note of it. As cops, neither Timmy nor I could let this happen. I made a snap decision to grab Joby and stop him if necessary. I'd have to tell him she wasn't worth it, which she clearly wasn't. I hoped he'd have sense enough to hear my words and forgive me the offense of touching a Hell's Angel without permission. Joby continued, "You're talking to a Hell's Angel, bitch. Lesson number 1, we don't give, we get. You ever asked me or my brothers for anything ever again?" Joby pressed the gun harder into her forehead. "And you'll find out in a real bad way what happens." Luckily for us, and the tweaker, another woman materialized, grabbed her arm, and pulled her away. She disappeared, and I never saw her again. The music hadn't stopped. and everyone resumed whatever they were doing. The woman gone, Joby turned to us and holstered his gun. He said calmly, "Let me give you my cell. Next time you're up Kingman way, you give me a shout." We said we would. Joby left us. We stood around in the yard. A girl I hadn't noticed strutted out from the clubhouse. She was followed by 5 angels I couldn't ID. Bringing up the rear was Bad Bob, who wagged his tongue at us. He pumped his fist in the air, pulling that imaginary train whistle. That night's gangbang was on. We left not too long after that. Chapter 18. 5 Years in the Desert. The 25th was a hot wash day. Hot wash is when you try to take everything that's hot in your memory and wash it out clean into reports. Slats knew our nighttime activities were hectic. He insisted we reset our memory banks to 0 before going out for more. The patch was buzzing with activity. Cricket and Buddha worked on our bikes. Our tech guy did routine maintenance on our temperamental recording devices. Other guys processed mugshots and rap sheets and added surveillance photos to the suspect matrix. Timmy and I typed reports and went over op plans with Slats. Slats had some good news. He'd been able to secure JJ for a couple nights. She'd sit in the surveillance van and get a bead on what we were up to. She hadn't been approved for action, but Slats said he was getting closer to a green light. I said, "Great." The overall mood at Black Biscuit headquarters was euphoric. Our plan was working well. This was the first time in the case when we started to overachieve as a unit. My confidence was rising, and since I was one of the case's chief barometers, the whole team's confidence rose too. I called Gwen after completing reports. She didn't want to hear from me. Dale was having a tough time in the beginning of the school year, some problem with math that I didn't take the time to understand. Jack was doing fine, but he was still a kid who wanted his old man more than he got him. Gwen was pissed because she was tired of playing Mom and Dad. She was stressed. I tried to explain to her that I was too. I told her a little bit about what I was doing. She knew I was trying to get in on the Angels, but she thought all I did was party all the time, hang out with loose women, ride a bike, and have fun. That pissed me off, and the conversation ended quickly. She said she needed some time to herself. I said that I did too, that it wasn't like my life was all roses. Gwen couldn't hear that. She was holding our family together with dedication and spit, and I was being ungrateful. We didn't quite hang up on each other, but we didn't quite say goodbye either. I didn't speak to the kids. After that, Timmy, Slats, Cricket, and I discussed Rudy. At one point during the festivities on the 24th, Bad Bob had asked me if I'd heard from Rudy. I'd done what every undercover operator should endeavor to do whenever possible. I'd told him the truth, that I hadn't heard from Rudy, and that it was worrying me. I told Bob he'd gotten his nose deep in the bag, and had gone off the map. Bad Bob asked me if he was cooking, and I said I didn't know, but if I had to guess, I'd say yes. Bob's concerns were mixed. There were security issues, but he was also being opportunistic. Bad Bob was always looking for a tweak. Regardless, he acted concerned about Rudy. He asked if I was using, and I said no way. By that time, Bad Bob had seen a set of tattoos emblazoned across my pecs, GDJ on the right and DOA on the left. He knew that GDJ stood for Goddamn Junkie. Actually, it stood for Gwen, Dale, Jack. And that DOA stood for what DOA always stands for. In my case, it commemorated the fact that Brent Provostgard had essentially rendered me DOA back when I got shot as a rookie agent. It's located over the exact spot that his bullet exited my chest. I had told Bad Bob, however, that DOA referred to the time I'd overdosed and nearly killed myself. I said these tattoos were constant reminders to stay clean. No one doubted my story 1 inch, including Bad Bob. But we were talking about Rudy. Bad Bob laid it out simple. You gotta bring Rudy back in. We decided to take Bad Bob's advice literally. As soon as we got a chance, we were going to arrest Rudy Kramer. Party night. Serious Hell's Angels heaven. The local cops secured the street. It was a comical scene. On one side of the barricade were marked units with twirling cherry lights and uniforms posing tensely. These cops were outnumbered on the other side of the barricade by relaxed Hell's Angels, prospects, and hang-arounds. The guys lounged in folding lawn chairs and drank beer, leaned on their bikes, and sat on the curb. It was, from the Angels' point of view, a perfect example of their existence beyond the system, a picture of their out-of-bounds status. The cops were there to protect the outside world from the Hells Angels, but they were also there to protect the Angels from the outside world. In a sense, the cops were working for the Angels that night. I arrived 45 minutes after Pops, Timmy, and Timmy's female partner. A prospect I'd never met stopped me at the police barricade at the end of the block. The cops looked at me sideways. I nodded to them, openly mocking them. They were used to it. They'd been getting it all night. I showed the prospect my invite, and he let me in. I was stamped in at the clubhouse gate. It was a bona fide convention. Bikes constantly hummed, music constantly pounded. You could have resurrected a herd of cows with all the leather in evidence, or created the world's largest pair of jeans with all the denim. Every shape, color, and length of beard was present, from the ZZ Top to the Flavor Saver. The pungent smell of marijuana hung over the whole place, as if smoke rose from the storm drains on the street and the vents in the house, as if every step taken was on an inch-thick carpet of perfumed buds. Women laughed, men scowled. Men laughed, women scowled. Beer was the water of life, whiskey man's surest elixir. A circus tent their neighbor had allowed them to place in his backyard underscored the party's surrealism. Smitty was near the entry gate when I walked in. He gave me a big hug. I congratulated him and the Angels, and said it looked like everything was going well. He pulled me aside.
"Bird, gotta tell you something I just found out. One of my contacts in the Bullhead Police told me that they're looking into you guys up there. They want to know what you're up to, bad. They've assigned a gang task force to you. They're handing out flyers with your picture on it and everything. So, be careful, all right?"
I gripped his arm. It was the first I'd heard of this, and I was sincerely grateful. I'd have Sean Wood from the Arizona Department of Public Safety check on it the next day. I stayed with the Bullhead gang for a few minutes, then excused myself to find my crew. Timmy and Pops were hanging out with a red devil named James. Timmy told me later that they'd been discussing large quantity marijuana buys, gun deals, and moving stolen cars. James had given Timmy his cell number and told him to call him the following week. Timmy said he most definitely would. James wandered off, and we solos were alone for a few minutes. We stood by the bar in the common area of the clubhouse. A topless stripper in gold bikini bottoms and another stripper in a tight torn T-shirt with a screaming eagle on it giggled at the far end. Ghost, who'd broken his leg when he went OTB, over the bars, in a traffic accident, talked to these women, along with Rock'em and Sock'em. We were approached by Dennis, Dolly, and another couple in their early 50s. Dennis introed them as Jojo and Tracy Valenti. The guy was a monster, weighed in at over 300 pounds, his bald head smaller than his neck, which was smaller than his upper arm. He had a donut-sized death head tattooed above his right ear. His flared-out, bushy beard was as big as his face. His cheeks were clean-shaven. He had on black leather spiked cuffs that covered most of his tatted-out forearms. He sweated and breathed like a fat man. He was past his prime, but it was obvious that back in the day he was a flat-out wrecking ball. Jojo was the Tucson vice president, one of the guys with Doug Dam and Fang. He was on crutches. One of his legs was in a cast. The other was a prosthetic. The story of his remaining leg had recently become infamous. Jojo'd broken his ankle in a motorcycle accident and gashed it pretty badly. They stitched him up, put him in a cast, gave him crutches, told him to keep off the leg. He didn't listen. He should have. Considering he was diabetic, he really should have. He took bad care of the cast, let it get wet in the rain and in the shower, walked on it, rode, everything. Everyone noticed that Jojo had been smelling bad lately, but no one talked about why. He was a fat guy. Fat guys don't always smell like roses. Jojo complained of pain and severe itching. One day, as he sat on the toilet, blood started to ooze from the cast around his foot. His toes were as black as the leather of his cut. Tracy took him to the hospital. As they cracked the cast open, a swarm of young black flies buzzed out. The gash was full of maggots. The doctors cleaned them out, gave him a new cast, and told him to take better care of it. He said he would. We moved on and met more angels. One was Dwayne Crow Williams, a Mesa member who was old and senile, and mumbled everything he said. He was always armed, even though he barely seemed to register what went on around him. His wife led him around the party by the arm, and propped him on bar stools, and fetched him drink after drink. She was more of a chaperone than a spouse. From the first time I met Crow, he called me Pruno. I insisted I was Bird, but he said that was bullshit, I was Pruno. He said that I was Pruno because I made the best jailhouse wine he'd ever tasted. Months after the anniversary party, I bought a Taurus pistol from Crow. Before he handed over the piece, he pointed out blood splatter on the muzzle. In a burst of clarity, he told me he had tried to scrub it off, but could never get it all the way clean. I told him it didn't matter. It was a gun, right? He smiled and told me he liked me, and gave me a little necklace with a dagger pendant. I asked him what it was for. He said, "Because you're the real deal, Pruno." I told him for the 1000th time that I was Bird. He shrugged and said, "Well, keep it anyway." Months after that, as the case was coming to an end, Crow would be the last Hell's Angel we'd have contact with. We met Daniel Hoover Siebert, the president of Cave Creek. He told us to come visit him at his place, the RBC Tavern. We said we'd drop by for sure. We met Robert Mac McKay. He was the Tucson member with the non-association clause in his probation, a probation he'd received for beating down the ex-president of the Tucson charter. He wore a phony long gray beard and a brown wig, 2 tones of hair that belonged on separate heads, so the cops wouldn't mess with him. His real beard bled out from beneath the fake, and as the night went on and the beer kept flowing, he looked more and more ridiculous. I wasn't sure why he wore the disguise inside the clubhouse, since there was no one there he had to fool. Like everyone else, Mac said he heard good things about us solos. I was typically gracious and humble. He seemed to be a nice guy, and was, as I'd find out, a damn good tattoo artist. It was a whirlwind. At one point Pop stepped away to get some beer. As he crossed the room, an older angel, tan, trim, wearing eyeglasses, stepped into his path and grabbed his arm. I immediately recognized him as Ralph Sonny Barger. This was the first time I'd laid eyes on the man. He was around 65, but looked to have the health of a vibrant man in his mid-50s, a remarkable achievement, considering the paces he'd put his body through over the decades. He had close-cropped white hair, was clean-shaven, and looked more like a Marine drill sergeant than a lifelong outlaw. He moved with all the confidence and sureness of a sultan in his harem. For those who don't know, this was the man, the legend really, who molded the Hells Angels into what they are. It's not a stretch to say that Sonny Barger is a visionary who essentially created the image of the outlaw biker as we know it. He had help, to be sure, and the names of his cohorts, dating back to the late 50s through the present, are legendary in the biker world. Johnny Angel, Terry the Tramp, Magoo, Junkie George, Moldy Marvin, Cisco Valderrama. Together, and with a host of others, these men created the image, the leather, the hair, the grime, the hardness, the silence, the impenetrability, the bikes, everything that constitutes an outlaw biker. Especially the bikes. Without the Hells Angels, we wouldn't have floor model Harleys that look like stripped-down scream machines, no ape hangers, no flared fenders, no bitch bars, no spool wheels, no front-end extenders. There'd be less chrome, less creative paint jobs, less style. The HA were obsessed with going fast, and without this obsession, bikes would be slower. They were relentless in stripping their bikes of all but the barest essentials. The formula was simple. Less weight plus bigger engines equaled more speed. Every pound they shed gained them 2 miles per hour. Thus, choppers chopped down motorcycles. What they did was mimicked by everyone who wanted to be a Hells Angel but couldn't be. Their influence is seen today in bikes designed by Jesse James of West Coast Choppers and the Tuttles at Orange County Choppers. Bikes aside, a world without Sonny Barger would look pretty much the same, but the world of the outlaw biker, if it even existed, would look a hell of a lot different. He's the iconic outlaw biker, and all members of every club look up to him as the godfather of their culture. He's respected for who he is, but he's also respected for his vision. He saw that the Angels could go international, that though American in origin, they needn't be limited to America's borders. As I've said before, I believe that the Hells Angels, and to a lesser extent all American-style biker gangs, are this country's only organized crime export. This is the doing of Ralph "Sonny" Barger. He embodies everything about the Hells Angels, from their unwavering image right on down to their contradictions. These contradictions fascinate me. The Hells Angels are separate from society, but they're rooted in it. They're nonconformists, but they all look the same. They're a secret society, but also flamboyant exhibitionists. They flout the laws of the land, but they're governed by a strict code. Their name and their death head logo represent freedom, individualism, toughness, and lawlessness, but both name and logo are protected by legal trademarks. The way these contradictions manifest in the real world is what really pisses me off. These guys shouldn't be able to have it both ways. I mean, if you don't respect the law, then why use certain laws to protect yourself? Why conduct toy runs and other charity drives to bolster your public image if you don't care what the public thinks? Which is it? Are you misunderstood bike enthusiasts or violent hoodlums? Why do you care if anyone likes you? When the Angels are at their criminal best, they embody everything an outlaw ought to. Fight first and ask questions later. Better yet, don't ask questions. Take what you want: turf, pussy, beer, bikes, drugs. Be violent and don't apologize. I never apologized for being an undercover cop, even when it put me in life-threatening or ethically compromising positions. I never apologized for arresting people who deserved it, whether I liked them or not. I never apologized for being on the other side of the Hells Angels coin. Like me, most of these guys had a chip on their shoulder. But unlike me, they all thought that society unjustly discriminated against them. Like me, they had no interest in a regular job or lifestyle. Maybe I cherished my family and friends more than they did, but didn't they cherish their brothers and their club in the same way? They knew they were outcasts, so why not be outcasts together? Maybe the essence of their alienation was a question of nature versus nurture. Maybe, just maybe, they did get a raw deal. Did the Hells Angels shun the world, or did the world shun them? These armchair reflections never crossed my mind during the investigation. All I thought as I watched Sonny approach Pops was, "Wow, there's the chief. The fucking chief is here with us." I told myself I wouldn't be impressed by his presence, but I was wrong. I was starstruck. Pops was, too. All of Sonny's movements and gestures were charming. I couldn't hear him, but I could tell by the way Pops turned his ear to him that Sonny's tracheostomy hole made no difference. There was nothing funny about Sonny's cancer kazoo. In fact, it made him more formidable. They had carved his throat out 30 years back, and the guy hadn't missed a beat. Sonny was the king of the outcasts, and he knew it. We all did. Sonny checked out Pop's solo cut and gave him a hearty hug, and they parted. Pops told me later that Sonny had said, "Thanks for coming out. Thanks for showing respect. You should come visit us at Cave Creek. We have a charter up there, too." The Solo Angels Nomads had the blessing of the Godfather, and it felt good. We hung out. Bad Bob looked more like Barry Gibb than ever. His hair was immobile, perfectly frozen in place with a net of hairspray. Doug Dam wanted to know if I wanted any of those things, referring to more guns. I winked and told him we'd talk later. I hung out in the front yard and watched the members-only door swing wide. Inside, on a low table, I saw a rock of crystal the size of a baseball. Next to it was a mound of ground meth several inches high. Members came and went. Their women came and went. Women, exempt from ever being members, were allowed to enter the front house with permission from a patch. All leaned over the table to snort. All came up, zooming. At some point during the evening, I remembered that I'd brought a donation. I found Bad Bob and handed it to him. He peeked inside at 5 crisp $100 bills and removed a Solo Angels business card. We'd had 1,000 printed, black and orange, FSSF. On the back I'd written, "Love and respect, Solos." He put it in his vest. We shook hands and ended up hugging. Everyone was happy. They were happy because they'd made it 5 years in the desert. We were happy because we thought they'd never make it to 10. Success and smoke and that dank smell of beer infused everything. The haze never lifted. The party wasn't going to end. I have no idea when we left. Chapter 19. Arresting Rudy Kramer. November 2002. Another development added to our high-flying attitude. As promised, J.J. was in Phoenix the night of the anniversary party, listening in with the cover team. On her way back to San Diego the following day, she got a call from her ASAC. He said, "McGuire, you got what you wanted. You get to run with those crazy bastards in Arizona. Have fun." Her part-time reassignment started on November 5th. From then on, J.J. would be available to Black Biscuit 3 glorious days a week. I went home on Sunday, October 27th, for a couple of days of R&R. I only went because Slats ordered me to. Had he said nothing, I would have stayed in Phoenix. Pops's wife and daughters lived in Tucson, too. We decided to ride our bikes home, flying full Solo colors down I-10, running side by side through the valley. I had my cut on over nothing, just my bare torso, the leather vest open and flapping in the wind, my Glocks sticking out of my waistband. Cold as hell, but I didn't care. I was showing off for anyone to see. Pops had on a long-sleeved orange T-shirt under his cut. We both had orange bandanas tied around our heads. I rode on the left, he rode on the right. I was getting better on a bike. We rode around 85 or 90 miles per hour. Cars got out of our way. The country around us was wide open. The highway seemed to exist just for us. I felt free. We peeled apart at the edge of Metro Tucson. All we did was wave. We'd see each other soon enough. I stopped at a flower farm owned by an old friend. He sold his goods on the honor system, leaving cut flowers in vases in the front of his house. You paid by dropping money in a little wooden box. I took 3 bouquets worth of flowers and stuffed $100 into the box. I strapped them to the back seat with black and orange bungee cords. Neighbors gave me sideways looks, trying not to be noticed by the badass biker with the flowers. I pulled onto my street. It curved this way and that through the desert. A roadrunner sprang across the pavement, his tail pointed straight up. A long black snake slithered into a patch of cholla like an animated S. My bike was loud. People knew I was coming. Gwen stood by the front door when I pulled in. I fired down. "What's up, honey?" She eyed me hard, real hard, harder than any of the guys I'd been hanging out with could ever have hoped to. I didn't like it. I unstrapped the flowers. "I got you and the grandmas some flowers." She didn't look at them. "I'm going out. Jack's in his room playing video games. Dale's at Mel's." "Who's Mel?" "A new friend. The number's on the fridge." She walked toward her car and repeated, "I'm going out." "This Mel, he a boy?" "No, Jay." I'd been holding the flowers out to her. As she moved to her car, I let my hand fall limply to my side. "Where are you going?" "Just out. I'll be back. Don't worry." She got in her car and left. I went inside and took my coat off. I hung it on the coat rack. It looked out of place next to my family's outerwear. I caught my image in the hall mirror, topless, tattooed, muscles bulging, arms and face dirty with the road. I was wrong. I looked out of place. I moved around the house. It was a mess. Piles of dirty clothes on the bedroom floors, piles of unfolded clean ones on the beds, unrinsed dishes in the kitchen, little pools of water on the tops of the bathroom sinks. Gwen knew I had a compulsion for organization and cleanliness. The mess was probably unintentional. I knew she was overwhelmed with being everything to everyone while I was away, but I couldn't help wondering if the state of the house meant that she didn't care to make me comfortable whenever I happened to come home. I took a shower. When I was done, I put on a pair of swim trunks and went to see Jack in his room. Clothes lay on his bed, too, but they were folded. By the way they were folded, I could tell he had done it himself. His TV was on. A frozen image from a Madden's NFL 2001 game was on the screen. Jack was hunched over his desk, writing. I said, "Hey, kiddo." He turned. He looked surprised and frustrated. He hadn't heard me come in. When he realized it was me, his features softened. He was a good kid. Too good for me. I asked him what he was doing. "Well, homework right now. I was playing Madden's, trying to learn all the offensive sets so I don't have to think about it so much, you know." I told him I did. I knew he had limits on how long he could play video games, but I was happy to hear he was trying to learn all the sets. I'd played the game with him in the past, and even I was shocked by the number of plays that computer had, and how hard they could be to execute or defend. Sad to say, but I looked at his playing of Madden's as a kind of education, which I fully supported. I asked, "Hey, you hungry?" "Yep." "Why don't you bring your homework to the dining room? I'll make some lunch." He said okay and gathered his stuff up. In the kitchen, I got out a can of tuna, opened it, drained it, and put it in a bowl. I added mayo and pepper. I cut up a small onion and a sour pickle and put them in the bowl. I added dill. I got out 4 slices of bread and put them in the toaster. I mashed the fish mixture with a fork. I looked over at Jack. His shoulders were gathered around his ears. His tongue was out. He was trying really hard, striving to do his best. I was proud. I put the bread on a big plate and divided the tuna salad onto 2 pieces of golden bread. I got out some lettuce and put it on the salad. I squirted yellow mustard on the other 2 slices of bread and folded them onto the lettuce. I pushed them into place and cut the sandwiches diagonally. I watched Jack some more. He was erasing some of his letters. No, he was erasing a lot of them. I could see the side of his face. His concentration had crossed back into frustration. I grabbed the plate and walked over to the table. He'd been erasing to the point where he was eating holes in his paper. I asked him if he was having trouble with an answer. He said, "No, the answer's right." "Then what's the problem, kiddo?" I sat next to him, put down the plate, and grabbed a wedge of sandwich. I bit into it.
"It's my handwriting. It's all wrong. I can't get it right. I hate it."
He dropped his pencil and hung his head. The tuna tasted good, but I felt sick. I knew immediately that I'd screwed up something in my son's head. I said, "It looks good to me. I can read it."
"That's not the point, Dad. It's not right, you know. I can do better."
"You're 9 years old, kiddo. You'll get the hang of it."
"But it's not right."
I knew what he meant. I recognized them as a paraphrase of my own words, repeated to him and Dale who knew how many times, in all kinds of contexts, sports, schoolwork, chores. I had drilled it into them. Everything you do, everything, do it to the max. This is the key to success in life and personal satisfaction. Nothing short of everything you have is acceptable. That will make you a winner. I felt like a worm. I should have been there to tell Jack that it was his effort that was important, not the result. But I wasn't there. I mean, I was there in the sense that Jack was trying to make me happy by getting his letters right. But I wasn't there physically to tell him that no matter what, Jack always made me happy. He'd confused effort with result, just as I always had. A worm split in two. I writhed, but I wouldn't let him see it. I said, "Hey, kiddo, I know I've said otherwise, but what really matters is that you try your best. You give a good effort, your best effort, and there's no reason why you shouldn't be satisfied with what you get. Got it? That's what's important. Try hard. Effort is its own reward." He said okay, but I didn't believe him. Why should I? I barely believed myself. Results were all that mattered to me, all that had mattered to me for years. I handed him a sandwich wedge. We ate and talked about Little League and the Arizona Cardinals. I promised I'd take him to a game. He said, "Really?" I said, "Really." Gwen came back later. She'd gone shopping at Old Navy and had an early dinner with some friends she hadn't seen in a while. Jack was already off to bed, and Dale, who'd had dinner at Mel's, was in her room reading. Gwen wasn't happy. We went to our room and argued. She told me she didn't want me showing up at home looking the way I did. She said it was hard enough for the kids, my not being there, that I didn't have to confuse them by looking like a damn biker in my own home. I said Jack didn't see me decked out. She said he just as easily could have. She was right. I said I wouldn't wear my UC clothes home ever again. She said that wasn't the point. She said she was getting worn down. I asked her if she thought I wasn't. I asked her if she knew the kind of shit I dealt with every day. She asked me the same question. Neither of us knew what the other was dealing with, and we both felt underappreciated, but neither of us was going to concede that the other was more correct. I asked her why she'd had to go out so quickly, why we couldn't have had some time at home together, with the kids and all. She yelled my full name, J. Anthony Dobbins. I said, "Hey, I'm not a detective." She said, "No, you're an undercover." She changed gears, said, "I know you have a woman on the case. I just know it." This shocked me. I hadn't told her anything about J.J., who had yet to work even a full day. Woman's intuition, I guess. She asked if I thought it was fair that she had to stay home all the time with the family, while I did whatever the hell it was I did with whomever the hell I did it with. I didn't like the implication. I hadn't slept with another woman, and I wasn't planning to. I told her that was my job, and that, by the way, when I'm working, I'm running with thugs in Bullhead, not sipping Mai Tais on Kauai. She said that when I came home, whenever that happened to be, I could expect her to take off for a while. She said she needed a break, too. I agreed. She said it may be my job to do whatever, whenever, with whomever, but it was her job to look after our family. She put a particular emphasis on that word, our, as if I'd forgotten a fact. Maybe I had. No, I'd definitely begun to forget by then. Once again, I felt like a worm. But more than that, I felt angry for being made to feel like a worm. I was just doing my job, and I was good at my job, and I wasn't going to stop doing my job. I had to cool down. I went out to the pool and listened to the desert. There were crickets and coyotes. There was no moon. The stars were bright. Jack's light was out. Dale's and Gwen's were on. I lit a cigarette and smoked it. I lit another and smoked it. I lit another and smoked it. November 2nd, and I was back on. I left the house wearing a tank top. Jack had given me 2 more rocks as I got ready to leave. Both were gray. One looked like a fist, the other like a fish. I stuffed them into my pocket. As Gwen had requested, I did not wear my cut. I waited until I got a safe distance from my house, pulled over, unstrapped it from the back seat, and put it on. I tied on my bandana. I got out my Glocks. I was Bird. I hooked up with Pops and went over to Doug Dam's to buy more guns. We hung out with Doug, his girlfriend, and a prospect named Hank Watkins. Hank had been a Tucson Red Devil who had been requested to patch over. He was in his late 40s, more of an old-school guy than an up-and-comer. He'd had some preliminary dealings with Rudy, but since his Angels prospecting phase had begun, he'd been ordered to cool it. Prospects are not allowed to conduct any illegal activity without the express consent of their Angels' superiors. Doug was his sponsor, and since they were together, nothing stopped them from selling us some iron. They had 2 choice pieces, an Intratec AB-10 9mm Luger semi-auto pistol, and a Heckler & Koch Blue Steel semi-auto 9mm pistol. They wanted $1,600 for both. It was more than I thought they were worth, but I agreed to the price. The H&K was a very nice gun. I went to the bank to get some extra cash and paid them. Pops and I hit the road. We rode hard through the valley once more, 90, 95 miles per hour. Towers of red rock watched over us. Near Picacho, an ostrich farm stretched out to the west. The bike felt good between my legs. She was humming along. I'd gotten some ape-hanger bars at the motorcycle shop in Kingman, and they were really comfortable to ride with. I thought about the case, about Bird, about being in role. I thought about what was coming later that day. Other than Jack's rocks, I didn't think about home much at all. The plain truth was that in those days I didn't reflect much on my family. I knew they were there, at home, and that was enough. I knew I wasn't there, but I believed in my reasons. Still, I couldn't help thinking of Jack's handwriting and how it frustrated him. I was frustrated, too. I knew I had to do a better job on the Angels, not for ATF, not for Slats, not for Gwen, but for me. I knew I had to work harder. I knew I had to hang my ass out even more. I also knew I had lied to Jack when I told him that it was only his effort that mattered. But I didn't dwell on it. We went to the patch. We dropped Hank and Doug's guns in the evidence vault. I filled out a voucher. Pops drank a Coke and fiddled with his fuel intake valve, which had been giving him trouble. Slats told me that the Phoenix UC house was ready to go. He said I could spend the night there. He said it was over in Vato Land, south-central Phoenix. There were good taco stands out that way. Timmy showed up at the patch with his female partner. They were in roll. Timmy had been teaching me some martial arts basics, and we sparred lightly. This was a big part of his cover, a martial arts instructor offering private lessons. He twisted me up, threw me on the ground, and choked me out. Fun stuff, for him. When the time came to leave, we all tied black bandanas around our biceps. We were off to a funeral. I didn't know the guy, but Rudy did, some dude he rode with back when they were in a minor club called the Loners. Most recently, the guy had been a Spartan rider. He'd been hit by a semi while blowing a red light, all kinds of nasty things in the grill. Rudy had come to us for support, said we needed to go as a club to show our respects to a fallen brother. We agreed, but not for his reasons. All we wanted was to draw Rudy out into the sunshine. The funeral was at the Church of the Sun in Cave Creek. There were loners, Spartans, lost Dutchmen, bonded slaves, and limeys in attendance. There were 3 Hell's Angels flying Phoenix tabs, none of whom we had met. The ceremony was brief and unceremonious. Words on death quickly passed the lips of these men. There were the usual platitudes of a life lived the right way, of a loyal brother, of a man who might not have been a good son, but who was a righteous outlaw. Eulogy was not their strong point. They grunted, they nodded, they hung their heads. They prayed, to what God one can only guess. They saluted. They all wore their cuts. They were good Americans, good friends. They believed in the soul. They believed in redemption, in ultimate relief from a world of judgment and harassment and incarceration. They prayed that he find a bike in the afterlife. We left in a single-file column. We roared our engines, sending his spirit to wherever it was destined to go, with a final flourish, with an announcement. Maybe it was pathetic. Maybe it was profound. Maybe it was nothing. I watched it all, but didn't much care. I had other things on my mind. Rudy looked like shit. He'd completed his journey home to Mesopotamia, the cradle of crystallization. I told Bad Bob that his nose was deep in the bag. From the looks of his eyes, that wasn't all. He'd put his whole head and body into the shit. We went to the Spartan Riders Clubhouse on East Van Buren in central Phoenix. More of the same, this time with beer and smoke. We solos left close to 7 p.m. We rode down Van Buren and turned onto 7th Street, headed toward I-10 and the Bank One ballpark, where the Diamondbacks play. We were in standard formation, Rudy and I up front, Timmy and Pops directly behind us. 2 marked units pulled nose-to-nose onto 7th Street in front of us. Rudy slowed to a stop, and I followed his lead. A helicopter came in from the west, dipping low fast, a million-candle-power night sun spot illuminating the scene. The marked unit's doors opened. Rudy was backing up in a 3-point turn, telling me to follow him. I said, "Today ain't my day to die, Rude. These dudes don't look to be fucking around." I glanced over my shoulder. 3 more marked units blocked our rear. We were trapped in the middle of the block. The police moved quickly. I knew their orders. Knock down the Solo Angels nomads. Execute the warrant on one Rudy Kramer, a felon in possession of a firearm. From a side street, 2 tactical SWAT members jogged toward us, all in black, helmets with blacked-out eye shields, muzzles pointed down, the Darth Vaders of law enforcement. The uniforms got out and approached quickly. We were ordered off our bikes. We got off. Guns were drawn, but not ours. In fact, none of us was armed that night. Heston Silbert, a Phoenix SWAT lieutenant who knew our status, ran the op, but the officers who carried it out knew nothing about us. They were very professional, surgical, and speedy. They concentrated on Rudy. They laid us out, face down, hands on the neck, ankles crossed, in neat rows. Rudy was next to me. I looked at him. He didn't look at me. He looked calm. It wasn't the first time he'd been through this. As they pulled Rudy to his feet, I said, "I love you." He looked at me and said, "I know." I held back a burst of laughter. He thought I meant it. Irony was lost on the old addict. I looked back at the ground. I wasn't sorry it hadn't worked out for him. It was my job to put guys like Rudy away, even if I had to use them first. Still, I would have thanked him if I could. They cuffed him and hauled him up. He spat on the ground, not out of rage, but just because he had to spit. He was taking it easy. A good perp. The guys found a loaded pistol and a 3-ounce bag of meth in his saddlebags. They put these into separate evidence baggies, then stuffed Rudy into one of the units. A panel truck pulled onto the block. 2 guys loaded Rudy's bike into it. The truck left. The SWATs disappeared. The car doors shut. The units backed up and drove away. The helicopter banked to the north, and peeled toward the highway interchange. We got up. The strike was so convincing that years later defense attorneys insisted Rudy Kramer's arrest was a routine, if elaborate, traffic stop that bagged our pea right out from under us. They couldn't believe it was a premeditated part of Slatz's plan to cut the weak link from our chain. Rudy had been removed from Black Biscuit. I'd never see him face to face again. Chapter 20. Hello, J.J. November 2002. I called Teacher, the Solo Angels U.S. President in L.A., the night of Rudy's arrest, and told him what was up. I said the second the cuffs got clamped on Rudy's wrists, I'd become the Solo President in Arizona. He said it was fine with him, so long as we kept up with dues and all. I told him not to worry. Then I called Bad Bob and Smitty, and told each of them I was interim P until Rudy's situation cleared up. I had to play it like his fate was uncertain, and as his supposed ally, I had to sound like I hoped he'd beat the rap. I knew he wouldn't, and I knew my new post was permanent. Next order of business was our new partner. Pops and I picked her up at the Phoenix airport on November 5th. We drove the Merc and met her at baggage claim. She wore black jeans, a white T-shirt, and a California smile. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail with a large black scrunchie. Her bangs brushed the top of her eyebrows. A nice-looking, healthy young American woman, equal parts innocence, enthusiasm, and confidence. It wasn't a disguise. J.J. was a good woman, and a good woman was what I needed. We felt it would be less convincing if she looked too much like a biker tramp. A cardinal rule of undercover work is to tell as few lies as possible, and, in spite of what you think, to be yourself. J.J. was genuine. I could see it, and I was banking that the angels would see it too. Pops waited for her bag while we chit-chatted. I said, "You're a sight for sore eyes." She smiled and said, "You look like shit." I was in the standard get-up, minus my solo cut and guns. We were inside, but my sunglasses were still on. I had on a black knit ski cap with the words "Serial Killer" stitched across the forehead. I said, "Great, you're going to fit right in." "I hope so," she said. We'd been briefing her over the phone since Rudy's arrest. She'd gotten the general rundown, our areas of operation, the names of principals, what kinds of deals we'd been doing. During one of the calls, Slats commented that we needed to be bringing in more drugs. I interjected that we'd been doing all right on guns and basic RICO stuff, but that our drug buys were mostly small. Teeners of meth, dimes and nicks of marijuana, a few dozen pills. Slats told J.J. that he hoped she'd be able to help us secure more junk. "No problem," she said. We went over her cover story. We kept it consistent with what Smitty and Lydia knew about her, that we used to date a few years back, and that since we'd run into each other in La Jolla, she'd done a couple runs south of the border for me. The runs had gone well, and we had hooked back up. We weren't sure we were going to be spending all of our time together, but we were into each other enough that she was going to start spending weekends in the desert, going back west during the week to take care of business for me and my SoCal associates. To lend all of this some credibility and make it look like she wasn't popping out of the woodwork, we decided to run a little longer in Bullhead, where the people who already knew her could get to know her better, and then vouch for her sudden appearance on the scene across the state. Once she got established, she'd get more operational responsibility. She said she wanted to be treated more like Bird's business partner than arm candy. We agreed. I knew that if she stood around acting like she was waiting for me to take her home every night, she'd get bored quickly, and she wouldn't be as valuable to the case. We decided to treat her like one of the guys. She'd carry a gun, too, in the hopes that the angels would respect her as much as we did. I told her, however, that there would be times when she'd have to act like one of the old ladies. It was still a man's world, and she couldn't appear to be privy to everything. She understood. It wouldn't look real if she was always some kind of super female. I told her not to worry, though, that unlike a real old lady, she'd never be beaten for forgetting to bring home some Taco Bell for dinner or whatever. She laughed and said, "I hope not. Remember, I got a gun, too." We left the airport and drove to the new Undercover house on Romley Road. Timmy was there hanging out with Casino Cal and a Mesa Angel named Mark Krupa, a monster who weighed 260 at just under 6 feet tall. I showed JJ to her room and went to use the bathroom. When I got out, she had changed into a black tank top and let her hair down. I shook my head, and she said, "Okay, I'm ready." "Lead the way, ma'am." She passed me in the hall and walked toward the living room. I was ecstatic. Once in the living room, she asked if anyone wanted anything to drink. Everyone said beer. She turned to Timmy and asked, "We got beer, right, Timmy?" Timmy, who had never met JJ in the flesh, said, "Yeah, in the fridge." She got up, floated into the kitchen, and brought back 4 cold cans of Bud Light. She handed Timmy one, stuffed 2 cans under her arm, opened one, handed it to Cal, opened another, handed it to Mark, opened another, and handed it to me. She went back to the kitchen, came back with 2 more beers, both open, and handed one to Pops. She took a long sip of hers and said in a measured deadpan, "Well, boys, you do whatever it was you were doing. I'm going to go unpack." And she disappeared. No one said anything for a moment. We all drank. Cal looked at me, eyebrows raised, corners of his mouth turned down, and nodded. What a difference a woman makes. We went to the patch the next day and loaded the trailer with the bikes. Timmy and I climbed into the back seat. I lit a cigarette and told Pops to drive. Pops told JJ to drive. JJ looked at the trailer and said, "I've never driven a trailer before." I said, "Well, trial by fire." JJ tried to get out of it. I said, "Pops was at the bottom of the totem pole, but now that you're here, he's moved up a notch. Shit runs downhill, sweetheart." Standard rookie hazing. She drove. Pops warned her not to get caught in any situations where she'd have to put it in reverse, which is exactly what she did in a Denny's parking lot near Prescott. We all laughed as she learned how to back up a vehicle with a trailer hitched to it. As with everything, JJ learned quickly. We checked into the house on Verano Circle. I made a few calls to the Bullhead locals, telling them we were around and wanted to hang out. I told them JJ was with me. We agreed to meet around 9 that night at the Inferno. Party, Bullhead style. Smitty was happy to see us. Lydia was happy to see JJ. JJ met Dennis and Dolly. We bought a few rounds and toasted the imminent marriage of Dolly and Dennis. Smitty grilled me for more Vegas grand jury info. I said I hadn't heard anything specific other than that the prosecutors were definitely seeking RICO charges. I assured him I had told my source to dig deeper for information pertaining to HAMC member Donald Smith. He nodded solemnly, satisfied that I'd kept him in mind. JJ kept quiet company with Lydia and Dolly. She actually invited them and the boys over for dinner the next night. Steaks and beer and Crown Royal and Cokes and potatoes and a couple pounds of bacon, half of it cooked black and crunchy. It was Smitty, Lydia, Dennis, Dolly, and Joby, plus all of us solos and JJ. It was a fun night. It felt real. I kicked back and bullshitted with the angels I'd known the longest. Timmy and I arm wrestled. He won. Joby and Smitty started off talking about Laughlin and spiraled into war stories of fights, beatings, shootings, and near misses. The house was wired and we recorded everything, but it was so much biker smack that it wouldn't have amounted to a hill of beans in court. Some local biker politics were a high order of business. There was an OMG called the Vagos, a small but strong club that had an on-again, off-again relationship with the Angels. They were commonly called the Green, since their lettering in the background of their center patch was a bright toxic green. In the middle of their center patch was a red devil riding the single-winged wheel of a motorcycle, like a genie rising from a lamp. A few greens had recently been hanging around Bullhead without the angel's permission. The main guy was a barrio cholo by the name of Nick Prano. Prano was in his mid-40s and had spent about 20 years in prison. Timmy and I had befriended him back in August, when he had boasted that he'd just gotten off a 9-year stint for shooting a Chips cop in the head. He was one of those guys who took real pride in being a criminal, a man for whom time spent in prison was not time wasted, but time proven. He'd say, "All I like to do is work, drink, fight, chase pussy, and be an asshole." Typical biker dreamboat. It was a condition of his probation that he no longer reside in California, where the Vagos were most prominent. So he had moved to Arizona. There'd been some beef between him and Smitty, because Prano wanted to put an Arizona bottom rocker on his cut. Smitty wouldn't have it. Timmy and I both witnessed the time Smitty took Prano aside and told him how it was going to be. It was in late August, and Timmy, Prano, and I were hanging out at a thug bar by the river called Lazy Harry's. Smitty and Dennis came in and walked up to Timmy, who stood by the door talking on the phone. Smitty looked my way and asked Timmy if I was hanging out with that greenie Prano. Timmy confirmed I was. Smitty huffed. He and Dennis came up to us. Neither of them said anything to me. Smitty put his arm around Prano and asked him to step aside. They went and talked for about 5 minutes by the jukebox. They came back, and we all hung out for a couple hours like old buddies. That was when Prano was informed that he'd never be permitted to stitch an Arizona bottom rocker on his cut, and that the HA would never tolerate the opening of an Arizona Vagos charter. The concession was that Prano would be able to ride freely in the state, flying his full colors. Apparently, that was acceptable. This was significant to us for a couple of reasons. First, it showed once again that the HA were in control in Arizona. This would be good for the RICO charges. Second, it proved that we had done our due diligence, since the Solos had been permitted to operate an Arizona charter, even if we, like the Vagos, also weren't permitted to fly Arizona rockers. The Vagos were a topic on the night of our dinner party because the Angels had found out that Prano was holding some information from them. Prano was a good criminal politician. He knew when to talk and when to shut up. I'm not sure he wanted anything in particular, but it didn't matter. I think mainly he wanted it to be known that he wasn't a pushover and didn't care who his adversaries were. The information he held concerned the Kingman Mongols. He apparently had names and addresses, and the Angels wanted these badly, especially Joby. "Motherfucker, that green motherfucker, I don't care. He makes any trouble, and I'll shoot him myself." Joby had driven his pickup over from Kingman, and he'd brought a hunting rifle in from his truck. He sighted the gun on the neighbor's house. Dennis whined inconclusively. Joby shoved a bloody chunk of steak into his cheek. He chewed it, saying, "And I heard those Mongols over there got some crank operation going, a fucking meth ring and everything. Motherfuckers. I can't wait to kill those motherfuckers. Can't wait." Dennis squealed, "Shoot them snitches." They were drunk. Joby was in another of his homicidal moods. Sense was on vacation. In a twisted way, I liked it. I liked that these were the guys we were making. They were the real deal. I was kind of drunk, too. We capped the night off at the Inferno. J.J., Dolly, and Lydia were like sorority sisters. When we broke for the night, Lydia whispered into my ear, "I just love that J.J. Bird. Just love her." Chapter 21. Pep Talk. November 2002. J.J. left us for a couple weeks on the 9th. She'd be back for a Nomads party on the 30th. After she left, the task force assessed her inaugural weekend. Slats especially felt it was a success. He was relieved to know all of his wrangling looked to be worth it. Slats was also relieved to have Rudy removed from the picture. I was too, but the trouble that Rudy had brought weighed more heavily on Slats. After all, Rudy was Slats's responsibility, not mine. As far as Slats was concerned, we were all his responsibility. I asked the task force if there was a way we could use Rudy's arrest to the case's immediate advantage. Slats's quick mind came up with the tack. He pointed out that so far, in spite of Smitty's love for us, it was Bad Bob who'd really put his ass on the line for the solo nomads. We agreed. I said I thought it was because both Smitty and Bad Bob wanted us to become prospects. I'm convinced they thought we were the best thing they'd seen in ages, only they took different approaches. I think Smitty thought that since we were bullhead guys, he'd keep us as his little secret. That hadn't worked. We'd moved on to Mesa, and there it became Bob's goal to fold us in tight with his guys, to use his pulpit as the Mesa P, to vouch for us, and therefore make Mesa our de facto charter choice when the time came for us to drop the solo and add the Hells to our Angel moniker. And it is Hells, Hells, not Hell''S, the official story being that there's more than one hell. It just depends on who and where you are. Even though Bad Bob hadn't yet expressed open interest in our patching over, I could feel that was where he was headed. I felt certain that between them, Smitty and Bad Bob were engaged in a quiet battle to win our hearts. Ah, to be loved. Since Bad Bob was already a bona fide president, Slats suggested I appeal to him for advice on running a club in Rudy's absence. Slats wanted me to go to him and say, "Hey, Bob, you've been doing this for years. I'd really appreciate it, really be honored, if you could help me out and tell me the things I need to know about running a club. I mean, I'm lucky enough to know you guys. I figure I might as well use you as a resource, if you don't mind." I thought it was a great idea. I called Bad Bob that day, told him the situation, and asked when we might be able to get together. He suggested the 13th, for breakfast at the Five and Diner in Chandler. I told him that sounded great. We sat in a secluded corner booth. Our food came quickly, cheese omelets and hash browns for both of us, coffee for me, iced tea for him. After rehashing what had happened to Rudy, Bad Bob laid it down.
"Listen, Bird, I'm an officer. I used to be a soldier, but now I'm a decision-maker. Been one for years, and now you are too. It's an honor, let me tell you. You know me. You know us. We run the show. We keep the other clubs in line and make sure we stay on top. Shit, we control this state, you know that. I know you know because you're sitting across from me right now asking for my advice. Well, here it is. Keep the club strong. Rally around your colors. Protect your club and your reputation. You're like a virgin on prom night, man. Your rep is all you got." I thought of Dale at that moment, of how I'd told her damn near the same exact thing. He continued. I listened. "Rudy, he fucked up. Simple as that. Took chances he shouldn't have. The shit he's in, it's dirty, you know. You know me. I like to party. But that shit, it goes nowhere. First things first. You gotta get to his place and clean it out. Those maggots around Apache Junction he was with, you don't want them beating you over there. It might take them a week or two to figure out where he went, so get on that. Second, you tell your boys not to worry Rudy may be gone, but life goes on. You're the P now, and you have my support. You can tell them I said that. You got the red and white on your side, to the end." I told him I appreciated his backing and his advice. I asked if he'd give my boys a pep talk in a couple of days, and he said that the next time we were all around Mesa, he'd be honored to sit down with us. "But there's more," he said. "Now that you're a P, you gotta know Hoover better. The P up in Cave Creek, the guy who owns the RCB Tavern." "Yeah, I remember Hoover." "Good. I'm going to call him and tell him to expect you. He's the guy. He's just like me, man. We got our fingers in everything."
I told him that'd be great. Bad Bob called Hoover right then and vouched for us yet again. I was impressed. When he was done talking to Hoover, he said,
"Bird, keep up the good work, and you'll have free rein in Arizona. Just one thing, keep me informed. I need to know your business so I can keep everyone's head clear. I don't like getting blindsided with shit here."
He meant, be respectful, keep kicking in those contributions, don't step on anyone's toes, don't take advantage, and don't allow yourself to be taken advantage of.
It made me feel great.
He ate some more of his breakfast and finished his iced tea, slurping it loudly. Then he looked up at me.
"I gotta say this, just so I know I did. Rudy was cooking, right?"
"Yeah, Pops told me like 3-4 ounces a night." Bad Bob sighed. He shifted in his seat and pushed his plate back a little. Then he launched into a full-blown lecture about how we couldn't pick that business up. He said the Angels had given it up because they'd gotten tired of shaking down users for money when money was the last thing they had. He said he knew he sounded like he was full of it, since he was a user himself, but he insisted he was different. He wasn't a real down-and-out tweaker who lived for crank and crank alone. He said it was okay for us to dabble here and there. He knew Pops occasionally took a rail, and he said we should go ahead and sell off Rudy's stash, but when that was over, then that was it. It was good advice. I appreciated getting it, and he enjoyed giving it. The whole time I stared into Bad Bob's eyes. They were serious and sad. Bad Bob cared for me. I was almost touched. Almost. Chapter 22. Motherfucker, if I ever see you in this town again, I will fucking bury you in the desert where no one will ever fucking find you. Late November, 2002. Dennis and Dolly got married on November 29th. Biker weddings are like any other, except very few suits, no ties, no expensive dresses, no champagne, no toasts to the parents of the bride, no toasts to the parents of the groom, no cocktail hour at the reception, no sit-down catered dinner, and most definitely no funky chicken or electric slide group dance. The proper attire was cuts and clean jeans and dirty boots for the men, and anything nice for the women, which meant anything decent that could be bought for less than $40 at Walmart or Target. The Denbeston ceremony was held at the Riviera Baptist Church on Marina Avenue. It's a funny thing to see a bunch of avowed unapologetic sinners file into a church. It's even funnier when you're pretending to be one of them. The pastor, a short rail of a man in a light blue suit with a dark blue tie, had the eyes of a man created to be confided in. He stood by the door of the chapel and took each of our hands in both of his. He spoke in a near whisper, but each word was clear. "Welcome to the Riviera Baptist Church for this wonderful occasion." The church wasn't erected on the grand scale of the Southern Baptist churches I'd seen in Georgia. It was spare and unassuming. Like the pastor, it had a border town feel, a Western outlaw vibe. It was the last place a complicated man came to receive the guidance of God before he did whatever it was he had to do. That little church knew that people weren't as good as God wanted them to be, but that it would never stop with the business of trying to salvage the soul. The service was brief and practical. Dennis wore his cut over a cheap suit, and Dolly was dressed in a Walmart special, probably with underwear to match. When it came time for Dennis to kiss his bride, he let her have it. We left and milled around the parking lot. There were over a dozen of us, and we discussed where we'd celebrate. Smitty and Dennis suggested the Inferno. A sense of propriety overtook J.J. She said, "Hell with that, guys. Let's have it over at our place." The guys said that wasn't necessary. J.J. insisted, then I insisted, and they said cool. Some of them had other things they needed to do, and Smitty had to go home first, So we split up and agreed to meet at the Bullhead Undercover house on Verano Circle around 9 p.m. I went home to set up, and J.J. and Timmy went and got a couple 30-packs of Bud Light, 2 jumbo buckets of KFC fried chicken, and a few combo platters from Taco Bell, the culinary makings of the perfect H.A. wedding reception. The guys showed up. The rapper Nelly blasted on our system as they walked in. I was in the middle of the room with J.J., dancing like a white boy at a pep rally. No one knew what to do. For a short while they stood there like wallflowers at a junior high prom. Then, between songs, Dennis walked up to the stereo and turned it all the way down. He asked, "Bird, what the fuck is that jungle music?" "That's my shit, Dennis." "Well, it ain't mine, and this is my wedding day. Put on something else." I said okay, and fired up the same old Steppenwolf crap these guys lived for, and the party came to life. J.J. showed them where the food was, and they dug in. Dennis and Dolly looked happy. They ate the chicken and drank the beer and talked with J.J. Timmy and I drank with a couple guys who had been at the ceremony, an Angels nomad named Dale Hormuth, and the hang-around, Billy Schmidt. Smitty and Lydia showed up with Pops a little while later. Eric Klaus, another Angels nomad who'd been at the wedding, was supposed to be with them, but wasn't. I had prepped some ruse props for Smitty, some pictures of my old partner Carlos, and a short personal note from Carlos to Smitty. I also had a ruse email from a guy named Gato that discussed the Kingman Mongols problem. Smitty barely looked at the stuff from Carlos, read the email twice, and told me we needed to talk. We went out back. We each lit a cigarette. "There's some trouble brewing, and you need to know about it. Lydia got a call from an associate across the river. She said there's 50 Mongols over in Laughlin, and they're planning on coming over tomorrow to break us up." It was the first I'd heard of that. I immediately thought, call Slats. He continued, "I sent Eric over there. Lydia gave him her .38, and he left his cut in my car. Incognito, you know." "I hear you." "He'll get back to us." "Good." "But we're going to be loaded up tomorrow night at the Nomads rally. Billy's going to look after the guns, keep all of 'em in his truck behind the Inferno. Me, I'm bringing 2 shotguns, a couple pistols, and my Tech-9. Those fuckers come, we'll be ready." "All right." I paused. "Good." Smitty raised his eyebrows and said, "Check this out." He pulled a Taurus pistol from his waistband. "This is one of the pistols I'll have tomorrow. Gonna sell Bad Bob one next week." He flicked a switch below the barrel, and a red beam shot off it, piercing the dark. He sighted it on a wall. I asked him if he'd sell me one, too. He said he sure would, as soon as the Nomads' party was over. He said he might have to sell it to me if the Mongols showed. As he turned off the laser sight and tucked the pistol into his pants, he said, "You got to understand one thing, Bird. You're there for us tomorrow. Things get thick, and as far as I'm concerned, you fight like you're a Hell's Angel. You protect your solo brothers, but you buck up for us." I stood tall, didn't smile, and nodded. I said, "Smitty, that'll be my fucking honor." All the undercovers had deep conversations that night. I had mine with Smitty. Timmy got more information from Billy about the weapons cache he'd be guarding, and J.J. talked self-defense strategies with the women. Lydia wanted to know if J.J. regularly packed. J.J. said she did. Lydia said that if things turned sour, their job would be to gather the old ladies, get them behind the bar, and take up positions to defend them. She said, "You and me, we'll shoot whoever the fuck comes near us." As a law enforcement officer, my first job is to prevent things like this from happening. After the dinner party, the Black Biscuit Task Force notified the Laughlin and Bullhead police departments to be on the lookout. We hoped a Mongols-Angels confrontation wouldn't even come to pass. But if the Mongols did manage to reach the Inferno and things turned bad, then my second job would kick in, protecting myself and my fellow operatives. This wouldn't be all bad. If the Mongols showed, and I was forced to protect the Solos and the Angels and lived to tell the tale, then my credibility would be furthered. J.J. was understandably nervous. She didn't carry openly like the rest of us. Like Lydia, her pistol was in her purse. She'd never been in a drawdown or fired her weapon in a live situation. So we decided to go over some things. We'd spent the morning at the patch, and when we got back to the Verano Circle house, we were greeted by a snoring Eric Klaus, who'd crashed out on our couch. We went about our business like he was a part of the family. When he finally woke up, he grabbed a beer and walked into the garage. The door was open, and the afternoon light streamed in. He took a long swig of beer and scratched his butt. J.J. and I sat on my bike. I had a cigarette in my mouth. I smoked it without the use of my hands, which I kept on the handlebars. J.J. practiced drawing my Glocks from behind me. She reached around my torso and crossed her arms. She pushed her chest into my back. She unsnapped the holsters with her thumbs, then drew the gun on the left with her right hand, and vice versa. She uncrossed her arms quickly and came out blazing, a black pistol on both sides at shoulder height, ready to fire. She holstered them and did it again, and again, and again, and again. Eric watched and drank his beer. After a while he asked, "You guys are fucking serious, huh?" The guns were holstered. J.J. formed her right hand into a pistol, pointed it at Eric, smiled her generous smile, and said, "Yep." I just nodded. The party started at 1 in the afternoon. Timmy and Pops showed up early. J.J. and I hung back. We'd be fashionably late. Timmy called to check in around 2. He said, "The guys are on edge, but ready. There's a lot of boozing, but not much drugging, except for Vicodin. They're popping them like Pez candies." I said, "Figures." "Yeah, they're anxious. There's a lot of shop talk, too. Doug and Hank have some shit they want to sell today. Some other guy wants to sell us a full auto. Billy told Pops he wants to sell him a couple shotguns ASAP. I said, "Jesus, we're like Guns R Us." Timmy laughed and said, "Yep." I told him I'd sign some cash out of our safe before we headed over. He said, "Good, we'll probably need it." We hung up. I called Slats and let him know the situation. He told me there'd been no reports of Mongol activity in Laughlin. J.J. and I got to the bar around 5. The mood was strange. The guys were serious but mellow, zonked by massive quantities of alcohol and painkillers. J.J. broke off to talk to the girls. I went to talk with Timmy, Smitty, and Joby. We said hello and gave each other hugs. Joby, a non-drinker, was not dulled by booze. Smitty was distant but looking serious. This was his party in his town, and he didn't want anything to break bad. But if it did, he'd be ready. Joby spouted the usual invective against his Mongol enemies. For the time being, they remained imaginary, as did the violence he would unleash upon them. Smitty leaned close and said, "So far, so good." "That's good news," I said. Joby closed his eyes and shook his head forcefully. "Fuck that. I want those fuckers to show." Then he nodded to someone over my shoulder and excused himself. Once he was out of earshot, Smitty asked, "You remember those silencers you showed me?" "Sure do." "You change your mind about selling them?" "They're already sold, Smit. Sorry." I lied. "Well, you getting more?" "Not at the moment. What's up?" "Can you put me in touch with your guy? I'd love to get one of those for my Ruger." I told Smitty I'd look into it. He said good. J.J. did a few deals, got some Vicodin, and bought a little baggie of meth from Dolly. J.J. told me later that Lydia kept telling her how impressed everyone was with me and the Solos, and how happy she was personally that I had such a solid girlfriend in J.J. J.J. told me she had blushed when Lydia told her that she was actually flattered. Lydia's words gave J.J. confidence, and like a good undercover, J.J. flipped that confidence back onto Lydia in the form of credibility. J.J. was getting accepted far more quickly than I could have ever imagined. J.J. became our drug clearinghouse for the evening. They were all small quantities, but she needed to make an evidence drop. It looked unlikely, but we had to assume we'd still have an altercation with the Mongols, which meant we'd be dealing with law enforcement first responders who wouldn't know about our undercover status. We didn't want to be carrying anything if we got arrested. I told Doug and Hank to meet us at my place around 9 if they wanted to do their gun deal. This was the pretense we used to dip out for a little while. We went to a Circle K. I stood at the counter and bought a pack of cigarettes, while J.J. walked down an aisle decorated with shiny bags of snacks. The task force agent, Buddha, was fingering a bag of Fritos when J.J. brushed up against him, pushing a bag of evidence into his back pocket. We paid and left. Then we drove to Verano Circle, met with Doug and Hank, and did the deal. They were a little unsure of dealing with J.J. in the room, but I said if they couldn't deal with her, then they couldn't deal with me. Since they were on the cash end of a decent transaction for 3 semi-auto pistols, they couldn't disagree. They asked for $1,600. I had J.J. inspect the weapons, which she did, and nodded with the slightest hint of wariness, and I said, $1,500, no more. They said that was good, too. I said, good news, thanks for keeping the store open. They asked if they could crash at our place that night, and I said, by all means, absolutely. I let them know Eric Klaus would be sleeping over again, too. They were cool with that. We all went back to the Inferno in the Mercury. The night dragged on. Some guys started to do meth, others passed out. At one point, I asked Smitty why they were letting their guard down. He said, with equal parts of relief and regret, "Those faggots ain't comin'." We left past midnight. J.J. was packed double with me. Doug, Hank, and Eric rode solo. Timmy and Pops drove the Merc. I told them that if we didn't show up at home that night, not to come looking for us. We were either out partying or had been arrested. It was a joke. We all laughed. On the way home, on a dark side street deliberately taken to avoid a confrontation, we were pulled over for a traffic stop. The Angels were used to these, and J.J. and I pretended to be. They knew what to expect from a cop. In a way, it's a point of honor and pride to be continually jacked by police, even though to a man they bitch about it incessantly. But something strange happened that night, something none of them had ever seen before. Typically, when a mixed club group of bikers is stopped, and Hell's Angels are among those present, they get the most thorough attention. Everyone knows the Angels are the ones to be wary of, and that given an inch, they will take a mile. They must be attended to first. But they weren't. The cops yelled and the cherry lights flashed. An officer approached J.J. and me from behind. When he got about 10 feet from us, he racked a shell into the chamber of his shotgun. J.J.'s legs pinched me hard. We didn't move. I didn't appreciate the sound of that shotgun. Maybe they'd been waiting all night for the Mongols just as we had been, and since they hadn't come, they took this opportunity to vent some steam. Over the bullhorn, a young, angry voice said, "Bird, do not let go of your handlebars until ordered to do so. Do you understand?" I nodded, yes. I held the bars with a death grip. J.J. was on me like a backpack. The Angels were told to remain on their bikes. I was ordered off the bike by a young, stout officer. J.J. and I were separated. They led me behind their vehicles. "Hands on your head. Lock those fingers. Cross your ankles. Sit." The cuffs went on, one wrist at a time. The young cop said, "You got to take your jacket off." I jangled my cuffs. "How am I supposed to do that?" He breathed. "Shit. Besides, I wouldn't take it off for you even if I could." I knew this was stupid, but I also knew it would play well with the Angels, who were being lined up a few feet away. The young cop grabbed my arm and hauled me up. "Shut up! We're going to take your picture." "Good. I ain't saying cheese." He tightened my cuffs. They hurt. He took my guns and handed them off. Another cop started snapping a camera as I got turned around, front, side, back. I was wearing my goatee and 2 long braids that night, and the cop with the camera said, "You look like a fucking catfish." As they did this, they positioned JJ so I could see them frisking her. She wasn't wearing a bra, and they weren't shy about where they put their hands. They frisked her again. She took it in stride. I was very angry, but there was nothing I could do. When they were done taking pictures, I was led to the curb and told to kneel. I was led at the barrel of a loaded and charged shotgun. "Don't move. We got to talk to your little girlfriend. We got to talk to your buddies." JJ was taken to a marked unit and ducked into the back seat. The guys were cuffed and lined up curbside. No one but me had to kneel. No one but me had a gun drawn on them. The angels couldn't believe it, but as far as these cops were concerned, I was more dangerous than they were. A cop came up to JJ and asked her through the rolled-down window of the cruiser what she was doing hanging out with a guy like me. She didn't look at him. She asked, "What, as opposed to a guy like you?" That was the end of that conversation. She listened to the rap sheets come over the radio. She was clean. I had a few minor, and fabricated, priors. Klaus had some minor stuff too, and Watkins had an outstanding warrant for a traffic violation. That wouldn't wash well with the fact that they'd caught him carrying a concealed Bowie knife. He was placed in a marked unit and bound to spend the night in jail. It was Dam's sheet that scared JJ. There was a bunch of drug stuff, including a felony conviction for cocaine trafficking. But the kicker was that he'd been arrested for severely assaulting a police officer. JJ prayed that he wouldn't get motivated to go at it again. Meanwhile, Officer Shotgun talked to me. He wanted to know where I lived. Why was I still in Bullhead? Hadn't I heard they'd been looking into me? He said, "You got to move on, Bird. You got to get the fuck out of my town." I said, "You can arrest me or lecture me, but I won't take both, so make up your mind. If you're going to cut me loose, I'm all ears. But if you're shit-canning me, shut up and take me downtown, 'cause I ain't interested." He didn't like that. He put his boot in between my shoulder blades and pushed me to the ground. Since I was cuffed, I caught the pavement with my cheek. He kneeled, leaned in close, and whispered into my ear, "Motherfucker, if I ever see you in this town again, I will fucking bury you in the desert, where no one will ever fucking find you." My recorder was going. I thought, not good, dude. Not good for you. I knew this guy desperately wanted me out of his town, and I knew he wasn't using approved methods. I wanted to tell him what I was, but I couldn't. It would be months until he learned how close he had come to ruining his career that night. They took Hank, but they had nothing on us. They cut us loose. As they wound down their show, puffing out their chests, taking the cuffs off, giving us our guns back, telling us to go home and mind our business, a dark late-model Mercury Cougar crept by. I saw Pops rubbernecking at us in the passenger window, smiling. JJ saw him, climbed behind me on my bike, and said quietly, "What a jerk." Chapter 23. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. December 2002. Timmy, JJ, and I stayed up late that night, smoked cigs on the back porch while Hank and Eric crashed inside. It had been a hell of a day for all of us, but for JJ especially. She'd learned a lot. Mainly, she had learned that she'd be keeping any drugs in her boot from then on, since it was the one place the cops didn't bother checking. Timmy laughed at how I'd gotten stomped by the local police, and said he was happy he hadn't missed it. I smiled and told him to go fuck himself in the ear. The next day, JJ flew home to visit her family for a couple weeks. She'd put in for the time before she'd come over with us, so it was fine, but we were sorry to see her go. I told her we didn't need her around too much because we'd all be away for the holidays soon enough. I told her things would be slow for a while, so take the time to chill. She said she would. The end of 2002 had delivered Black Biscuit to an operational crossroads. Most of the hours we logged in December were spent discussing the direction of the case and planning our next steps, not hanging out with the angels. We explained our absence to them with the white lie that we were traveling on club business, spending time in Mexico and SoCal, and that my Vegas connection, Big Lou, had invited me out to Miami to lounge around on his yacht and pinch some South Beach ass. As we took stock of our progress, we drew up a list of case positives and case negatives, so we could analyze our positions and objectives. The main positive was that we'd been hugely successful in a short period of time. We'd gotten in quicker and deeper than we'd thought possible in a mere 6 months. The downside to this was that things were blurred. We had moved so quickly from one day to the next, sometimes covering the length of the state in a single day, over 300 miles, always in roll, that it was hard to tell what we were doing. We were drunk on danger and adrenaline. This led us to the main negative. We were running in place. We didn't need to do any more gun deals with Doug or Hank. We didn't need Bad Bob to broker any more petty drug buys. We didn't need more evidence that Smitty acted like a local gangster, or that Dennis, while no longer cooking, clearly had a fluid and consistent source of meth. I was sick of these minor deals. Slats was getting sick of processing them and presenting them to the suits. He wanted dealers, not users. The case was supposed to be bigger. It was bigger. We just hadn't figured out how to crack it. Our frustration led to the beginning of a division within the task force. Slats felt that we weren't leaving our comfort zone enough, and I felt that it was too early to branch out. He wanted us to be aggressive with everyone, while I wanted to solidify my positions so I could do exactly that later on. It was nothing major, just a small crack in the wall that began to dribble water. Not surprisingly, I stood tall on one side of the divide, while Slats held firm to the other. I wanted to pursue the Angels' offers of membership. How often had a group of cops been given this opportunity? Not often at all. I felt we'd never get the true dirt on them as outsiders, that they could profess to trust us as solos till they were blue in the face, but it would never matter, because we weren't Hell's Angels. If we wanted to take a swing at these guys, and there was no argument that that was what we all wanted, then this was the only way. My answer to breaking out of the comfort zone was to become a Hell's Angel, to give ourselves over to our adversary. I knew I was right. Slats wanted us to remain solos. He didn't care about becoming Hell's Angels. If we were to fold into their organization, our operation would become tied to the whims of the club and our sponsors. Instead of buying guns, we'd be pulling guard duty and opening beers. As solos, we could do whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted, wherever we wanted. He felt that they'd ultimately deal with us out of naked greed. The solos also provided them with the illusion of a scapegoat. We were a separate party on which blame could conveniently be pinned. Slats's answer to breaking out of the comfort zone was to be brasher, push harder, and ask for bigger deals. Slats is expert in the criminal mindset, and he might have been right, too. Neither of us budged, though. Our egos were too invested in the work we had done. He had a grand vision, and I wanted to play the hands we undercovers were being dealt. I didn't say as much, but I could feel that another reason Slats didn't want us to try to join the Angels was that he would lose his sense of control, something he'd never ever willingly relinquish. There was a third option. One of us could have, maybe even should have, suggested that we fold up right then and there. Our case was a good one. We wouldn't have decimated the Hell's Angels, but we would have sent serious shock waves through them. Our message would have been clear and effective. You are not impenetrable. You do not intimidate us, and we will not leave you alone. If we had ended in December of 2002, we'd have had a respectable case and sustained only a minimum of battle damage. But no one gave this a single fleeting thought. We didn't want a good case. We wanted a great one.